Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back to Apex Racing TV, and for one final time here in 2024, welcome back to the European SportsCar Championship. This is the 6th and final round of the season, coming to you today from Portimao. My name is Ron Mullins. Alongside me in the commentary booth is Aaron Smith, and in the virtual production hall we have Samuli Kumo. Today we close off a season which began all the way back in June. It's been a season full of ups and downs and twists and turns, so it's fitting that we end this season at a track that has quite a lot of those too. Despite being a relatively new and modern motorsports facility, having only opened back in 2008, this track is still an absolute work of art. It really has an old school feel with modern day tech and safety. Despite the fact I'm not very good driving around this track, it's still one that I have a soft spot for it. So Aaron, would you say you're in the same boat? Would you say that you're in the same boat as me, or do you think this track is a bit more questionable?
It's a really difficult one. I kind of feel like this is one of the most Marmite tracks on the iRacing service that we have. It's a really, really difficult track, but one that can be quite rewarding if you get it right. And I imagine some drivers are probably feeling the same about that today. I'm impartial, I'd say. It's a track that I nor love nor hate. It's okay. I understand why people don't like it, and I understand why people like it, but I think it's alright. I think watching, in terms of racing, it can be very hit and miss. It is quite a difficult track to go full-on racing at, but if you get some proper wheel-to-wheel action like we saw a few weeks ago, actually, coming here in the Radicals, it can be really, really entertaining. And the slipstream, something you have to think about massively, probably less so in a series like this. But in a series like this, you're probably going to be thinking more about strategy. This track can be quite heavy on the tyres. It can be fairly simple to fuel save around here, but like I said, those tyres, they will be crying out for help. Those left-handed side tyres will... I will be very, very shocked if we don't at least get someone who goes all the way down to 0% at some point in this race.
Oh yeah, these tires are going to be tested to their extremes. This track is an extreme one. The elevation change around it is massive. The corners are really tough. Those tires are going to be screeching in agony by the time these drivers come in for the pit stops, and they certainly have to deal with in the 4 hours of racing that we have coming up for you today. It has been a brilliantly entertaining season with a whole raft of absolutely fantastic racetracks that we have visited thus far. The season kicked off on June the 22nd at Barcelona. Then we went to tracks like Magny-Cours, Imola, Spa, Mugello, and Portimao is going to be the final race of the season. I want to touch on the championship point standings, and I know that we have the LMP2s up right now, but I want to bring up the LMP3s because this is a storyline that is really just set in stone. As 1 round to go at Mugello, the number 46 Rising Panel Racing team sealed the deal and are your champions here in the LMP3 category for the 2024 European Sports Car Championship. They have been dominant thus far this season off the back of 4 straight wins and a second place run at Barcelona to kick this season off. They have been absolutely dominant. The fight for second, on the other hand, with Delta V Racing in the number 25 team and Dynaco Racing team in the number 98. Certainly pretty close, so we'll have to wait and see if there's a little change between those two drivers, between those two teams, my apologies, for the final 2 spots on the LMP3 Championship standings podium. We're going to touch on the LMGT3 category now, because this is kind of a mix of LMP3 dominance with a little bit of that LMP2 craziness. The number 73 Rennsport Reporter Corsi team had an opportunity to seal the deal on this season's championship. 1 round to go at Mugello. However, after a fairly disastrous race meeting, they were not able to get the job done. Instead, they enter the final race of this season where 27 points are on the table. 20 points in front of the number 16 Work Sim Racing team in P2. So it's fairly set in stone that number 73, barring a major collapse from them, they will probably be your LMGT3 champions here from the 2024 season. However, anything can happen in the world of racing, especially in this series, which has been incredibly hectic. And if you want further proof of that, let's take a look at the LMP2s, because the LMP2s have been a really tricky class to try and follow. Every single round there has been a different winner. Simatech Sensations kicked the season off with a win at Barcelona. Tri-State Racing continued the season at Magny-Cours with a victory. Race Ventura, the number 78 team, won at Imola. NOP at Spa, and Rising Panel Racing and the number 46 team ended up winning it at Mugello. 1 round to go. But here's how it looks in the LMP2 championship fight. Tri-State Racing team enters this race with the championship lead. They already have 1 victory on the board, as I just said, that coming at Mugello in somewhat controversial circumstances, considering some penalties to the number 22 Rennsport Reporter Corsa team that dropped them down to second and brought the Tri-State Racing team up to the top step of the podium. They enter this race with the championship lead, and they have had a brilliant season to this point, an average finish of 2.6, so they are certainly a very formidable contender in this LMP2 class. However, they've got another one going tit for tat with them in this championship fight. The number 89, nearly on pace, NOP Racing team. Contrary to their name, they have been the pace setters for the final 2/3 of this season. They have not finished worse than 3rd in the last 3 rounds and kicked the season off with 2 top 5 finishes. They have been incredibly quick all throughout this season, and as it stands at the moment, 7 points between them and a championship to be decided in the LMP2 category. So that's how it looks in terms of the championship fight. Currently towards the end of this, actually the qualifying session has already gone the way of the Dodo Bird, so we can take a look at the LMP2 starting grid. Michael Sundstrom in that NOP number 89 car going to start this race from the pole. Corbin Lenaway going to join him on the front row in the Work Sim Racing number 6 LMP2. Lenaway, a veteran in the LMGT3 category. We'll have to see if he can kick this well, he kicked the season off with a win in LMGT3. Let's see if he can end this season with a win in LMP2. The World of Sim Racing team number 51 going to be starting this race in 3rd. Michael Simpson, the number 12 Tri-State Racing team, going to be in 4th. Remy Loesch in the number 46 Rising Panel Racing car going to be starting this race in 5th. The number 41 Delta Racing car going to be starting this race from the 6th position. And looking through some of the rest of the starters that we have in the LMP2 category, a somewhat smaller grid than we've seen in the earlier races. Simatech Sensations going to be starting this race in 7th. Delta Racing in the 2nd effort going to be starting in 8th. Vision 1 Motorsports in 9th. Rennsport Reporter Corsa number 43 in 10th. Revolution E Racing in 11th, and MV Skin Lab DS Racing rounding out our LMP2 field. Now, Aaron, it feels like it's been a while since you got a word in edgewise, so I'll let you take the LMP3s.
Well, thank you for being so kind as to letting me speak, Mr. Ronald. But anyway, here is the rest of the grid then. Your LMP3 current pole sitter can he be able to lead away? I mean, like we're talking about, the LMP3s are kind of dead set. But anyway, here is your LMP3 grid. Delta V Racing, the number 25 on the pole. Dynaco Racing team there in second place. Rising Panda Racing in third. Tri-State Racing in fourth. W2 ePro GP in fourth, my apologies. Tri-State Racing in fifth. Focus Racing in sixth. And then to round out your LMP3 grid is SC Competition by TSR. And then you've got your LMGT3 grid. And it will be Tidal Motorsports lining up on the pole, the 91 car. Alongside him is the Restec Repotter Corsa in second, Work Sim Racing in third, Tri-State Racing in fourth, VR Racing in fifth, Delta Racing in sixth, and Delta Racing GT3 all the way in last in seventh. And like you mentioned, I think it is a bit of a smaller grid than I think we were expecting. It's only 26 cars as a whole. And yeah, it's going to be very, very strategic today. I think it will just be all about getting to the end, as Portimao is a tough, challenging, punishing circuit if you really do push it that hard. And especially in that LMP2 category, where everything's to play for, that's going to be the one that's going to matter the most.
Yeah, I think we are going to see a very strategic race that these drivers are going to have to try and tackle. 4 hours of racing action in front of them at this 2.89 mile, 15 turn road course. Whole lot of twists and turns, whole lot of elevation change. Those tires are going to be worn down to the canvas at certain points in time. And in terms of the weather conditions as well, a little bit abrasive in terms of the conditions that these drivers have. That's 70 to 74 degrees Fahrenheit, roughly 21 to 23 Celsius is going to be the ambient temperature. Track temperatures, though, about 15 degrees Fahrenheit higher than the ambient temperature at the start of this race. Thankfully, based off what happened 1 round ago at Mugello, where rain really wrecked some of the drivers' chances towards the end of that race, looks like we're going to have a completely dry day of racing action here to bring this season of the European Sports Car Championship to a close. We've got 2 champions to be decided, 1 that has already been decided, and 3 classes that are going to give us an absolutely monumental fight around this racetrack. A little bit difficult to overtake. You really need to try and have your wits about you, because if you go for an overly opportunistic move, you're probably going to end up in the runoff area and have your race end in absolute disaster. So these drivers are going to be on edge. They have a lot to lose and a lot to gain in some cases. The Work Sim Racing number 6 car, that is going to be a team I certainly keep my eyes on, along with the Tidal Motorsports number 91. But ready to get things up and rolling for the final race of this season, waiting for that green flag to come out for these drivers to careen their way down into turn number 1. The NOP team going to be leading this race, trying to get that championship, waiting for that green flag to come out. It feels like it's going to take an eternity, but the green flag is that, and the drivers are on their way. And unlike Mugello, 1 round to go, it's a very clean start. You can see the field mostly single file out heading into turn number 1. Some 3-wide action, though, a little bit farther in the back with some LMP3s and LMGT3 contenders. But looking at the front of the field in the LMP2 class, it's NOP leading them through into turn number 3 the first time by, and that's a big crash a little bit farther in the back. That's a Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang around, along with the Delta V number 25 LMP3 program. They've gone off the circuit as well, trying to have some rally action to rejoin the racetrack. And the W2 ePro GP team getting a big hip check. That, I believe, was a Delta Racing number 31 BMW that just gave them the hip check of a lifetime. And there's the MV SkinLab DS Racing number 87 LMP2 car. They've gone off the circuit. They've pulled over to the side of the road. Lots of debris out there on the racetrack. Lots of wounded race cars. I may have jinxed this field about the comment that the race start was clean. The initial start was clean. However, when they careened their way through turns 1, 2, and 3 the first time by, the field just divulged into absolute pandemonium.
Yeah, it very much did. We didn't even see half of it. There was about 3 or 4 separate incidents going on at the same time. You had that first one with the LMP3s, and then somehow LMP2, LMP3, a Mustang in there as well, another LMP3. It just all kicked off once they got to turn 3. And that is the 87 pulling over there. That rear right tyre is not pointing in the correct direction. I don't think LMP2 cars have 4-wheel steering, so he's going to have to tow back when he's actually given the instruction to. I don't know if that will be a yellow, since it's just 1 car by the looks of it, but it is in a bit of an awkward spot. We'll have to wait and see what the stewards say about that one. But here they come then. I believe they're coming up to where the 87 is, and yes, it's going to be a full course yellow from what I'm hearing. It will be a full course yellow in about 5 seconds time. So very early yellow here, as that was nearly a move for the number 6 for the race lead. I don't know if that was intentional. But here we go then, first yellow of the race, and that was your number 87 there causing that wreck. And I didn't even really see what happened to him. We just saw him pulled up at the side of the road with his rear suspension gone, basically. It may as well not have been there, so hopefully we can actually take a look at what's caused this full course yellow. Has got whacked there by an LMP3, then he whacks another one up the road, then he gets an additional whack, and that's where he got the damage from.
That was most of the LMP3 field that the number 87 car being driven by Ricardo Santos at the beginning of this race. He had just about every single car in that LMP3 class, and you could see crabbing like it's going out of style through turn number 4. Hits the barrier. That car is ready for the scrap heap, so that is a very tough start for the MV Skin Labs DS Racing car. They are going to be out of contention for sure. Having to tow back to pit lane under this full course yellow period, that is going to wreck their chances. And I'm curious, Amelia, if you could possibly ride on board with one of these drivers and take a look at the dashboard in some of these race cars to kind of remind viewers who've never tuned into this series what the full course yellow procedure is. They have to run on the pit limiter. You can see with our race leader, Michael Sundstrom, he was on the pit limiter. Now he's back underway, so the NOP number 89 car got off to a flyer of a start from the pole. However, he's feeling the pressure still from the Work Sim Racing number 6 car. Corbin Lenaway behind the wheel of that number 6 car at the early stage of this race. He's looking to play spoiler. They're not involved in the championship fight. The Work Sim Racing team and Corbin Lenaway behind the wheel of that LMP2 car kicked this season off at Barcelona with a win in the Mustang in the LMGT3 category, moving on to LMP2s for this final race of the season. And he's certainly feeling really racy at this early stage. Is he going to try and go for a move heading into turn number 1? Look at Tri-State Racing right behind the 12. They may try and capitalize if there's an incident involving their championship adversaries. Lenaway looked to go for the move, but he backs out of it, and you can see now he's trying to go for the move into turn number 3. Lenaway with a dive on NOP. It's unsuccessful coming through turn number 3. However, Corbin Lenaway is playing with fire very early on into this race.
I was very surprised he wasn't able to go for the move into turn 1. I don't know if he purposely was backing out of it, as that's the Tri-State Racing car who nearly ran into the back of him there. But he was gaining all the way down that straight, and then he kind of got up to about a tenth of him, and then I don't know if he did back off or the slipstream just stalled, but maybe he was being a bit tentative, as going for a move into turn 1 is quite terrifying here at Portimao. So I'll give him that, maybe waiting for a better opportunity, but where else do you go for the move? He does look fairly racy in these opening few laps, and he's going to give the NOP 89 car a run for their money, as qualifying was extremely close between all of these guys, so I wouldn't expect anyone to be really that much quicker than one another, as using those rear brakes to turn himself into the corner there, getting very loosey-goosey coming out of turn number 14, now onto this flat out turn number 15, and just backing out of it a little bit too far back to go for a move this time round, as the Tri-State Racing car as well further back has just lost a few tenths in those final few corners. In LMP3 though, we look back and it's quite a big gap, 4 seconds in fact, as that opening lap seems to have spread the LMP3 field out quite a bit. There's not really, it's kind of the 2 cars up front that are separated by about 4.3 seconds, and then you have to go all the way back to the W2E Pro GP car in third, all the way back another 10 seconds. That lap 1 really did mess up those LMP3s a lot, and they've got a lot of work to do over these next 3 hours and 54 minutes. Long way to go, but it's going to be a bit difficult for those guys to come back.
Yeah, that is going to be an uphill climb for most of the competitors in that LMP3 field, and bearing in mind the fact that a lot of them had some pretty significant damage. mainly the number 47 Rising Panda Racing team, which is still down in the pits. I think they are very happy about the fact they sealed the deal in the championship. 1 round to go to Mugello, otherwise they would be in a world of trouble very early on into this 4-hour-long race. You certainly can win a race like this on lap 1, but you sure can lose it, and some of the LMP2 runners, actually the LMP3 runners, some of the LMP2 runners certainly lost it, mainly the incident that we saw with the number 87 car. They've certainly lost out on any chance they had of winning this race, but the LMP3 field has really just been cut in half. Really, the LMGT3s have been affected by this as well. As it stands at the moment in the LMGT3 category, it's a number 91 Title Motorsports Neon team leading it at this early stage, about a second gap between themselves and the Rennsport Report, of course, the number 73 effort. You can see some 2 Mustangs currently battling for the final podium spot in the LMGT3 category that we see on screen right now. The Title Motorsports number 91 team is one that's really intriguing me, Aaron. They are new to this series. They have not run at any other point throughout this season, so I'm really curious as to whether or not they can play spoiler and be a little bit of a thorn in the side for the number 73 Rennsport Report Corsa team as we begin to see a battle going on between Work Sim Racing and Tri-State Racing for that P2 spot overall.
Well, I mean, it's certainly looking racy. I mean, a lot of these guys are looking surprisingly racy. A lot of the LMP2s, I was warned before we came here that this is kind of the category that I wanted to watch, and I can see why. It's very, very close. Everyone seems to want to be ahead of one another, even though we have got a long way to go in this race. And, well, I mean, you saw further back on those earlier laps that the chaos just ensued in the middle part of the field. The kind of mix between the LMP3s and the LMP2s just all cluttered up, and then once that happens, there's no escaping it. Everyone just backed off, and many incidents were had, as this is the battle currently going on for 3rd place in the LMGT3s. This is the Work Sim Racing Mustang fighting with the VR Racing Mustang. I must be honest, anyone who's familiar with the ESR GT3 Championship will know that the Mustang doesn't seem to be an overpopular choice. In fact, there's no cars in that championship who is choosing the Mustang. And we've got 2 here, so very refreshing. And this is how Maris Mart's, the Work Sim Racing 16 car, managed to get up into 3rd, and that looked like a fairly easy move. And looking fairly quick in these opening few laps is the number 16. He's still quite a ways off the 2 cars in front of him, about 8 seconds already. So he's got a little bit of a challenge on his hand, but so is the Focus Racing number 5, who's currently going very racy with the 25 Delta V Racing as we head into turn 1 round the outside. This is a bold move at the early parts of the race. Through turn 1, didn't quite manage to get the place, but now tries to dive up the inside into turn 3. But just nothing doing there, but he went for it. I give him full props and respect for that. But that could have been very disastrous. In these opening 10 minutes, he's still trying to go for it, very much thinking that he's the quicker car in these opening stages. But Delta V Racing not having any of it and just wanting track position.
Yeah, that Focus Racing number 5 car has always been incredibly exciting to follow throughout this European Sports Car Championship season in that LMP3 category. That 5 car, despite the fact they haven't grabbed a victory thus far this season, they have been dicing all throughout. I remember Magny Core earlier on in this season. They were a fantastic team that we wanted to keep our eyes on throughout that broadcast. Unfortunately, kind of got hit by a little bit of a falling anvil throughout that race. Some changeable weather conditions really wreaking havoc to the chances that they had of winning there. But this number 5 car has been incredibly interesting to follow all throughout the season. Exciting as well, and in the early stages of this 4-hour-long race with only about 11 minutes on the clock, it looks like that trend is going to continue. But I gotta say, the gap between themselves and the Delta V Racing car has ballooned so far in this lap. Now 1.8 seconds separating the 2 of them. Nearly saw them go for the move heading off into turn number 5, which is really the prime overtaking opportunity around this racetrack. Even though turn number 1, I mean, you have the draft heading down this massively long start-finish straightaway. Going for a move into turn number 1 can usually end in disaster just based off the quick nature of that corner, the killer curb on the inside, and just the way that corner is. So I don't know about you, Aaron, but I feel like turn 5 is probably going to be the prime overtaking real estate opportunity.
Yeah, I'd very much agree with you. on that, as most of us have probably at least watched Formula One at least once or twice in our lives. But those of you who have been watching over the past few years, when they did race here at Portimao for those few years, that was exactly that. I think into turn 5 was where we saw most of the overtaking. And in the few other racing series that I've watched go around here, it's more of the same story. As, like you said, going into turn 1, it's just way too awkward and far too risky to be doing that. As it's not quite a 90-degree corner, it's about 70-ish degrees. It's a lot easier in these higher downforce prototype cars than it is in the GT3s. And something else you have to worry about is that massive sausage curb on the inside as well. If you take that, well, I pray for you and your car's suspension, and I'd be very, very surprised if you're able to continue afterwards. Not just because your car might be damaged, but because of the trauma that comes with hitting that sausage curb. It gives me PTSD every single time I go through that first corner. It is terrifying, and you have to get it pinpoint accurate. Otherwise, if you don't, it will end in disaster, and especially if you're racing side by side with someone. Oh dear, it can be even more dicey, as we've seen a few times this race already, people going side by side through that first corner. It is butt-clenching to watch. And is it about to happen again in LMGT3? I don't think so. I think Restec Reposta Corsa car's too far back, and that is the number 4 Delta Racing BMW going for a spin,
they got it.
And that's an LMP2 running into them. That's a full course
and that
yellow
right there,
coming out.
I don't believe that will be a full course yellow, but certainly damage to both the Delta Racing BMW and LMGT3 and the number 43 Rennsport Reporter Corsa team currently being driven by Carmen Forte. And here's a replay of Felipe Chagas in that number 4 Delta Racing car going for a spin. That, I believe, was coming through turn number 13 right towards the end of the lap. And you can see, actually, he made a little bit of contact with the NOP car. That was rear contact from the NOP car riding on board with Carmen Forte and the number 43. No room to go. Really did not know that that car was there. That section is so blind. There's so many sections around this racetrack where you just have no idea what's going to be on the other side of it. But Aaron, I think you may have been right there. It is actually going to be a full course yellow. So I'm a little bit shocked that they brought out that yellow. But I'm even more shocked about the fact that the NOP car got a piece of that incident. I'm not sure if you saw the same bit of contact that I saw, Aaron, but he got hit. That was a small little tag, and that may be some slight rear suspension damage to that number 89 car. That is crucial in that championship fight.
Yeah, it was just a tiny bit of contact, but how much is that going to affect him? I mean, for the sake of good racing, we hope not too much as we go green again. But we'll come back to that in a minute. And here is on board with the NOP 89 car, and yeah, it just was a tiny bit of contact. I think he might get away with it, but when I say might, I really do mean might. That was almighty close, and the number 6 Worksim Racing car took his opportunity, went up the inside, and managed to get the lead just before we went to the yellow, as we are green again. And well, if the NOP car has any damage, doesn't look like it's affecting him that much, as he's still on the back of the number 6, and I have the feeling this is just going to be like this pretty much until we get to those first pit stops. Just these two just battling it out constantly, and maybe some lap traffic or that pit stop with fuel and tyres might just even things out and spread all the field out once again, as they do come up to the first few LMGT3s who had a bit of a tricky start to this race. They're coming up to, I believe, the number 16 car at some point, and this is the car behind, the number 29 of VR Racing, who's just dropped off the back of the Worksim Racing Mustang, and there's the number 6 flashing in front, and I'm surprised he's flashing already, considering I believe the Mustang is about a second or two ahead of him. You know, better warn them before. It's getting a bit close, as that Mustang looks absolutely massive compared to the prototype, as they all make their way through very cleanly. Looked a bit tricky for the NOP car there, lost a few tenths trying to overtake, and as someone who used to race multi-class, I can tell you that trying to come through a multi-class field is not something I miss doing at all, as this is the battle going on for 8th, 9th and 10th, as they nearly go 3 wide. into turn 5, and this is where we've been saying is probably going to be the best overtaking spot, as the Revolution eRacing car goes all the way into 9th place and didn't quite manage to get into 8th, but managed to get at least one position from that. And the Vision 1 Motorsports car, whilst trying to lap that BMW, looked rather frustrated with, I actually don't know which BMW that is, but he didn't look happy with him at all.
That, I believe, may have been the Tri-State Racing number 3 BMW that they got in the midst of heading through the opening sector of this lap. There it is, the number 3 car, the Tri-State Racing BMW, and there you can see Mario Capellucci in that Vision 1 Motorsports car, probably shaking his hands in frustration, seeing that 3 car really ruin his chances. And actually, I say ruin the chances. He's still got like 3 hours of racing left to go, but he is irritated with that BMW kind of acting as a rolling roadblock and causing him to lose 2 positions. He nearly regained them, though, with those 2 LMP2s locking up and making contact, hanging into the turn 5 hairpin. But that was a really frustrating series of events for Capellucci in that number 11 Vision 1 Motorsports car, but looking at a near overtake between the Revolution E-Racing number 52 and the Delta Racing 30. Now they're getting caught up by a little bit of lap traffic. That right there is the number 29 VR Racing LMGT3 Mustang. So it looks like it's not going to be deja vu with LMP2 contenders, my apologies, getting held up by LMGT3 cars. Some close quarters stuff very early on into this race.
Yeah, considering how long of a race we have tonight, people are getting extremely dicey with each other. And I'm not complaining, I'm loving it. It's amazing to see these guys going wheel to wheel in a long endurance race like this. But, you know, for the sake of their tyres and fuel, and the fact that I'd say about half the grid now probably picked up at least some kind of minimal damage, they've got to be just a little bit more careful over these next about 30 minutes, I'd say. And well, especially here at Portimao. Lapping traffic is just not fun at all, and especially as a GCP racer, trying to lap the LMP2 cars, which are very nearly on the same pace with the GCPs. Yeah, you just want to avoid it at all costs. Honestly, we genuinely used to arrange our own pit stops around when we would lap the LMP2s, because it was that bad. You would lose about 3 to 4 seconds per lap trying to do it. And it just wasn't worth it. You just pit pretty much as soon as you came up to the back of the field. And maybe that's what some of the LMP2s might try doing. There's the curb, the number 41. And yeah, the curbs are something you want to avoid at this track. They're not really usable anywhere. They're all quite big. On the apex of any corner, you just have these gigantic yellow sausage curbs that just make hitting the apex anywhere here at Portimao terrifying. I guess in the LMGT3s they can be a bit more calm about it, but oh god, those LMP2s, if you go over any of these sausage curbs, yeah, your suspension will be in your face probably.
Yeah, I certainly won't rule it out just based off my karting days where you got no suspension, that thing, the amount of times where I nearly banged myself in my face with my own kneecaps. To show you how bumps can be a bit of a pain in the butt, no pun intended there, but still, these drivers gonna have to treat those curves with respect. It's very similar to kind of a track like Sebring in a way, in terms of how you gotta respect the bumps there. Here you gotta respect the curbs, because there's ones like that, the flat curbs coming out of turn number 14, for instance, where these drivers can use them to great effect to shave seconds off their lap time. But there's other curbs like the ones these drivers have to deal with on the inside of turn number 1. Kind of similar to Imola earlier on in the season, where you've got those anti-cut curves all throughout the racetrack that can just send you into low Earth orbit if you just look at them the wrong way. These drivers having a hit or miss relationship with those curves. And I'll tell you what, Aaron, in terms of talking about your experience when it comes to multi-class sports car racing, we've of course done some broadcasts together. I mean, we're doing one right now in case you didn't know. But in terms of the other experience that we have doing multi-class sports car racing, you got the driving experience, I've got the race control experience, so you can speak to the effectiveness of how difficult it is as a driver trying to deal with some traffic that may be a little bit slower, or in some cases, if you're in a lower category, dealing with some traffic that may be quicker than your own. You got that experience, and from my perspective in race control, doing stuff that's very similar to this with some GTPs, LMP2s, and LMGT3s, you just have moments where, I mean, the amount of mental anguish that I've experienced in race control for multi-class sports car racing is part of the reason as to why crying myself to sleep has become more of a routine than it really should. But before this turns into a full-bore therapy session, I think we should just take a moment and talk about this battle that may be forming between the Work Sim Racing number 6 car and the NOP 89. Looks like that possible damage on the 89 car is really not dragging them down too much, as Michael Sundstrom behind the wheel of that race car, still keeping tabs on the number 6, but probably hoping for those pit stops to come soon.
You kind of get to that point in the race where, you know, you're getting a bit low on fuel. The tyres are slowly starting to creep into your mind, and they just have a tiny bit of an effect. And I can imagine that that damage probably is affecting them slightly, but very, very minimal. It will just be, you know, half a tenth a lap maybe, and it might not even be something that the NOP car is noticing per se, but he's still going strong, still chugging along at the moment, and yeah, definitely waiting for the pit stops. I think most of the grid is probably hoping for the pit stops to come sooner rather than later, as everyone in this opening stint, I think, has struggled, to be honest. We've seen a lot of battling going on very, very early on in this race, and a couple drivers, like I mentioned, have probably already got a bit of damage that they just want to get into the pits and repair. But you probably don't want to just come into the pits now. You may as well just wait those extra 10 or 15 minutes. Wait for those pit stops to come, and it will pay for you in the long run. And, well, that's just the game in endurance racing. It's just patience. Just waiting for your opportunities, waiting for the right moments. And, well, as someone who has had very hit-and-miss luck in endurance racing, I can very much speak from experience that over the years, you know, starting iRacing as I think I was a 15-year-old, you know, very aggressive, impatient, and over the last 4 or 5 years, you know, you just gradually get that experience, gradually get a little bit more sensible, and hopefully some of these guys are thinking the same. And, well, I don't know if there are any 15-year-olds that are driving in today's race, but if there are any, good on you. And maybe over the next few years, try and get a bit more patient, do better than what I did a few years ago, because I can promise you it will pay off in the long run. And I should probably stop talking about 15-year-olds before somebody contacts Catch a Predator. But anyway, the number 6 car still chugging along nicely. Just a slight chuckle there from Ron putting me off, but to be fair, I can't even believe I just said that. But anyway, the NOP very much looking racy in these opening parts of the race, and expecting him to put some pressure on the number 6.
So many odd things coming out on this broadcast. I mean, 4.5 hours on the air, so many odd things have come out of my mouth thus far. I remember the opening race of the season. I was kind of reminiscing on this memory with our producer Samuli before we started up this broadcast. A very odd screech that I made after like a 5th or 6th delay on a full course yellow period as a result of drivers coming out of the pits right in front of the field. I was about to grab the green. So I've made some very odd like bird impressions, I guess would probably be the best way to describe it. Sounding like a pigeon that you'd see like Atlantic City, New Jersey or something like that. But nevertheless, looking at these drivers, a little bit spread out throughout the field. However, you still got some small little pockets of fights. We're seeing one right now. There's a number 30 Delta racing car currently being driven by Joao Carlos Cunha. He's running in the 8th position at the moment in the LMP2 category. He's got a small little bit of pressure from the Revolution E-Racing car right behind. They have shaken off the challenge from the Vision 1 Motorsports car, Mario Capalucci. Was a 3-car fight, and now very much a 2-car fight. However, those 2 cars covered by a little bit of air with about half a second separating them heading into turn number 1 for the 16th time in this race. Looking all throughout the field roughly how it was since the race started. Delta V Racing, despite having an off-track encounter and nearly slamming into the side of an oncoming LMP2 car at the very beginning of the race, they're still leading it in the LMP3 category. Title Motorsports in the number 91 running in the lead still in that LMGT3 class. However, that fight is definitely on between themselves and the Red Star Part of course the number 73 team, as we may see a move heading down into turn number 1. The number 73 car has been incredibly dominant all throughout this season. They have 3 victories on the board, and the only times they haven't won was a 4th place finish at Barcelona and them getting struck by a falling anvil thanks to an unfortunate incident in the midst of changing conditions at Mugello 1 round to go. But the number 73 team has been incredibly dominant throughout this season. They're still leading it at the moment in that LMGT3 category. Well, they're leading the championship. They aren't leading the race, as this debut title Motorsports number 91 Porsche has been incredibly interesting to follow all throughout this race meeting. And it wasn't just a fluke qualifying lap either that put themselves in this position. They were quick in the practice session earlier on, as well as during that. They're the 3rd quickest team, only behind the ResTech number 73 and the Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang. So the title Motorsports Neon number 91 car certainly very quick at this early stage of the race.
Well, I mentioned earlier on, but if anyone has been keeping up with me and Ron on the ESR GT3 Championship, we know how strong that Porsche is. And I'm very, very surprised that the ResTech Rapporto Corsa car is able to keep up, considering the Mercedes has not exactly been favourable this season, let's put it that way. It has been a bit of a difficult car to try and control, as I don't know if anyone else can see this. I imagine you can, Run a stop and go penalty for the number 87 car, a major avoidable contact. So I believe that was at the start of the race, and I think it was, I don't know if you remember, but it was the LMP3 car that he ran straight into the back of, which caused him to spin and then caused his own incident. So number 87 MV SkinLab DS Racing car, his day is just getting worse and worse. Already 6 laps down, had major damage that he had to come in and repair. But yeah, it's not getting any easier for him.
Yeah, this is really just rubbing salt into the wounds for this team. Now, was contact with an LMP3 contender, that being the number 47 car that they made pretty significant contact with, heading into turn number 3 at the very beginning of the race. It wrecked their suspension and wrecked their chances at doing well in this race. The MV Skin Labs DS car stopped in the pits for an extended period of time now, serving this penalty. A deserved penalty for sure, but they're pretty much running last at the moment overall, and even in an LMP2 car, they have a pretty big cushion to try and overcome between now and the end of this. So it's definitely going to be really, really rough for them all throughout the rest of this race. They still got 3.5 hours, over 3.5 hours for that matter, to try and slug away before they can get to the end of this race. And I think they will be very happy when they cross that checkered flag to just bring to a close this season, which has been a pretty rough one for that team. I'll bring up the results in just a couple of moments. I'm going to kind of run through them, but that MV SkinLab DS Racing car, they've been scrappy for sure, but occasionally some of these incidents, some of their own doing, some not, but either way, doesn't matter where that falling anvil comes from. If you get struck by it, you're going to be the one that has the migraine, as NOP having a big sideways snap heading into turn number 13, nearly running into the back of Work Sim Racing number 6 car, leading this race still overall, but NOP having a major sideways snap. Michael Sundstrom clearly pushing that car to the absolute limit of adhesion, as we see another spin with the number 5 Focus Racing LMP3 car. That's coming out of, I believe, turn number 11.
Yeah, the number 5 just seems to have been struggling a little bit over the past few laps. And, well, if you will remember, he was fighting for the lead at one point and just dipped a rear tyre onto the gravel there. And unfortunately went for a spin. I believe that's on the exit of turn 8, I think? Not quite sure. A lot of the corners here at Portimao do look fairly similar. It's very undulating, just up, down, up, down, up, down. That's kind of the nature of this track. And here's a replay for, I believe this is the lead of the race in the LMGT3s. Between, that's definitely going to be a penalty. There's no doubt about that. I thought the Mercedes was going to wait up there, but he chose to instead drive off into the distance. And, well, if he doesn't give that place back, I think that's going to be a slam dunk penalty, as, well, the ResTech Rapporto Corsa car blatantly just, well, you guys can see it for yourself. He just gave him a little love tap.
I say credit where credit's due to them. The fact they did slow down and didn't just gun it to overtake them, but that's still probably going to be a slam dunk penalty heading the way of the number 73 team, which is now leading in the LMGT3 category. 4.5 seconds in front of Tane Hoderson in that Title Motorsports number 91 Porsche. He's been incredibly impressive to follow thus far. However, with that penalty for Rennsport Report course, despite the fact they are down, they are certainly not out. And even with a 4.5 second gap, and if there isn't a penalty in the way of the number 73 car, you may still see this. This is honestly, Aaron, the most amount of pressure that we've seen that number 73 car be under all throughout this season. They're not worrying too much about championship contention, really, unless they crash out of this race or get struck by some sort of massive falling anvil. It's probably going to be fairly luck and stern for them. As a drive-through penalty for car number 6, a Work Sim Racing LMP2 car, avoidable contact, so that's going to bring them into the pits and lose them the lead overall. Looking, though, NOP has closed up that gap a lot between those two, so it was about a second not terribly long ago with that near spin for the NOP car being driven by Michael Sundstrom, but this is going to be a big game changer and a big kick in the shins for Corbin Lenaway behind the wheel of that Work Sim Racing number 6 Mustang, the number 6 Delara in LMP2, the sister cars of the Mustang and LMGT3. But I'm curious how they got this penalty, why they got this penalty, because this is going to be a game changer for them, a drive-through penalty, especially around a racetrack like this. That's going to be a game changer. That is going to be a big kick in the shins.
It's going to be more a kick in the shins. It's going to be a kick in the balls, to be honest. That's going to drop them pretty much all the way down to, I think, about 6th or 7th. I mean, he should be thankful that it's just a drive-through. If it was a stop and go, yeah, that would have been a lot worse. Well, that wouldn't have been a kick in the balls. That would have just been a stab in the heart, to be honest. But it is just a momentary kick in the balls, and he's going to choose to serve it straight away. Try not to speed in the pit lane. That could have been close. I think he might have gotten away with that, but we'll find out if he comes in again. He didn't. I
don't believe he did. There's a black flag next to his name. I'm not sure whether that's a one issued by race control or what.
He already has a black flag. He's serving it.
That is a very good point. I just saw that black flag. I was like, ooh, that was definitely very borderline for him, though, because that was full commitment from Corbin Lenaway. You got to feel very confident about the way your race car is driving to attack that pit lane as fast as he did. It looks like he's going to be fairly scot-free as a result of that, and nearly coming to blows with the number 25 Delta V car in LMP3 coming around his outside. He's down in the midst of an absolute hornet's nest trying to deal with some cars who are well farther back of him. See the Delta V racing car trying to get a move done on him, heading through turn number 4. However, the power of that LMP2 going to blow Arlene Berry's metaphorical doors off, heading down now into turn number 5. But that is full commitment. There's no doubt about it from the number 6 car of Corbin Lenaway. That, I feel like, is something we're going to see a lot throughout this race, especially when it comes to those pit stops. Those drivers going to try and shave seconds off of their race. It may be 4 hours long, but we've seen it in the past half of seconds deciding these battles. So I have a feeling that maybe what breaks some of these drivers' races, makes or breaks it, is the way they attack that pit entry.
Yeah, it's something that you definitely have to take into consideration on iRacing, because you can abuse the pit entry and exits just by it kind of depends on track to track, to be fair. Some tracks are a lot more strict than others. I think some of the tracks that are very lenient that come to mind, I know Sebring and Road America, you can just shove into the pit lane at, you know, about 5 or maybe even more miles an hour over the pit speed limiter, and you'll get away with it. You can be extremely aggressive. I'm not quite sure how it is here at Portimao, but judging by the way he came into the pit lane, I imagine it's quite lenient as well. As like you said, you know, he's got to stop and I saw that coming from a mile off, and that's the number 52 car spinning around one of the BMWs and nearly taking the number 6 Work Sim Racing with him. And speaking of, the number 6 is looking to go up to 8th now. He's just gained 2 places in the space of about 2 corners. Very, very good opportunistic and avoidance there. Not only to avoid the massive chonker that was an LMGT3 car in his way, but also to avoid the number 52 who spun said GT3 around.
Yeah, I gotta say, Corbin Lenaway behind the wheel of that number 6 car has some heat and vinegar in his veins at this point, because he is pushing that car to the absolute limit of control, dealing with the overtakes of the lapped cars like it's going out of style. but he is pushing that car. He spent 31 seconds down pit lane as a result of that drive-through penalty. He is now only 27 seconds back of the NOP car, still leading this race overall. So he is pushing that number 6 LMP2 to the absolute limit of adhesion. Certainly playing a risky game, however, this is a real test now that he has about 6 seconds to try and overcome between himself and Delta Racing. As Simatech Sensations, the number 20 car, has now come into the pits. That is the first time that we have seen an LMP2 runner make a legit run down pit lane, not thanks to damage or a penalty. So let's see what this is from the number 20 car. Is it going to be a very early stop? 36 minutes in, he's pulling into his box, so David Sororzano behind the wheel of that number 20 car going to stop in his box. Is an interesting call to come in so early on into this race, but remember, this is a team that won the opening race of the season at Barcelona all the way back in June thanks to a gutsy strategy call. So if any team is going to try and do something like that, it's probably going to be the number 20. They don't have too much to lose in the championship fight. They're just going after wins at this point.
Well, if you're not here to win, what are you here for? I think that's something fairly simple that every racing driver can stand for. And had a lot of early incidents in this race that could have some very big complications towards the end of this race. I mean, the number 6, even though he has done well considering his drive-through, he has lost time to the race leader overall. Over these last few laps. I think when he came out of the pits it was about 25 seconds, now it's up to 28, and that's just down to the traffic. As well, all the traffic that he went by, he's had to repass again. So yeah, this drive-through penalty, albeit not the end of this race, is definitely taking a bit of a hit for him. And well, can he gain back up 30 seconds to the lead of this race? Bit of an ask, but definitely possible over the next about 3 hours and 20 minutes, as we are coming up to the latter part of this first hour. And well, so far it's absolutely flown by, as it's been a very, very chaotic opening into this race. And something else that I was just thinking about as the work sim racing went a bit wide there in turn 1 is, and I don't know if you'll be able to answer for it. I don't know if you'll be able to answer this one, Ron, but do they have to think about incident limits, or do they just have an infinite point system that it's just all about the live stewarding? And there's the number 73 getting his drive-through penalty for avoidable contact with the number 91, and that was kind of inevitable. But yeah, do they have to worry about incident points, or can they just extend track limits pretty much as they want?
I'm going to have to go through looking through my notes, despite how expansive these are. I'll have to take a look at the word count later on in the notes that I've written up for this broadcast. I need to actually go into the iRacing session to try and find as to whether or not there is an incident point limit. We have seen some drivers certainly be really, really racy all throughout this season. 20x is really the limit. There is no DQ limit. However, you get a penalty at 20 incident points, and then after that, you get another penalty every 10. And there's no fast repairs allowed for these drivers either. So 20x is really going to be the limit. We've seen some drivers get very risky with that incident count in the past. But I think the main thing that's going to be beckoning on these drivers is mainly that live stewarding. Certainly going to fall down hard on the Rennsport Corsa team, as they are going to lose the lead in that LMGT3 class. Title Motorsports, I'm sure, are going to be very happy as a result of that. I don't think the contact was severe enough for them to pick up some damage. However, running in an unfamiliar position, they have lost out on a boatload of time to the Rennsport Corsa team, as they've now come down pit lane. It was 6 seconds between those two at the front of LMGT3, but now the Rennsport Corsa number 73 team, currently being driven by Andre Miato, he is now serving this drive-through penalty, and this is going to be excruciating, as we saw from Lenaway in that LMP2 car when he came in to serve his drive-through penalty not terribly long ago. About 30 seconds lost as a result of these drive-throughs, and this is also going to have a slight amount of implications in that championship fight as well, because this 73 car is going to be on the back foot massively, as I believe the VR Racing and Tri-State Racing number 29 and 3 cars are going to be right on their bumper. There's a VR Racing car going to be right behind the number 73 as they finally come out of the pits, having to deal with cold tires, though this may be the shot that the VR Racing Mustang takes to grab onto that final podium spot in GT3.
Oh, and there's the number 52 going for a spin. I believe that's down at turn 11. I think so. And yes, it is. And it looks like it's all going to be by himself, and that's way too deep there. Just about 20 meters too late. And, well, you have to be oh so careful with the brakes in these LMP2 cars, as they are super punishing. As we're getting some LMP2s coming in for their pit stops now. As the number 12, the number 51, and that's an LMP3 going for a spin. The SE competition by TSR car, I think that was at turn 14, getting a few incidents here as we come up to the first pit stops. Looks like he's struggling a bit. There's a car in the background who nearly just went for a spin as well, as he went extremely deep into turn 14. And I don't have much experience with the LMP3 car, I'll be honest, but maybe it's a bit difficult when it comes to the end of its stint on its tyres, that it just becomes a bit of a handful to drive, considering I saw two LMP3s nearly bin it within the same corner. As there's the number 6 car as well coming in for their pit stop. So I imagine we're around where the LMP2s are at their limit for fuel, and we should see the leader coming in as he does, and that's the 31 Delta Racing GT3 BMW going for a spin, as they come really struggling towards the end of this opening stint, and perhaps the tyres really are coming into effect a lot more than we would have thought. With the NOP car, I can imagine his pit stop might be slightly longer due to the damage that we saw him pick up in the early parts of the race, but I can't imagine it will be that much longer.
Yeah, let's see how it is for Michael Sundstrom behind the wheel of that NOP car. I'm curious as to whether or not they're going to do a driver swap. The number 12 Tri-State Racing car certainly did, as Bart Matai is now behind the wheel of that car, taking it from, I believe, Michael Simpson, who's behind the wheel of that car at the start. Seeing more of these LMP2 runners come in. Looks like a driver swap from the number 46 team. There's the number 43 Red Sector Porta Corsa LMP2 car, so you can see a little bit of damage on the front end of that race car. Currently being driven by Carmen Forte. Let's see if he stays in this car at the end of this first stint. I'm curious how things are going to shake out with that Tri-State Racing 12. They came in one lap ago. Are they going to grab any sort of time? It looks like Michael Sundstrom going to stay behind the wheel of that NOP car as a drive-through penalty for the number 52 and LMP2 for avoidable contact. And looking at that, that was Sundstrom nearly coming to blows. Coming out of the pits right in front of him was an LMP2 car. That right there is a 21, I believe. The Tri-State Racing car running 6th at the moment in LMP3. Sundstrom having a little bit of a headache trying to deal with that car. Finally clears him coming out of turn number 4. But Sundstrom going to hold on to the lead in LMP2. Looks like that number 6 car has been shuffled back. And the Tri-State Racing number 12 car with that driver swap already done. I'm curious how things are going to shake after them. And here's the Work Sim Racing team. They've come in for their pit stop. As you can see, Samuel Miller is now behind the wheel of that race car, taking command of it, as Corbin Lenaway has ceded controls of that number 6 Work Sim Racing to Laura. They're running 8th at the moment, 26 seconds back of NOP. Lenaway put on a brilliant drive towards the end of his stint after that drive-through penalty to claw back a little bit of time, but they still have a massive hill to climb if they want to get back involved in that front pack fight.
Yeah, they really do, but this is just something I was just thinking about, and this is a tiny rant, and this is something we've already seen a few times today here at Portimao. I can't imagine any will be listening, but track designers, please, if you're making your track, designing your track, think about your pit entry and exit a bit more, please. Please don't dump your pit exit into the inside of turn 1. Like you're doing here at Portimao. I know a couple of other tracks that are making me think about it as well. Bahrain being one of them as well. That kind of just dumps you into the inside of turn 1, and we've seen a few times over the years drivers crashing into one another because, well, I mean, you just don't have anywhere to go. And a track that I was just thinking kind of has the opposite problem is the Red Bull Ring. It has a beautiful pit exit. It flows you nicely out onto the like second straight just after turn 1, but then it has to go and spoil it and have an awful pit entry. And it honestly, you can't win. I don't think I can think of one track that has both a good pit edge entry and exit. I actually can't. There's at least one that's wrong, either the pit entry or the exit. No track, as far as I'm aware, can seem to get it right.
On the subject of really bad pit exits, I may unlock a little bit of a memory for you, Aaron. Have you ever driven on the Legacy Charlotte Roval, like the old scan of it, before they did all the modifications to make what the Roval is today? You know that pit exit? You know Pain?
Yes.
Yeah, I remember doing it. Just flowing in the memories of that. I remember doing a Pro Mazda race around that racetrack, and bearing in mind those small little, like, black rubber bits that stick out of that concrete barrier on the outskirts of that first corner around that old version of the Charlotte Roval. The pit exits, that's pretty bad. The sticky out rubber bits that are basically made out of the matter of white dwarf stars. Very odd things going on that, but I feel like if anyone is tuning into this stream, either on the European Sports Car Championship YouTube channel or the Apex Racing TV YouTube channel, if you've got a track that you think has a good pit entry and exit, just say it in the YouTube chat. We usually like to stalk that whenever we're on the air, so that'll be a nice discussion to carry on throughout the rest of this broadcast. Less than an hour into this 4-hour-long race, the field's still in command of the NOP number 89 car that started from a pole, ran into some difficulties, however they have retaken the lead and are currently leading about 5 seconds in front of their main championship rivals of the Tri-State Racing Team. And I think before the end of this broadcast, what we're going to have to do is try and work at the championship clinching scenarios for the NOP team or the Tri-State Racing Team, but both of them at this point looking to try and tackle the first hour of this race as cleanly as they possibly can.
Well, now that the number 6 has had his drive-through and has fallen down the order, it kind of gives us a true battle between the number 12 and the 89 for that championship. And, well, our producer, Samuli Kumo, has made an actual good suggestion that I actually didn't think about, which was Laguna Seca. I would say, yeah, actually. It has a fairly good pit entry. I wouldn't say it's perfect, but it is fairly good. I think if the entry wasn't such a hairpin and it was just a little bit wider, then I'd say, yeah, it's a pretty good pit entry. But yeah, it cuts off nicely to the left. It's very rare that you get some incidents there. And then the pit exit, I would say, is good mostly. It can be a tad bit awkward. I think it would be better if they put barriers there on the outside of the pit entry, because some drivers just seem to rejoin onto the main straight for some reason. But I'd say Laguna Seca could be a good shout. I'm trying to think of any others actually that come to mind. I'm genuinely, I'm thinking my huge catalogue brain of racing knowledge and history. But while my brain goes over that, we can watch the battle for second in LMP3 as the number 5 Focus Racing car, who has been struggling ever since those opening few laps, who was right on the back of the 25, has just slowly been backing off over the course of these 50 minutes and has backed himself into the W2E Pro GP car as he now butt-clenchingly holds on to second place, but only just, as Paolo Vinicius, and that's the pressure getting to the number 5 as he goes for a cheeky spin. The only Portuguese driver in the lobby, I believe, at his home track, really struggling here at Portimao, and now drops all the way down to third. And, well, maybe he is really struggling a lot more than I thought he was.
Yeah, that was a very big moment. We've had some spins all throughout this race. These drivers really having a hard time trying to keep these cars going in a straight line. It's a tough track to be sure, and we've seen a lot of drivers go for some spins, primarily in that LMP3 category as well. I know, Aaron, you said a couple of moments ago that you don't have a whole lot of experience driving this car. I own the LMP3, and bearing in mind the fact that it has that massive blind spot to the right-hand side whereby you can see practically nothing out of it, it's also just such a woolly handler. I remember doing some laps for the broadcast of this series at Magny Cours, and I nearly just... I want to drive that car straight into a concrete barrier. I was so frustrated trying to get that LMP3 car around that racetrack. The LMP3s are tough. However, Aaron, I will say, considering that You have experience covering the Radical SR10s here on Apex Racing TV in the world of iRacing, as do I. We're all going to be part of the World Finals broadcast coming up in about a week and a half's time here on Apex Racing TV. The SR10 is kind of very similar to that LMP3 in the sense that it kind of tends a bit more towards understeer, a little bit of a woolly handler at times. However, the drivers that can really master that car seem to be on rails throughout it. So the SR10 and the LMP3, kind of similar in that regard. There's actually an SR10 driver, Dorian Lievre, who used to be a stalwart in this series. Hasn't shown up for the past few rounds. Not sure why that is the case. But he was running earlier on this season in the LMP3 category, and he was doing pretty good in those cars. Didn't grab a victory, however, he was pretty fast in what I believe was a number 98 Dynaco Racing Team entry. That was the team that he was a part of. But I think the SR10 and the LMP3 kind of have a little bit of overlap going on there in the sim. I'm not sure what it is. They are technically prototype brothers in a weird way, but I guess they're kind of like half brothers in a sense, because the SR10 just feels like more of a track day car than a prototype race car, even though there is some pretty awesome racing that goes on with those cars. So some weird overlap going on with the SR10 and the LMP3. I'm not sure if you've ever kind of felt those same sort of things that I described with the LMP3s in the SR10, Aaron, but I think there's a little bit of an overlap going on.
Well, I can tell you for sure that the biggest difference being that the Radical is made here in Britain and the LMP3 is made in France. That's all I'm going to say on the matter. And, well, to be fair, you do make a good point about the LMP3. Even though I haven't really driven it that much, I even as a Brit, who, you know, we drive on the right-hand side. Well, we have the steering wheel on the right-hand side and we drive on the left. And that's the same as it is in the LMP3. Even I can admit, for a racing car, that is stupid. And I don't understand why they've done that. And speaking of why I don't understand people have done that, the number 47 in the gravel and seems to be out of it. We could be getting a yellow here if they don't manage to get going. And yes, I've just heard the call for the four-course yellow once again. And what on earth?
That's a hardware failure.
Yep,
that has got to be a hardware failure from Christian Kampgreier in that Rising Panel Racing number 47 car going off the circuit. And you can see he was spinning the wheels there, so I guess his throttle must have stuck. Taking a look at another angle of this Rising Panel Racing team. Again, very happy about the fact they sealed the deal in that LMP3 Class Championship. 1 round to go. One-way ticket into that barrier. Gotta say, the nose on that car is incredibly tough after crashing at about 120 miles an hour. It stays on the car, so I'm not sure what in the world that is made out of. Lead, tungsten, some weird space-age material, who knows, but either way, front end of that car is seemingly very solid. As we're going to take a look at another incident involving some other LMP3 contenders. This is Steven Selby in the SC competition by TSR car, making big contact, heading down the hill. That, I believe, was a number 98 Dynaco Racing car that they made contact with. Not sure where that was. That may have been coming out of turn number 8, I believe, but either way, big amount of contact, and it nearly rolled that number 10 car in the process.
Yeah, I was thinking it was about to go over, but luckily it didn't, and I'm somewhat shocked. One as well, like you said, the strength of the front bumper in these LMP3 cars. I mean, maybe that's why it's so understeery, because the front bumper is made of lead or something, or titanium, I don't know. But it's a very strong thing. You know, like you said, 130 miles an hour straight into a wall, and well, it looks like it could do about another 3 hours of racing. But unfortunately, they seem to disagree as they towed straight back to the pits, and well, they've got some lengthy repairs coming up, and probably quite an expensive repair bill for their racing team as well. And a brief full course yellow there didn't last too long, as the Rising Panda racing car seems to be under a bit of pressure from the number 41 Delta Racing car, just piling on the pressure over these last few laps, been gaining, and I kind of get the feeling that at least within the next few laps we could see a position change for 4th place in the LMP2 category. Got a bit of a difficult exit there though on turn 3, and I was expecting him to try and go for a move into turn 5, but just with that poor exit wasn't able to do it. And now they come up to LMGT3 traffic, which should be fun to navigate through here. And it's very, very butt clenching here. As you can see there, the 46 just has to be a bit cautious on the entry to turn 8. And it's allowed the 41 to get very, very close. Maybe not close enough to go for a move. I could be proven wrong though. Is he going to look up the inside into this next corner? No. And getting very loosey on the rears. And that's something that I've never really gotten on with in the LMP2 car, is just how rearward biased the brakes are. You never really see these LMP2s locking front tyres. It will always be those rears locking. And, well, I don't know about anyone else, but I would much prefer to lock a front tyre than the rear. Because locking the fronts, oh no, I'm going to go a bit deep. Locking the rears, oh no, I'm in the wall. Yeah, there's a big difference there, but I can imagine. I do have a few people who are very, very aggressive on the brakes, and they love to run like, 40-something bias, and I can't do that. I'm a lot more progressive and a lot more easy on my brakes. I tend to be sort of somewhere in the 50s, but in this LMP2 car, you can't really run in the 50s, unfortunately, hence why I've not really ever gotten on with it. As they continue to navigate some LNGC3 traffic, and the 41 being a very patient here, as that's deep for the 46, and that's contact.
Contact!
With the 46, and I can imagine the 41 will be smart to let him back through if he wants to avoid a penalty. And yes, the 46 flashing there, I don't blame him at all, as he did go deep into that corner, but unfortunately that doesn't give the 41 the right to just barge him out the way.
I'm not sure if that screech from me got picked up on the microphone. I may get a noise complaint from my neighbors by the end of this broadcast, but that was some messy stuff coming through turn number 5. Here's another angle of that. Now the 41 trying to take as much room as he needed on that inside line, as much room as he wanted on that inside line. The 46 was off the track, however, you got some grass there, so he did not want to stay off the track. Tried merging in, the 41 really not prevailing, so I have a feeling that 41 car may be getting a drive-through or a stop-and-go penalty in the not-too-distant future as a result of that collision heading down into turn number 5. But Aaron, going back to the discussion you raised a couple of minutes ago in reference to the brake bias issue that can arise for some drivers in these LMP3 cars. For my karting days, I'm always more of a rear bias kind of guy, because I mean the karts I used to drive only had rear brakes. You can only stop on the back. It's like driving a rally car, and the only way you can slow down into the corners is just by pulling the handbrake. You bring up a very good point, though, in reference to locking the rears compared to locking the fronts. We may see the 41 yield that position to the 46. Yes, he does. That may, from race stewards, that may have been a call from the team to try and avoid some sort of penalty. Would be a little bit unfortunate if they pick up a penalty regardless of that good sportsmanship action coming out of turn number 4 down into turn number 5. Looking at that gap now between those two, about a second as it stands midway through this 36th lap of the race. Getting back to the point I was going to mention, though, in reference to locking the rears, it's a quote from Richard Hammond on Top Gear, and it's very fitting that we mentioned this at track where played host of the Holy Trinity Shootout for the first ever episode of the Grand Tour, funnily enough. But Richard Hammond said in reference to understeer versus oversteer, oversteer is best because you do not see the tree that kills you. And I think the same thing, for me at least, goes for rear locking and rear braking. I had many moments in which I locked the rears in the go-kart, and I had many moments in which I had to go home and change my pants afterwards. It's not very good whenever you have something like that happen, but even with a kart with front brakes, I used to tend to bias that thing about 70% to the rear and 30 to the front. So I don't know, maybe I'm just a masochist. Either way, I think this conversation has definitely fallen off the rails. Let's get back on subject and talk about this LMP3 fight as we're seeing those drivers start to come down pit lane.
That's honestly what happens sometimes when you're commentating. You speak about something fairly sensible, and then it just turns into yap. And there comes to a point where you just need to stop. And every commentator's been through that at least at some point in their career.
People have wanted me to stop ever since I started.
Yeah, I can relate. I mean, I don't think many people who I've told I'm doing a 5-hour broadcast today have been very happy about it, but hey ho, I don't care. I'm doing it anyway. as I enjoy this, surprisingly, sometimes.
It's like it's like a podcast at times with some racing. That's the thing. I mean, obviously we're here to talk about the racing. The racing is always exciting, but whenever we have those like small little lulls in the action, it's always nice just to have these broadcasts turn into a yap session. I think the last time we did an endurance race broadcast like this, Aaron, was for a event about a year ago, and I was on the air for like 4.5 hours, and that was the longest ever broadcast I'd done up to that point by a pretty significant margin. I think the longest I'd ever spent on the hour before then was like 2 hours or something like that, so that's a leap of faith if ever I've seen one. But these endurance race broadcasts are nice just because you got some fun stuff, talking about the racing. Occasionally you could just divulge into a complete yap session.
Yeah, I very much remember that broadcast as well, and that was actually one of the more fun broadcasts that I've done, actually. And yeah, that was the longest broadcast I'd ever done up until that point, and I think it still is, and I think today will match that, as I spent about 4.5 hours on the air as well. As by the way, you know, well, we are still racing. Don't know if you guys have noticed, we're still here at Portimao. The number 25 LMP3 car coming into the pit lane, as well as a Mustang in the background. That's the number 16 Work Sim Racing car as well. Looks like it's going to be a driver swap as well for the lead. Oh, pardon. Oh my God. Pardon me. As the LMP3 leader is changing drivers as well. And I'd be very surprised if some guys were able to do this entire 4-hour race. As doing a 4-hour stint, yeah, not ideal. As the number 98 car has a drive-through penalty for a full course yellow speeding violation. That's the Dynaco Racing Team car, who's currently 3 laps down. And I don't think him serving a drive-through is going to shake up the pack too much. But it looks like the LMP3s are all coming in for their pit stops now.
Yeah, so that's a pretty common penalty, I will say, in this series. We've seen a lot of drivers pick up some full course yellow speed violation penalties all throughout the season. Looks like that trend is very much going to continue in the final race of this season. Still got some pit stops going on. The Title Motorsports team leading the LMGT3 class have come in for their first stops. These LMGT3 contenders, usually the last to come into the pits, the LMP2s being the first, and the LMP3s. It's wild, the LMP3s. They can either come in right after the LMP2s or stay out just about as long as the LMGT3s. But it looks like Title Motorsports coming in has sent their rivals, the Red Stecker Porta Corsa team, into the pits as well. As it stands at the moment, with them finishing in front of Work Sim Racing, if it were remain the same that it is at the moment in the next 3 hours between now and the checkered flag, this would be the championship for the number 73 team. However, it may not be the race victory if this Title Motorsports team has anything to say about it. Diego Rodriguez now behind the wheel of the number 91 car, seizing command of that car 1 hour and 4 minutes into this 4-hour-long race, as we're seeing some more LMP3 contenders come out of the pits. Gotta say, Delta V Racing extending that gap. They have been incredibly dominant at this point. 55 seconds in front of this team, the W2 ePro GP team. So, looking like LMP3 going to continue to be the case, as it occasionally is in real life and in the sim as well. Maybe it's down to the level of attrition. Maybe it's down to the incident that we saw at the very beginning, which could be part of the reason why there's only 3 LMP3 cars on the class lead lap. But nevertheless, class is pretty spread out at the moment. Looking pretty good for Delta V Racing.
Honestly, this is just what tends to happen in endurance racing. It kind of just spreads out in the middle of the race, and then magically towards the end, it all just evens out again. It just tends to happen. And it's the magic of endurance racing, and you're very, very lucky if you get a full endurance race that's just pure action all the time. And I'm trying to think, actually, of, in real life anyway, some sort of, races that have been like that, as that is the number 5 there. They're getting lapped by one of the LMP2s, but I think the one that I can think of actually was Le Mans last year in 2023. I think that was the first Le Mans that I had actually watched from start to finish, because it was that good. There was just something happening all of the time. I think Le Mans this year as well was quite good, but I mean 2023 Le Mans, it's genuinely one of the few 24-hour races that I would actually be willing to go back and watch in full, because something was happening pretty much all of the time. The only thing about that race I didn't like was the full course yellows lasted forever. I think we had about 3 or 4 in that race, and all of them lasted like nearly an hour. So, you know, it's basically just a 20-hour race at that point. But the weather in that race was absolutely mental. It was wet, dry, wet, dry, wet, dry the entire time. Toyota, who had been dominant the entire season, finally had a slip up, and that's the number 10 car in LMP3 going for a spin. I don't think that was with contact with anyone else, and I think he'll get away with that when we can take a quick replay at what did happen to the SC competition by TSR car, and it looks to be all by himself. That's, I think, just a lapse in concentration there, and good thing the gravel physics are now in iRacing and he didn't just go straight into the wall. Yeah, go back to the point I was saying. Anyone that hasn't watched 2023 Le Mans, I would at least recommend watching the highlights. Was a very, very good race.
See, I feel like I am really in no position to comment on that any further, for the simple sake that here stateside, we have never really had any like major broadcast of the 24 Hours of Le Mans. Well, one that's actually like free, because as much as I'm a big fan of racing, I am not going to spend like a whole lot of money on a WEC TV subscription. Although, actually, I say that. I certainly won't rule it out, because the World Endurance Championship, I mean, just multi-class sports car racing, period, is always awesome. I love watching IMSA. Always make it a tradition to tune into the 24 Hours of Daytona every single January. We'll probably continue that tradition, even though I may have to re-up my Peacock subscription to be able to watch that race in full. But I didn't realize that there was a like American broadcast of the 24 Hours of Le Mans until like, I guess it was probably about 8 hours into this year's running back in June, as we see the number 10 SC competition by TSR LMP3 car go off the track yet again. That time heading into turn number, I believe that was turn number 11. There we go. It's hard to try and keep track with all the corners that we have around this racetrack. I don't know about you, Aaron. I know you did an SR10 broadcast here a couple of weeks ago, but this is the first time I've ever done a broadcast around this racetrack, so it's a little bit hard. Still trying to get my bearings straight in terms of where the corners are and what the corners are numbered and all of that stuff. It feels like middle sector of this lap sort of feels like purgatory if you're not a fan of this racetrack, and it kind of feels like all the corners are repeating themselves in a very odd way. But repeating myself again and talking about the Le Mans broadcast debacle, so to speak, I only realized 8 hours into this year's running that Motor Trend here stateside has broadcasted the 24 Hours of Le Mans, so didn't get to see too much of this year's race, and that was the first time I was able to tune into a Le Mans 24 broadcast ever, as we see a big sideways snap from the number 10 car heading through turn number 4, well held from Christian Sherrod behind the wheel of that SC competition by TSR LMP3 car. Certainly got a handful at the moment. He is 2 laps down, running 4th at the moment in the LMP3 category. I'm not sure if there's some like withheld damage on that race car that I've not gotten a chance to repair in the early stages of this race. You can see him sawing at the wheel though, heading into turn number 7. Something's got to be awry with that race car, because that thing is looking like it's handling like a lubed up bag full of a bunch of mango pulp.
Interesting analogy, but yeah, I mean, it does just look a bit, I don't know, it does look like Christian Sherrod is also struggling here at Portimao, just a tiny bit, as that's very deep into that corner, and I don't know if anything's wrong with the car. I hate to say it, but I think it's there might be something wrong with the squishy bit in the middle, but as I don't know if he's feeling okay. I'm not quite sure, as we've got a battle here for second in the LMGT3 after the 73 had to serve his penalty. He is slowly coming back up as he goes into second, and can he now, over the next 2 hours and 50 minutes, can he catch up to the Tidal Motorsports car once again and hopefully avoid any penalty issues this time round? But just going back to the number 10, I am somewhat concerned because it does just look like he's struggling to get the hang of this LMP3 car. I don't know if there genuinely is an issue, if there is some damage or maybe some hardware issues, but I do think he is just struggling here. He's driving very odd. That's kind of how I can describe it in the nicest way possible. And I don't know if you feel the same, wrong, but there's definitely something awry here.
Yeah, I feel like something is definitely wrong with this race car. Whether or not there's some damage on it or whether it's just a sheer lack of confidence remains to be determined. Gotta say, the SE Competition by TSR team, we've primarily seen them running the number 2 in the LMGT3 category behind the wheel of that Corvette. That car is no longer running with us this season, but the number 10 in LMP3 is. That car is looking like it is handling absolutely foul, as it looks like the NOP car still leading this race in the LMP2. Gets by him, but this SC Competition by TSR number 10 LMP3 car just riding on board. It feels very uncomfortable. It feels like I'm being electrocuted looking at this car. It's so ill handling. I'm not even sure what in the world is going on with it, whether it's a matter of tires, whether there's some damage on this race car. Something is definitely awry here, that is for certain. I mean, it stands to reason that some drivers can be unconfident about the way this racetrack is because it's a newer one on the iRacing platform, only introduced a couple of seasons ago, so not a lot of people have experience with it. As another spin hang through turn number 1, that SE Competition by TSR LMP3 car. Handling, as I said a couple of moments ago, and I will continue to repeat this despite the fact the comment was very strange and caused me to laugh right after I said it. That car really is driving like a 10-pound bag lubed up full of mango pulp. I don't think there's any other way to describe it. It's sliding around the racetrack like it's going ass style. That car just looks absolutely evil, so I'm not sure what's going on there, whether it's some damage at the stars, whether those tires are overheating, not up to temperature. I have a feeling it would be a little bit easy to overheat the tires rather than underheat them, considering the track temperature is currently still at about 80 degrees Fahrenheit, 70 degrees ambient. There you can see with the weather graphic that we have right now. But whether it's overheating tires or that car just being absolutely evil, either way, seeing this SE Competition TSR car drive around this racetrack lap after lap just makes me uncomfortable looking at it from my perspective in the commentary booth.
Yep, and there's another incident, and it's somewhat getting to the point where, and I do hate to say it, but I mean, if I was a racing steward, I would be a little bit concerned watching the number 10 going around, because it doesn't look like he has any damage, and it does just look like Christian either has never driven this track before, or this car. He just looks so unconfident and doesn't really know the track layout. It doesn't really know where to brake or whatnot. And as an experienced racing driver myself, I can kind of tell when a driver, is having those issues. And it does definitely look like Christian is having those right now. And over the last few laps, he has spun a fair amount of times, and the stewards might have to start thinking, he could pose a danger to other drivers around him as well. And, well, if I am correct in saying that he hasn't driven this car or track before, or both, then maybe just give him a few laps to get up to speed and he'll be fine. But, I mean, Christian's not an idiot, clearly. He's got nearly 3k iRacing, so there's clearly nothing wrong with the driver, but something just is wrong. And it is somewhat concerning, and you do have to worry about other drivers' races as well in this race. And maybe the stewards are thinking about something, I'm not sure, but yeah, just something you have to think about, as it's definitely something they'd be thinking about in real life. I can definitely be sure of that.
Yeah, honestly, Aaron, I think it stands to reason that there may be a bit of inexperience behind the wheel of that number 10 SC Competition by TSR LMP3 car, because looking through Christian was not in the car during practice or qualifying for that matter, which is really saying something. Qualifying, a little bit of a different case. It's a 40-minute long session split up into separate groups for all the different race cars to go out there on the track and have a bit more patience when it comes to trying to get some lap times. But in the 1 hour and 20-minute long practice session that preceded today's broadcast, no time at all behind the wheel. That just seems like a recipe for disaster. In terms of lap times, it's not too bad for that number 10 car, but sawing at the wheel constantly means that he is on edge all the time, and whenever you have to deal with a little bit of lap traffic, fear is not your friend. So that could be a storyline that we have to touch on throughout the rest of this stint. However long he spends in that race car, we've seen this in the past with some of these teams getting the driver swap, the first one done out of the way by the first or second pit stop, and then come time for the end of the race, they really put their gunner into that race car. We saw the split strategy with the drivers in the LMP2 category, some of them going for some driver swaps, others not, as we see a side-by-side fight involving Julian Becerra in that Simatech Sensations number 20 car, going side-by-side with Samuel Miller in the Work Sim Racing number 6, still side-by-side on corner exit, heading up the hill through turn number 6, down into 7. Now, looks like it's going to be an unsuccessful challenge from that number 6 car, running 8th at the moment in the LMP2 category, losing out on some time. They picked up a penalty, and ever since then things have kind of unraveled in terms of their chances of winning in this race. Getting back to the point I was going to mention involving the front runners in the LMP2 category, saw that split call in terms of who to do a driver swap, as we see a spin for Chris Cadets in that number 21 Tri-State Racing LMP3 car. These LMP3 cars, I don't know what it is, Aaron, but they just seem to be handling absolutely horrendous in this race. We've seen a lot of them go off the circuit. Most of them got caught up in that opening lap drama, so maybe a little bit of damage on these race cars remains to be determined, but nevertheless, the LMP3s looking absolutely evil.
Well, it was something you mentioned earlier on, and before I talk about that, penalty for the number 30 car for a full course yellow, speeding violation, and he will have to serve a drive-through. Well, immediately, probably. I imagine most drivers just serve these penalties instantly, as the number 10 is coming in for a pit stop, and we will take a look and see if it will be a driver swap or just a scheduled pit stop for Christian Sherrard. As is he exiting the pits? Oh, actually, thinking about it, he might have reached the incident limit already, considering how many times he's been off the track.
Yeah, and there's a black flag next to his name as well, so the SC competition by TSR car. This is not a good sign, the fact that you're already getting your first drive-through penalty for 20 incident points 1 hour and 18 and a half minutes into a 4-hour long race. You got a driver who's clearly uncomfortable with the way that race car is driving. Currently about to get lapped another time. That, I believe, is Delta V Racing number 25 car that they're going side by side with, putting the SC competition by TSR at number 10 car down another lap, currently 3 laps down in that LMP3 category. That is a bad sign to have a drive-through penalty so early on into this race. Just barely over the 1 hour mark. Haven't even hit the hour 20 mark in this race, so to already have a drive-through penalty your way. Not very encouraging. Thankfully, they do not have a disqualification limit. However, that number 10 car is certainly going to be in for a world of hurt. Already in for a world of hurt. 3 laps down is a massive margin. I doubt very highly they will be clawing that back. You could probably put Senna in that thing, and they would not claw back from that deficit, as they nearly went off the circuit again. That was heading through turn number 11. Saw them run wide. Something is ill with that race car, and I think, a 4th place run isn't too bad. If they come down pit lane to try and repair that damage that may possibly be on that race car, they would be losing out on some more positions. At this point in time, it's more so just damage control. Maybe my perspective's a little bit different here in the commentary booth, but I have a feeling that for that team, if there is some damage, just come in and repair it, because you're going to be doing more harm than good.
Yeah, I definitely would agree with you. If there is damage that is causing these issues, then yeah, you would definitely say come in and fix them. Otherwise, you'll be doing, what he was doing and spinning 2 or 3 times per lap, which is not good for your tyres, your mental stability, or your safety rating. But luckily, these guys don't have to worry about their safety rating this race, at least. but they definitely still have to worry about those penalties. And the number 10 is the first man, I believe, to hit that incident limit. And I don't think he'll be the last. I do think it will be a bit of a struggle today. The off-tracks are quite punishing. 4 hours with only 20 incident limits is a bit harsh, but I fully understand why they do that. It's just to promote some better, cleaner racing and to force people to stick to the lines and not abuse them. So no complaints there at all. And I suspect that most of the GT3s, I don't think will get the incident limit. I think LMP3s will because, well, not because of off-tracks, more for contact by the looks of it. And the LMP2s, I think, will struggle with those track limits just purely off the nature of how high speed they run into all of these corners. They have to push the limits into turn 1 on the exits of turn 11, turn 14 as well. And of course, they still have contacts and spins to worry about. So this is the thing with endurance racing. There is so much you have to think about, so much on the mind, and yet you have to stay cool, calm, and collected throughout all of it, just to have a chance, a sniff, a whiff, a podium, or even a win.
Yeah, that's the thing with these races. You really got to keep your nose to the grindstone because a small little moment can spell absolute disaster. And despite the fact that a 4-hour-long race may seem a bit daunting, a couple of seconds lost towards the beginning could snowball into a disaster. Looking at this, though, 3 wide coming onto the start-finish straightaway. Ryan Ware in the number 46 Rising Panda racing car trying to get a move done. That's a World of Sim Racing. Actually, no, that's not the World of Sim Racing car. That's a Delta racing car that he's going side by side with. You can see Mario Capalucci in the number 11 car, my apologies, in the midst of that battle as well. Actually, my apologies, that's Kyle Allen behind the wheel of the number 11 car. So driver swap happening for Vision 1 Motorsports during that first pit cycle. Now Kyle Allen behind the wheel of that race car found himself in the midst of an absolute hornet's nest a couple of moments ago, heading down that start-finish straightaway as we see the Work Sim Racing number 6 car in that LMP2 category come into the pits. So seeing another round of pit stops begin for these LMP2 contenders, the 6 being joined with the 51 and the 30. So seeing a second round of pit stops begin here in the LMP2 class. Let's see, it's looking pretty good for the number 51 car. They're out and away. The 6, on the other hand, they are still stopped. So looking like things are going to go from bad to worse for the number 6 team. 51, on the other hand, looking at the time that they spent down pit lane a couple of moments ago, that was pretty quick to some of their competitors. Lenaway still... Actually, Lenaway getting back behind the wheel of that number 6 car after a brief driver swap. Looks like it's going to be actually pretty even keel between those two. So the 51 just being able to jump in front of Lenaway and that number 6 Work Sim Racing LMP2 car as he goes off the circuit, dealing with the cold tires around this racetrack. Cold tires just a fate worse than death.
Yeah, cold tires on a high-speed track in these higher downforce cars is deadly. And anyone who's driven those GTPs know exactly what I'm talking about. You really do have to be oh so careful. Just anywhere you go, out of the traction zones, especially in those medium to high speed corners, it is just so tricky. But you have to lean into it, just be patient and give those tyres about, 2 to 4 laps to just get up to temperature, get in their normal operating window, and you'll be right as rain and setting new fastest laps if you're doing it right. So that's the thing. Another thing with endurance racing is those tyres. It's just about their safety in those opening laps. And anyone who has done endurance racing, even just 1 or 2 races, and has had to drive a car on fresh rubber, you know exactly what I'm on about. You just have to give yourself a few laps to just get into the groove of things, get back out there, and, not push those tyres way too much, because luckily, I don't think iRacing's tyre degradation system is as, in-depth as in real life, so you can, sort of push the tyres at the start of a stint, but, in real life, if you did that, you'd be punished heavily. The tyres at the end would be dead if you did that. I think in iRacing it's somewhat realistic in that sense, but you can push them a little bit more than you would be allowed to in real life. And also we are as most of you with eyes have, have probably noticed, we're getting towards the second round of pit stops for the LMP2s as well. Your 89 NOP leader came in for his pit stop. He's nearly finished with his as the 46 Rising Panda racing car chose to come into the pits. The 41, though, choosing to go another lap, so maybe he's been a tad bit better on fuel than some of his competitors. And if so, fair play, he could actually... yeah, I mean, it's the 41 versus the 46 at this point, so maybe we could see some swapsies in positions between those two. As the 43 as well, another driver coming in to the pits. And something as well that that's just occurred to me. I'm really surprised how long the LMP3s can go on their pit stop. I think they can go about an hour by the looks of it, which is nuts compared to the LMP2s, which seem to do around 40 to about 44 minutes. And I think the LMGT3s are just a little bit over that, maybe, but it's quite difficult to tell. I think the LMGT3s can go maybe about 50 minutes to an hour as well, but I'm surprised the LMP3s can go that long.
Yeah, the LMP3s are an absolute enigma in the world of iRacing, if I'm being completely honest. The amount of strange things I've seen from those cars, and just, I think to myself, wait, what? That's really what it comes to when it comes to these pit stops as well with those race cars. The LMP2s, a bit more cut and dry in terms of how long they can spend out there on the racetrack. Anywhere between about 35 minutes would probably be the earliest that we see some pit stops. Certainly was the case for the first round of pit stops, because that was about when we saw the first drivers come down pit lane. But then from there, probably about 35 to 55 minutes. It's just about the longest you could stretch a tank of gas in these LMP2 race cars. But we saw an interesting call from the, at one point, race leader, will soon to be, once again, race leader of NOP, as they've now overtaken Delta Racing, who have finally come in for their second stop. Saw them running in fourth gear coming down pit lane. That car now being driven by, oh boy, Olivier Vigisju. I probably absolutely killed that pronunciation. I apologize for that if that was absolutely terrible. I remember, I may have gotten it right a couple of weeks ago, but my brain is an absolute enigma, much like the other pitch strategies for the LMP3 runners, so occasionally it could just completely slip out of my mind. But nevertheless, I saw the NOP car that was at the time being driven by Michael Sundstrom running down the pits in fourth gear, and that shows to me, Aaron, that I feel like these drivers are gonna try some fuel-saving strategies.
Yes, potentially. I'm surprised none of them have done the cheeky pit lane strategy, where you dump the car into the pit lane, put on the pit limiter, wait until you've actually gotten up to that speed, and then just let off the pit limiter and then go about 1 kilometer over. And for some reason, iRacing doesn't punish you. I don't know why they haven't fixed that, but it's something that's still being exploited almost every single time I go racing and there's a pit stop. It's always what the top drivers are doing, and I mean, fair play. It's an advantage that gains you about half a second, maybe more, in the pits if you use it correctly. And maybe some drivers might be using it, and we just haven't seen that yet today. But it is something that I'm a little bit surprised iRacing hasn't fixed yet. But maybe in the 2025 Season 1 update, they might have heard my prayers, and they might finally choose to fix that little... I don't know if it's a bug or an exploit. I mean, I guess an exploit and a bug are somewhat of the same thing, but yeah, just another one of iRacing's many quirks. But hey, I guess that's why iRacing is just... I was about to say better or more fun, which, I mean, it is, than a lot of other races out there. But it has its own quirks. And where on earth did that LMP2 just go?
Yeah, that was a pretty big overshoot from Kyle Allen behind the wheel of that Division 1 Motorsports number 11 car. Saw him on the opposite end of that curb heading down into turn number 13. I just about assumed that he was going to go off the circuit and glad at Dustin's team. And there is the replay. You can see that wheel getting yanked around like it's going out of style there. So that curb, you can see it just based off the fact that he kind of got stuck on that curb heading down into turn number 13, that even the seemingly like just totally fine flat curbs around here can really wreck your chances. And also based off the fact he was kind of at a point in the road where the runoff area falls away, the racetrack's still there, he just kind of beached it, and it was like a skateboard move from Kyle Allen heading down into turn number 13. So some odd things going on during this race thus far. But anyways, getting back to the point that you were mentioning there, Aaron, in reference to how these drivers are going to go about this race. I think the main thing that we need to keep in mind in terms of what these drivers are going to do is just trying to make it to the halfway mark, because we haven't even hit that, but these drivers are already looking forward to see how exactly they're going to tackle the rest of this race based off the drama that we had, especially on lap 1, mainly in that LMP3 field. I'm curious as to whether these drivers are like, hey, look, to just whittle the laps away. We have 56 on the board, haven't even hit the halfway mark of this 4-hour-long race. I have a feeling as much as these drivers are going to maybe go for some moves on each other and occasionally have some moments where they spin out, I think these drivers have finally reached the point where they're starting to settle down a little bit.
Yeah, I think I'd agree. I think a lot of these guys are just trying to settle into a bit of a rhythm now. I do say most, because the 41 clearly hasn't caught on to that memo, and is trying to overtake the number 20 Simitok Sensations car for 6th place. So the 41 did have a bit of an iffy pit stop there. He has lost a bit of time to the 46 who he was racing with, and has just fallen back into the clutches of the likes of the number 20 and the number 6 as well, who he's lost out to. So got a bit of work to do during this stint to gain those places back and try and catch up to the Rising Panda racing car again and continue his hard-fought battle for 4th place. And never mind. That's not going to do him any favours, going for a huge overshoot there at turn 11. And I didn't really see what happened there. It looked like he just got a bit of rear locking on entry, I think. We'll definitely have to take a look at what happened, but we just cut to the next camera shot and he was in the graphics.
Yeah, so the commentator's jinx seemingly striking the number 41 team. As we take a look at a replay of this incident, you can see hang through one of the fastest sections of this racetrack. Heading through the braking zone now, hits that curb on the inside and takes a one-way trip to the outskirts of the corner. Those killer curbs, Aaron, we've talked about them so much throughout this broadcast. Those curbs on the inside, I can't even call them curbs. They're more so like urban plateaus. You hit those and you just get yanked up into the air like a puppet more than anything else. Yeah, that sort of stuff happen. It's not the first time we've seen it thus far in this race. Certainly won't be the last. As a Mustang battle hang down into turn number 1, the VR Racing number 29 car getting moved on the Work Sim Racing number 16. So Mustang v Mustang fight for the final podium spot in that LMGT3 category, which is slowly getting vacuum sealed back together. It was about 30 seconds not terribly long ago between the Title Motorsports number 91 Porsche and the Restec Reporter Corsa number 73 Mercedes running first and second still in the LMGT3 class. It's now about 15 seconds, and I mean, we're not going to see them go side by side for the time being. However, may end up seeing a fight between those two here in the not too distant future.
Yep, I definitely think so as well. And yeah, I was noticing that as well. That's a bit of a dive there from one of the P2s up the inside though, and I managed to get that one done cleanly. That's the number 30 there, making his way through the two big boys, the Mustangs, who are basically the meme GT3, both in iRacing and in real life. They are absolute chonksters. I mean, we thought the M4 GT3 was a chonkster, and then along comes the Mustang. I mean, what do you expect from, you know, a big American muscle car turned into a GT3? It's just exactly. It's just one big heavy boy, and it didn't do too great in real life, and it doesn't seem to be a very popular choice in iRacing either, by the looks of it.
Yeah, I think that Mustang, I remember speaking with one of our esteemed Apex Racing TV colleagues, Mr. Charles Michel, who I believe is the manager of of Olympus Esports, and he was telling me that just based off the experience that some of his drivers had in reference to this Mustang, when it first was launched on iRacing, it was not a very good handler. So maybe that Mustang continuing to be a little bit of a woolly car to handle, especially around a racetrack like this. Gotta say, outside of the ResTech Report, of course, at number 73 car, Mustang has scored a victory thus far this season, all the way it was back in June for the season opener at Barcelona, and albeit there was very odd circumstances that surrounded that victory, with some drivers getting penalties towards the end, and the number 16 Work Sim Racing Mustang inheriting the victory as a result of that. Corbin Lenaway at that point was behind the wheel of this number 16 Work Sim Racing Mustang, as we've talked about throughout this show so far. He's now moved on to the number 6 in LMP2, and they've put on a pretty rousing recovery drive, it must be said. They're running in the 5th position at the moment, 44.5 seconds back of the NOP car, which is still leading this race, 13 seconds in front of their main championship rivals of Tri-State Racing. But Work Sim Racing seeming to be on a little bit of a recovery drive at this point. I don't think they will get involved in the fight for the win unless we have some major yellow flag periods and a big shakeup between now and the end of this race. But still a pretty honorable drive from Lenaway, trying to wheel that thing back to the front.
Yeah, it's been quite a decent recovery drive from him, but in terms of actual, gap to the race leader, he hasn't really gained anything. In fact, he's lost quite a lot of time. I think when he initially served his drive-through, he was about 25, 28 seconds behind, so over the last, I think it's about an hour since that happened. He has lost a bit of time, and that just comes with just being further back in the field, making your way through traffic both in your class and out of it. So I don't think he'll be fighting for a victory, but, depending on what happens over the next 2 hours and 30 minutes, you never know. He could still end up on the podium and end the season off on a high. But at the moment, the 89 NOP car seems fairly unchallenged, and this could be a very, very good end to the season for the NOP car, as the 52 Revolution eRacing car in LMP2 comes into the pits. I believe this is a scheduled stop. I haven't seen any penalties for him, unless he's hit the incident limits somehow. I will quickly try and have a look in iRacing to see if he has a black flag. He does have a black flag. So yeah, he's hit the incident limit.
Yeah, this is the second time that we've seen a driver get hit with a iRacing issued drive-through penalty. And speaking of a drive-through penalty, I just saw this go through. The number 89 car picking up a drive-through penalty, full course yellow speed violation. Ooh. The NOP team leading this race. Yeah, you jinxed him, Aaron. You are exactly right. I mean, I say that as if I am any better, but nevertheless, NOP having to get hit with a drive-through penalty, and that is going to sting. That 12-second gap they have between themselves and Tri-State Racing, that's going to be obliterated. That will be gone. So this is going to be a hard-fought fight between these two. And again, this has championship implications as well, because NOP and Tri-State Racing entering this race separated by 7 points, leading towards the way of Tri-State Racing. Those two are the only ones battling for that LMP2 championship. And looking in terms of the way the points are given out in this race, as it stands at the moment, it would be a tie between these two. A tiebreaker that I believe would go the way of NOP on the count of the fact that they both have one win entering this race, and if NOP scores the victory, which is going to be a little bit tougher for them to do since they have to serve that drive-through penalty, the tiebreaker would go the way, I believe, of the NOP number 89 team. However, this drive-through penalty is going to hurt their chances. They're going to drop down, I think, just based off about 30-ish seconds spent down pit lane, as we've seen thus far with some of the drivers. They would still be running in a podium position behind the World of Sim Racing Team number 51 car in third at the moment. However, that's still going to be a big hill for them to try and climb. Self-inflicted as well, another full course yellow speed violation penalty. It's not the first time we've seen that thus far in this race. Certainly not the first time we've seen it thus far this season. It may not be the last either, but nevertheless, a penalty coming at possibly the worst time for the number 89 team. Let's see if they serve it this time by.
I can imagine they probably will, and yes, they do choose to do so, and being a lot more tentative on the pit entry than we've seen a couple other drivers do this time round. But It will be the number 12 Tri-State Racing car who will inherit the lead. But the concern for the number 89 is, can they hold on to second place coming out of the pitch? You do tend to lose about 20 to 25 seconds doing these drive-throughs, so it could be extremely close with the NOP and World of Sim Racing team coming out of the pits. And well, there you go, there's the 51 flying on by, and it's a lot less close than I thought it would be, I'll be honest. So actually it looks like you lose about 30 seconds serving your drive-through. I thought it was a little bit less than that, but fair enough. Yeah, total time spent in the pits was about 33 seconds there. So, oh, that's a huge amount of time that he's just had to give it up, considering he had a big lead. It was about 15 seconds, then 25 to third place. And all he needs to do now is just keep his head down. Don't get frustrated. Don't let the feelings get to you, because it's so easy to do that as a driver. The emotions take a hold, and then you drive worse because of it. You might make a mistake, you might get another penalty, and he just needs to keep his head down, make sure he doesn't get any more penalties, no more incidents. And he still, judging by the pace we've seen from him so far this race, he still has a very, very good chance of winning this race.
Yeah, certainly cannot rule it out in the slightest. In the past with NOP, it's been kind of a tale of their two drivers. We're following the man who's currently behind the wheel of this car at the moment, Olivier Vigisjou. I probably butchered that pronunciation yet again, second time of asking. We may have to ask him in a post-race interview at the end of this broadcast what the correct pronunciation is, so I can stop from embarrassing myself throughout the rest of the show. But nevertheless, a driver currently behind the wheel of the 89 car. It's kind of mean for me to say this, but in the past, especially at Imola, he was kind of playing second fiddle to Michael Sundstrom. Both of them are very fast, do not get me wrong, in terms of the times that they've set thus far in this race. Fairly evenly matched between the two of them. It's been kind of tit for tat in terms of the lap times they have been setting. Sundstrom certainly proving to be the quicker of the two, as Olivier's fastest time is currently at a 1 minute 33.756 compared to Michael Sundstrom's fastest lap in this car being about 0.4 of a second quicker, a little bit over that for that matter. But nevertheless, still fairly evenly matched. I think this is the most evenly matched these two have been in this NOP car all season long. Certainly considering the championship implications that this race has and the chance they had entering this race, trying to get a bit more practice, even up that pace differential, whereby even having your second driver behind the wheel of that race car, it doesn't sting too much. That lap traffic encounter certainly will, though, as at number 4, that was a very sketchy moment heading up the hill through into turn number 11. That right there was the number 4 car, the BMW, currently being driven by Joao Delgado. So we see a spin for the VR Racing number 29 car being driven by Connor Swain. That, I believe, is coming out of turn number 11, and we're going to have to take a look at a replay to see what caused this smoke show in the Mustang.
Yeah, looks like that's up at turn 11, and all that was contact behind from the number 16. And, well, that's a slam dunk penalty as well if I've ever seen one in my life. And I think Dino will probably be feeling like a bit of a silly man after doing that, as I think he just completely misjudged his braking, and a little bit hairy there, and a slight mistake on entry, and that's cost him massively. And it will be very much beneficial if he just lets him back pass, and he does. So
there we go.
I think he'll get away with a penalty, I think, for that. Very sportsmanlike, and these two have been battling pretty much the entire race so far, and you'd hate to see it end in such a heinous way. So good on the number 16 for letting him back pass.
And well done on that prediction there, Nostradamus. Really nice to be on the air with you here today. Swain with a nice drift hang through turn number 4. Hit that curb slightly. That curb on corner exit, hit that the wrong way. Some of these curbs, you just look at them the wrong way, you can be in a lot of trouble. But hitting that curb in the wrong way, it spin your car around like a top. But Swain keeping that thing going in a straight line, running at third at the moment in the LMGT3 category. About to come up to turn number 11 in a couple of moments' time, and honestly, I have to say I'm with you there, Aaron, in terms of that incident between those two. Looked like the Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang just bit off a little bit more than they could chew, let them by, and actually gave themselves a little bit of front-end damage, as I saw with that camera shot as they were coming out of turn number 8. over the hill through turn 9 now. Got some traffic they're having to deal with as well. The Delta Racing number 41 LMP2 car getting by the both of those Mustangs. Only running 3rd and 4th. This is a battle for the final podium position in the LMGT3 category as the front two have continued to check out. It's now only 11.5 seconds between the Title Motorsports number 91 Porsche leading this race and the Rennsport Reporter Corsa number 73 Mercedes, looking to cap off the season with their 4th victory and a championship crown to boot. They're slowly whittling away at the gap. They're not taking huge chomps out of it. They're not a bear taking a bite out of a steak. It's more so someone working on your nails and just slowly filing away at them. That gap hasn't been careening down. However, it has been slowly but surely whittling its way down. I'm curious in terms of lap times what they have been setting at the front of that LMGT3 class, because it looks like the Rennsport Reporter Corsa number 73 team, again, not whittling away at it too much lap after lap, but just slowly shaving off a tenth a second, a half a tenth of a second, slowly whittling that gap away. But it seems to be working thus far as they're slowly reeling them in.
Yeah, you wouldn't really be surprised if towards the end, probably of the next stint, I would predict that he starts to really pile on the pressure on the 91. And well, who knows, maybe the 91 is just taking it really easy for the time being, fuel saving and tyre saving a lot more than he would usually to kind of gain even more of an advantage. Is a bit of an awkward overtake there for the 6 on the 73, but I mean, who knows? We'll just have to wait and see what the positions are like in well, about an hour's time. I'd say about the 3-hour mark is when I'd expect to see these guys getting closer to each other, and I kind of think it's the same in LMP2. I think around the 3-hour mark and just after is when we'll see probably the top 5 start to close in once again, and especially the top 3 I think will all bunch up with one another. I think the NOP 89 will get past the 51, and then he'll kind of carry the 51 along with him all the way up to the number 12 again, and then we could have a 3-way fight for the lead of the race. I'm not sure what the 46 and the number 6 will be able to do in that time. If they can pile on some laps, maybe we might get some full course yellows that will throw a spanner in the mix. But in this middle part of the race, you don't really tend to see too many yellows, purely because everyone's just kind of in their groove. They've got their head down and they're just focusing on fuel saving and, you know, all that boring stuff.
Yeah, just slowly whittling away at the time, whittling away at the laps, letting the race pass by you as quickly as you can. That's a big thing as well when it comes to these races, is like burnout for these drivers, being like, oh god, we've got 4 hours of racing to try and slug through. Even if you're locked steady in some very close fights, it can be difficult to try and just stay in the right headspace throughout all of that time to try and be like, hey, look, I'm here to win, I'm here to race, and not get distracted at all. So that could be a big thing that we have to keep in mind in terms of these drivers. One team that's certainly having a very boring day at the moment is the Delta V Racing number 25 team, which is still leading it in the LMP3 class, 1 minute and 35 seconds in front of the W2 ePro GP team. It's actually finding themselves in not a fight at the moment. However, the gap between themselves and the Focus Racing 5 is certainly close, about 4 seconds, as we're seeing some of these LMP2 contenders deal with the number 25 leading in the LMP3 category. Actually coming up to lap some of these racers is that Delta V car. Just got past the Focus Racing 5 to put them a lap down. Slowly but surely coming up to the number 92 W2 ePro GP team as well. So Delta V Racing really kicking on the Hyperjets at the final race of this season. Slowly approaching that halfway mark, but it's looking very good for them in the LMP3 category as we're seeing these LMP2 racers deal with the traffic. And I gotta say, NOP getting caught out a teeny tiny bit. Now it's about 1.3 seconds within themselves and the World of Sim Racing team in second.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait for the inevitable to happen, for the NOP car to get through all of this traffic, and then it will be a real dogfight between those two for second place. And well, how aggressive are you going to be at this middle point in the race? Are you going to defend for your life for that second place, or are you going to think a bit better of it? Just let him go and just take the podium as is. And, well, we'll just wait and see for that to happen as we slowly navigate this LMP3 field as the NOP car getting the bad side of the coin in terms of lap traffic and losing out there about a second in turn 1 to the number 51. And that's one of the more frustrating things about multi-class racing is you can be as quick as you like, but if you get unlucky with those lapped cars, it will really, really hurt you. And I mean, you can be quicker than anyone else in the field by about half a second, but if you get the worst possible luck with those lapped cars, it's the most frustrating, annoying thing as a driver. It's almost like having reliability issues. As yeah, there's the penalty for the number 16 that we saw earlier on when he tagged the Mustang. I'm surprised they gave him a penalty, to be fair, considering he let him back through. But clearly they still want to send a message that, you know, don't hit your fellow competitors, which I guess is fair enough. But it just means that we're probably not going to see the two Mustangs going wheel to wheel for the rest of the race, which is a bit sad.
Yeah, it is slightly unfortunate. I gotta say, though, we are slowly approaching the second round of pit stops for these LMGT3 contenders. Probably gonna see them come down pit lane in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Certainly going to see that number 16 car come into the pits next time by to serve that drive-through penalty. In my past experience doing some race control and seeing incidents like that, even if the driver who kind of causes that incident loses out a whole lot of time, you still gotta send a message being like, hey, even if you try and yield that position, you gotta put your foot down and be like, hey, look, that is not going to slide. So I think that could be part of the reason why Race Controls made that call to penalize the Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang. Looking not very good for them to grab their second victory on this season. That would be a good way for them to start and end the season. Start in Victory Lane at Barcelona, end the season off here at Portimao in Victory Lane. So it seems like the races on the Iberian Peninsula seeming very good for the Work Sim Racing car, but not looking very good for them as we're seeing another spin. First time we've seen this car in a while. That's the SE competition by TSR number 10 in the LMP3 category. They were a little bit loosey-goosey in the early points of this stint to invoke a little bit of country bumpkin language there. But he's gone for another spin. This was heading into the second to last corner of turn number 14. And let's take a look at this replay. Looks like he lost it under braking, got sideways, tried to carry a lot of speed through into the corner, and then just ends up losing it. Even though we haven't seen that car too much in the past, I would say about 25 minutes, still seems like the number 10 SC competition by TSR LMP3 car is still very much so out of control.
Yeah, I just think he might be struggling a bit for confidence as the 51 comes into the pits. That's a bit earlier than I would have thought. I don't see any penalties for the 51, at least not for now. I'll quickly do my usual check in iRacing, and no, it doesn't look like there's any penalties, so this looks like to be a completely scheduled stop. And a bit early in the LMP2 field. Is there going to be a driver swap? It looks like there is, so perhaps that's why. Maybe Carlos thinking, screw this, I've had enough, I want someone else to drive the car now. And I think he is driver swapping. I saw his driver disappear, so I think they are driver swapping. But yeah, bit early for pit stops. I think we won't see another LMP2 car come in, I think, for the next about 10-15 minutes, I believe. I mean, my math skills as, you know, I mean, I passed my math GCSE, but, you know, only just. And yes, he has done a driver swap, so yes, I was correct in that, as he comes back out in 8th. So lost quite a lot of time there in that pit stop, and a bit early, like I said, but, I mean, clearly, maybe he thinks and knows a lot more than I do.
I think if we get on the subject and talk about, like, math classes and all that stuff in school, I have some very, very bad math school stories. As we see a spin for Luis Trinidad in that Focus Racing number 5 car He's gone off the circuit. That was heading through turn number 13, so not sure exactly what led to him spinning around and creating a little bit of a smoke show. Here's the replay heading through turn number 12 now into the braking zone of 13. Is it similar to the incident we saw with the 10, or was there contact? There may have been some contact. There possibly was some contact. That car looked like it snapped around on a dime. May have been with the Sematech Sensations 20 and LMP2 that sent them spinning around, so that may be a penalty heading the way of the 20 as the 10 car has gone off the circuit, and this time they've lost their rear wing. Not sure where that is on the racetrack, taking a trip through the gravel, and they've had to tow back to pit lane. That is going to be a pretty big penalty levied the way of the 10, because you do have to get permission from race control to tow back to the pits. So that will be a pretty lengthy penalty for them, but either way, you're exactly right, Aaron. Through turn number 8, hits that curb, nearly flips on the curb. He didn't even bother holding the brakes. I can't necessarily blame him for that with how the race has gone for that number 10 team. I wouldn't hold the brakes either. I don't know, maybe I'm just a little bit odd.
I mean, yeah, it does get to a point in the race where it's gone so awfully that you somewhat hope to crash, which, I mean, maybe some of you who've done endurance racing can sympathise with, but here's another incident for the number 5, and just got on that inside curb and hit the loud pedal on the inside curb, and, well, there's not much grip there, so he went for a spin, and it looks like the number 5, his race has just really gone downhill as it continues to do so, as he comes downhill nearly off of the track up there in turn 11, and compared to the start of the race where he was literally side by side at one point with the number 25 for the lead of the race, he's now in third, nearly 2 laps down. It really hasn't gone well for the Portuguese, and my comment earlier about him being the only Portuguese driver, he was momentarily the only Portuguese driver, but I think driver swaps have introduced about 3 other Portuguese drivers, so he's not the only Portuguese on the track, and there are some home races here at Portimao, Algarve, whatever you want to call it. I don't really know what's its actual name in real life that the owners will call it. There's another Portuguese driver, the number 87 in the MV Skim Lab DS Racing car, comes in for, I believe, a scheduled stop as well. Doesn't look like he has any black flags either, and yes, comes in for a scheduled stop there in LMP2, and I still think we're not going to see the front runners coming in for another about 8 or so minutes, as I think the last time they came in was about the mid-20s, so still got a fair ways to go for those guys, and yeah, we're kind of at the boring bit of the race where everyone's just fuel saving and tyre saving and blah blah blah, and we're just waiting for those pit stops to happen, and then we can get some action again.
Yeah, kind of in a lull of this race, waiting for the laps to whittle away and the next round of pit stops to come from most of this field. There will reach a certain point at which there is going to be absolute pandemonium with all of the pit cycles really overlapping, and when that happens, boy howdy, your vocal cords are going to be in for a world of trouble, Aaron, as mine will be too. Nevertheless, in the midst of this mid-portion of the race, coming up to the halfway mark in about a minute and a half's time, it has been a race for sure around a racetrack with turns on it. Something that was kind of expected from us, as we're seeing Daniel Santos Carvalho just saw at the wheel coming out of turn number 14. That car looks a little bit evil at this point. Currently running 7th in the LMP2 category, but getting back to the point I was going to mention in reference to this track, it's one of those where it is very fun to drive around, but trying to get a move done on your competitors, a little bit tricky. Even in terms of like an LMP2 car trying to overtake an LMGT3 contender, it's a racetrack where you really just have to play the patient game. Sometimes the patient game is not something that a driver wants to play with. I've covered some broadcasts. I've been on some broadcasts and covered some races in the past in which a driver has really ruined their chances just by being a bit too impatient, maybe not saving fuel when they should have. But that's the thing. I think in terms of the races that we've had thus far from this season, Portimao is the one where that strategy is going to play such a huge role in deciding who is going to be victorious. And I think the difficulty with overtaking around this racetrack kind of rubs salt into the wound of certainly, you can see Delta Racing even thinking about not getting the move done on that Work Sim Racing Mustang through turn number 11 there. Shows you how tricky it is to overtake around this racetrack. But the point I was going to mention is that considering how hard it is to pass, For a team like NOP, who are on the back foot massively as a result of that incident they had not terribly long ago, having to serve a drive-through penalty, it's one of those where you just need to stick with it. You know, based off how they were running earlier on, and we touched on that before the NOP car came down pit lane to serve that drive-through penalty, they were in a position to win the championship. They can still find themselves in a position to win the championship. It's a battle of wits between those two, whether or not the Tri-State Racing number 12 team wins it, or whether it be the NOP number 89 that takes the championship, remains to be determined in the final 2 hours of this race. I think at this point in time, patience, it's been something that's been missing from certain drivers in this field, just based off the drama we saw at the very beginning of the race. As we see Michael Simpson, the leader in the Tri-State Racing car, go for a spin, so may have hit them with the commentator's jinx.
Well, it does seem like every single time we talk about someone, they go and bin it. So let's see what happened here, and just caught out by lap traffic. I think it was one of the lapped LMP2s there, actually, who got in the way, who was also trying to lap an LMGT3. So just a bit of an awkward sequence of corners there, and has lost a huge amount of time. And now the 89 is only 6 seconds behind, who, you know, what, about 5-10 minutes ago was about 15-20 seconds behind. He's really put the nail down, and that spin has only just helped him. And well, we thought that it might get close over the next hour, but honestly, it might get close over the next, like, 15 minutes if the number 12 isn't careful. And I can imagine he's going to be a little bit frustrated with himself.
Yeah, that was heading into turn number 14 between the number 12 that we saw go for a spin, and the other car involved in that was a Division 1 motorsports car being driven, I believe, by Kyle Allen at this point in the race. Did that driver swap during, I believe, the second pit stop, round of pit stops, it should be said, for the LMP2 drivers. But that was not a whole lot of harm done in the process outside of a little bit of lost time and some tires, which are maybe a little bit on the hot end, as a stop and go 300 seconds stop and go for the number 10. Yeah, oh boy, that was, I could tell you're surprised there, Aaron, just based off the fact that your voice shot up about 5 octaves. That's one thing with the series. You do an unauthorized tow, you may as well just pack up shop and head to China, just based off how long that stop and hold is going to be. 300 seconds. Let me, okay, I'm going to set this up right now. Yeah, 5 minutes stop and hold. I'm going to go into the clock app on my phone, go to 5 minutes, and started right about now. Starting now, and he's just going to spend all this time down in the pits. It doesn't really hurt them too much, just based off the fact they already had to tow, have a 5-minute stop and hold. And, I mean, their race was not really good to begin with anyway, so really no harm, no foul for a team that was multiple laps down in the LMP3 class as it was. But that's not even salt gang rubbed into the wound. That's more just hydrochloric acid gang poured into the wounds. Ooh, as Kyle Allen goes for a spin. That's coming through turn number 13, so a couple of laps after he had that moment with the 12, he goes off the circuit yet again in a cloud of smoke and steam. So here is a replay of Allen going off the circuit. Sorry to step on your toes there, Aaron. Rizal's about to pass it back off to you. Goes around the outside of the 3 and then spins it. No harm, no foul outside some flat spot tires, which, considering they are about to come into the pits. 41 with a nice slide. Actually, no, that was the other 30 car. I believe it was the number 30 with that slide. That was near disaster between those two after the number 11 of Allen got back rolling. It was a number 30 of Daniel Santos Carvalho. Definitely going to need a change of tires and probably a change of pants after that, because that was inches away from absolute catastrophe.
Yeah, change of seat, change of suit, change of everything, and it looks like he's hit the incident limit there and has had to serve a drive-through penalty for doing so. And yeah, I'm not surprised that we are kind of getting to that point where some of the drivers who have been struggling over the course of this race are getting towards that limit now. As the number 20 trying to lap the number 11 there as he goes 2 laps down. And come on, Kyle, there you go. Let's the number 20 go fast. And we also saw there the number 30 come into the pits as well. And this is sort of the point where you're seeing drivers getting different pit stops. And did they just go into the pits side by side? When did he catch up? On a blink of an eye, and they're side by side with each other.
Cow.
I thought it was still
Yeah.
about 7 seconds. I did not know they were that close, but perhaps something happened, and I mean, clearly something did. I mean, that is a gap and a half, and it looks like the title esports car was
Overly cautious. Oh,
yeah.
They kind of moved on him. Holy cow. Alessio Carollo. Oh my God. You can tell how much of a shock that was to me just based off the fact my voice may have just exploded a chihuahua in my neighborhood. That was unbelievable. I mean, I kind of sense as soon as we cut to the replay, as we see a spin with the 52 Revolution E-Racing LMP2 contender, the 73, I could see that's why the 91, my apologies, was overslowing heading through the final corner to try and make that run into the pits. As we take a look at this replay of the number 52, gang a move done on the 98, locks up the rears and goes for a spin. Contact being made as well. That's going to rub salt in the wounds for the 98 team, which is well farther back in the LMP3 class fight. But the 91 just overslowing. I think they've lost out. They've completely lost out on the lead in the LMGT3 category. Red Sox Report, of course, the team, they have rejoined the circuit.
The
Idle
91
Motorsports, on the other hand,
the black and orange flag. So clearly something's happened.
oh no. Oh wait, yeah, it does. Oh no, don't tell me that close quarter stuff between those two may have given Diego Rodriguez in that number 91 title motorsports car a little bit of damage. You can see him slow heading into the pits now. And,
It might have been there.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of like netcode possibly registering severe damage on that title motorsports car. Looks like he was fairly fine. I mean, not a lot of crabbing on that race car. Looked like there was barely a paint chip in that thing. But he gets hit by the silver bullet. I'm looking through to see now. Rodriguez is heading through turn number 13 and 14. Lost out on a lot of time in very quick succession. So I'm curious, was there an incident earlier on, possibly? No, it looks fairly clean. Fairly clean heading through 14. Hearing from our producer, Samulia, may possibly be an engine issue for the number 91. Was it an engine issue, though? I'm trying to listen to hear. Still sounds about fine. Sounds about fine. I mean, it looked like he hit the pit limiter, gunned it, and was just about fine in all of that. So that is a very bizarre series of circumstances that has befallen the way of our at one point LMGT3 class leader. It's given it to the Rennsport report, of course, the number 73 car. If there was contact there, I say that. As my phone goes off there, the 5-minute timer that I set for the LMP3 car that we saw, the SC competition by TSR, serving that 5-minute long penalty. They finally rejoined the circuit now, many laps down. But just trying to go through my head, I doubt very highly that would be a penalty the way of the number 73 team, as we're seeing some of the LMP2 contenders come down pit lane. NOP stopped in their box, Delta Racing coming in too. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what just happened in LMGT3. I would hope that's not a penalty towards the 73. Didn't take a look at like an outsider's and outboard perspective of that close call coming into pit lane. But I feel like with something like that, you can't really knock that against the 73. Was it a very opportunistic move? Yes, it certainly was. Did they do it clean? Possibly. Was it netcode involved? Possibly, perhaps. But either way, that's going to be tough from race control. I'll have to wait and see how they call that.
Yeah, I honestly do not know either, to be honest. That was one of the strangest incidents we've seen so far in this race. But moving past that, a bit difficult to do so, actually, but it has rather spoiled the LMGT3 lead of the race. But meanwhile, we have our first interviewee of today's race, and it's Connor Swain, who I believe is driving for the VR Racing number 29, and we can drag him up. And before we do you want to have a chat with him, Ron, or do you want me to? I do not mind.
I guess I'll bring him in and have a quick little chat with Connor Swain, who at one point in time was behind the wheel of that VR Racing number 29 Mustang, which is now running second in the LMGT3 category as a result of some chicanery that's happened over the past few moments. But Connor, welcome in here to the commentary booth here at Apex Racing TV. Hope you enjoy the snack options that we have here in the comms box, but it's looked like a pretty good race for you guys in that number 29 VR Racing Mustang. Talk us through how the race has gone thus far, managing the laps, managing the challenges around this racetrack, and also that fight with yourselves and the other Mustang and the number 16 WorkSim racing cars.
Yeah, it's a very tough track for the car. It's you know, the brick that it is. It's yeah, it doesn't quite like the undulations, the elevation changes, but once you get into the swing of things, it's a lot of fun. Obviously, having to manage the temps, the tires, you know, the lefts take a big hit around here, and it's basically just about driving around that. For a while during the week, we weren't hopeful with where we were looking. Qualifying could have probably gone better as well, but you know, with the race come, you know, we're up there. You know, we just try and you know, drive our race, you know, hit our marks, and just hope that you know, things fall our way. So far, that seems to be happening. We obviously had that battle with the 16. Yeah, you know, put close, dicey. You know, got lucky with I think it was a P3. Helped us out at the final corner. Got the run on them, then down the T1, and ultimately stayed ahead. They picked up a penalty then as well, and I think that's kind of cemented us at the very least for P3, which I think is probably more than we could have hoped for the race.
I gotta say, it's looking pretty good for y'all as it stands at the moment, considering the incident that just went down with the Title Motorsports number 91 Porsche getting involved in a little bit of a schmozzle with themselves and the Red Tech Reporter Corsa number 73 team. So y'all are currently running second in the LMGT3 class, and I was looking through, you only yielded the controls of this race car to your teammate David Rowley a matter of a handful of laps ago, so spending a whole lot of time behind the wheel of that race car thus far in this race. Is that going to do it for your time here from this race, or are you going to get back behind the wheel between now and the checkered flag?
Yeah, that's me done for the race, done for the season. It's been a fun season with the Mustang. Tricky car to drive, but I've definitely enjoyed it. We've got obviously David's in the car now. He's in for probably a stint. Try and get an hour out of him, and then we've got Geordie going in for the final stints for the remainder of the race then as well. So.
Yeah, so it's looking like your team is fairly set in stone as to how you guys are going to tackle the rest of this race. And, you know, pretty much after this, nothing left to go from you, at least in terms of the season. Just sitting back, it's in God's hands now, so to speak, waiting for these drivers that are your teammates to bring that car to the checkered flag, wherever it may be, remains to be determined. But I'm going to ask you this question before we let you go, and probably have a little bit of a chill pill after the very hectic beginning of the race for you. We visited some fantastic tracks all throughout this season: Barcelona, Magny-Cours, Imola, Spa, Mugello, and Portimao here today. I want to ask you, and this is entirely up to you, what's your favorite track from the season that we visited?
To be honest, it's probably going to be a strange one, because again, it's probably one that's not exactly suited to the car, but Mugello, it's just I really enjoyed it. It's a brilliant driver's track. It's quite old school, quite narrow, not much in the way of runoff, and the corners all flow into one another. You know, get one wrong, it sets you back 3 or 4 corners down the line. Obviously got the elevation, fast corners, slow corners. I really enjoyed it. It's a shame that in that race we kind of shot ourselves in the foot a bit with getting the result there. Ultimately, the rain caught us out. I think it did for most people, but yeah, no, Mugello for me has to be would be my favourite from the ones that we've visited.
Yeah, it was tough last time at the fact that y'all had that bad luck involving that weather quickly changing around that race because y'all were looking pretty fast. As y'all are here today, currently 37 seconds back of our leaders in the LMGT3 category. So going to keep our fingers crossed that we see y'all and that Red Stecker part, of course, the number 73 car start to battle, because that would give us a whole lot to talk about between now and the end of this race. But before we let you go and relax after a very hectic first half of this race and relax with your work done for the season, Connor, is there anyone you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
I mean, obviously my teammates, all of them over the course of the season. We've had a few guys, the core team, David and Jordy in the car, obviously for this race, but we've got Ivan, who did a couple of races for us as well. We had Piers in the car. And oh my god, there's someone else whose name escapes me. You know who you are if you're watching. We did SPA together, and just your name escapes me.
Steve for convenience.
Yes. And obviously the organisers. It's obviously the first season of this championship. We've had a lot of fun doing it. It's an excellent setup, and we were absolutely keen to get back for season 2. Going forward, obviously yourselves as well. The broadcast is always of the highest quality, and we always enjoy going back and watching it after the event. So yeah, keep up the good work, and we hope that we can put on a good show for the rest of the race.
Awesome, man. Hey, thank you very much for the kind words. I've been a part of all these broadcasts thus far this season, and the racing has been incredible. I'm sure it's going to be for the final 2 hours of this season. Connor, well done on a very well-executed drive-through at this race, putting your team in a very good position, and excited to see how this battle is going to shake out in that LMGT3 class. Thanks for joining us, man.
Absolutely. Cheers. Thanks very much.
And that right there was Connor Swain behind the wheel of that VR Racing number 29 Mustang for an extended period of time. He was in that car from lap 1 all the way up until the end of lap 66, I believe. So he put in a shift and a half in that race car. And bearing in mind, these drivers are averaging around about 1 minute 45 second long lap time. So that is a very long stint for him to be behind the wheel of that race car. Certainly going to be enjoying kicking up his feet and relaxing for the final half of this race, but the fight is still very much on between themselves and the Red Stecker part. Of course, the team haven't seen any sort of penalty call come the way of the number 73 car, at least any that I saw. The Title Motorsports team, on the other hand, absolute commiserations go out to them. 6 laps down, they've now rejoined the race well down in 7th in the LMGT3 class. I think leaving this race, Aaron, as much as they did nothing wrong, gotta be thinking about what if. There's no opportunity to try and redeem themselves in the final race of this season, since this is the final race of the season. So, gotta be heading into the offseason if they come back for 2025 with a lot of unanswered questions. They showed winning pace. They're just not gonna be winning it today. They're just not gonna be winning it today.
No, and sometimes motorsport just be like that. And I'm still not entirely sure what even happened, to be honest. I mean, there were some suggestions from Samuli that it might have been engine issues, but I mean, I'm not aware of iRacing adding reliability problems to the service yet. But I mean, if it was fuel, obviously, I mean, they made it, so they would have been fine on that account. And unless he downshifted really aggressively, I don't know, but. I don't even think they really know what happens, to be honest. I think it was just netcode coming into the pits, and it registered quite harshly on the rear of that Porsche, and maybe it did do some engine damage, and it had to be repaired for a long time. I don't know, but anyway, as you can see at the top of your screens, a warning for the number 6 incident responsibility, and he's gotten away with the penalty there, so he can keep chugging along his merry way.
I'm actually not sure they have, because according to iRacing, he's been given a drive-through penalty despite the fact it's been labeled as a warning on our graphics. There's a black flag next to his name. I can't fault you at all for that, Aaron, because, I mean, it did say warning. I saw that, and I was like, warning. Haven't really seen that throughout this season. Usually it is The race control, credit where credit's due to them. They run a very tight ship, and they have a lot to deal with in these races. But
Well, it
looks
does
like it is
say
actually going to be a
drive-through,
drive-through penalty. Yeah, so that's and there is a black flag next to his name as well. So it looks like Samuel Miller in that Work Sim Racing number 6 car. I wouldn't say that completely seals their fate in this race. I mean, they have had a very tough go of things thus far in this race. Running strong towards the beginning, then got hit with a penalty. Looks like they're going to get hit with another one. Running in the 4th position at the moment. Let me try that pronunciation again. Running in the 4th position as it stands at the moment. Kind of merged that into like a multi-syllable word into one single syllable there. So some very odd linguistic characteristics, whatever you want to call it, coming out on this broadcast today. But nevertheless, that's going to careen them outside of the top 5. It's been multiple kicks in the shins towards the way of that number 6 car. I think as much as we were talking about the 91 team feeling that this race was very much a what could it have been sort of deal, I think the same can really be said about the 6, because that was a world of pace that they've shown.
Yeah, they genuinely could have been in contention for the win here, and it's just not gone their way. I wouldn't even say, you know, what has happened has been 100% their fault either. It's just the way that things go. Sometimes in racing you can get into a 50-50 situation, and you know, sometimes the stewards will have to make a decision, and they have today, and it's just not worked out for them. So very unfortunate for the number 6. Was rather looking forward to seeing them climb back up the field, but not to be, I guess, on today's occasion. But yeah, we're very much in a lull at the moment, just in all classes. There's not a whole lot going on. The LMP3 class, especially Delta V Racing, have had it all to themselves pretty much this whole race. I think we had that brief challenge at the start from the number 5, but ever since then they've just ran away with it, and they've been brilliant so far. This race has just been clean, consistent. One of the only people we can say that about in the LMP3 category, and very much, I know the LMP3 championship is already said and done, but at least going into next season, it'll be very much a good thing to end the season off for the number 25.
Yeah, gonna be carrying some momentum into the off-season, which they are not going to mind one bit. But as we're in the midst of this slight lull in this race, I want to bring back a discussion from, I guess it was probably about an hour and a half ago, in terms of like really sketchy pit entries. Because I mean, now that I feel like we could definitely talk about the sketchiness of this pit entry just based off the moment that we had with the 91, the 73, probably about 20 minutes ago at this point. I still can't get out of my head. I think my voice shot up about 17 octaves and maybe caused a glass in the other room to completely break in half. But I want to bring this up, Aaron. I know you're not really too big on oval racing, so you may be scoffing at me for this, but the pit entry to the Slinger Speedway Figure 8 has to be the sketchiest and the worst pit entry on the iRacing platform. Have you ever seen it?
I mean, I don't really know how you make a Figure 8 a safe pit entry, to be honest, but no, I haven't seen it.
Yes, so basically, I mean, Slinger Speedway, it's called the fastest quarter mile. It is a high banked, it's just basically an asphalt bowl, which can house all sorts of things, you know, race cars or floodwater, depending on whatever weather or whatever sort of activity is going on around that area of the country at that point in time. But the pit entry is, it's a gap in the wall, essentially. A small little gap in the wall. You have to do a 90-degree turn. Now, actually, it's more than a 90-degree turn. I'd probably say it's like a 120-degree turn to actually get into the pits. Sometimes with enough damage, you just kind of have to flex spin it around, as we're seeing the number 6 come in to serve that drive-through penalty right now. You have to do a little flex spin to get around that turn, come into your pit stall. But the thing is, as well, with the high banks of Slinger Speedway, I'm going to do some quick research here real quick to see the banking of this track. It is a very high banked racing circuit, to be sure. 33 degrees of banking, which is absolutely ridiculous. I'm pretty sure like Talladega is 38 or something like that. Daytona's around about 33 as well. So a really high banked racetrack. So that part of the racetrack essentially serves as a ramp for the completely flat run down pit lane. if you hit that at a certain way, you can jump over the concrete barrier and just escape for freedom around that racetrack. I remember doing that once, right as the Slinger figure 8 was really introduced. I decided to buy it right as iRacing introduced it because I'm an American hick, and I also feel like I am very easily entertained. So, of course, I had to buy a figure 8 racetrack because there's only 2 on iRacing as it stands at the moment. But I bought that, and I remember doing some Formula 3s around that figure 8, and I hit that jump, went down over the pit wall, and in the process, I completely crashed my sim in the process. It, like, escaped me out, but at the same time, it still made it seem like I was behind the wheel. It's like I was stuck on a scenic camera, seeing some of the signage around Slinger Speedway, but I still had, like, the normal F10 black box in the corner, still had the little information where it said I was going 999 miles an hour in 9th gear, which, Aaron, considering that you are a champion of the Pro-Am division in the Apex Racing League F3 Championship from about 2 years ago, I think you can definitely vouch for this, that no Formula 3 car in the history of Formula 3 racing has or will ever hit 999 miles an hour in 9th gear. I mean, F1 has 8 speeds. It would be really impressive if F3, a lower category, had 9, but some very odd things go on at that pit entry, so I have a feeling that may be my nominee for the worst.
I mean, that does sound quite bad, and if it managed to break your iRacing, then, I mean, that's definitely a worthy contender. 9, yeah, that is a bit mad. I mean, 9 gears, I don't know a single race car that has 9. I mean, yeah, like you said, Formula 1's the most with 8. I think most other cars go to 6 most of the time, some go to 7. But 9, yeah, I don't think many cars need 9 gears, to be honest. I've never been in a racing car in my entire life and been like, yes, I wish this had 9 gears. I mean, even in a normal everyday road car, you don't need 9 gears, because if you do, you'll just be sitting on the motorway at like 1,000 RPM. And so, like, you'll if you need to accelerate quickly, nothing's gonna happen. So, like, why do you need 9? I know some Mercedes have 9 gears, and I really want to ask the people who own them, why? Do you ever use 9th gear? Like, are you going 100 miles an hour? Are you on the Autobahn? Which, I mean, I guess Mercedes is German, so maybe that makes sense, but in every other country, why do you need 9 gears? My car has 6. I've never, well, I guess it could do with another gear, but because it sits at like 2,500 RPM on the motorway. But I don't know. I think 9 gears is way too much. I mean, let's be honest. In the next 10 years, we'll probably see 10 speeds, or probably even more.
Yeah, I certainly wouldn't rule it out. I guess more is better when it comes to technology. That would explain a lot of many odd things that go on with cars nowadays. I'll have to do some research into this, but I would say about 80% sure that the everyday car that I drive, which is just about the slowest moving object on planet Earth, it's a 1985 Oldsmobile Cutlass Supreme, weighs about 3,200 pounds, and it also, out of the factory, the V6 motor in it produced 110 horsepower, despite the fact it's 3.6 liters, but the car was built back in 1985, so the chances of that producing more than double-digit amount of horsepower would just be about the same as, like, trying to pick up antimatter with chopsticks. You just can't do it. I'm like 80% sure that car has a 4-speed gearbox, which would kind of explain whenever I have to deal with a hill, which, bearing in mind I live in Pennsylvania, so you kind of have to deal with some stuff like that since we're in the mountains at times. Trying to go up a hill in that car, you have to gun it. I have been driving around roads in the city of Philadelphia completely flat outside the potholes and speed bumps where I will just completely gun it, and the people in the car will barely notice the difference. So I think maybe we're slowly getting to the point where there's going to be like cars with 10-speed gearboxes at some point in the not-too-distant future. Another good gearbox story here. So I kind of alluded to it earlier on when we were talking about the brake bias discussion when it comes to drivers trying to find their comfort zones in LMP2s. I used to drive a shifter cart. It was a Honda-powered shifter cart because that was basically the old shifter cart engine. It used to be, you get a dirt bike motor, put it on a go-kart chassis, and you've got a shifter cart. Nowadays, you got some motors. If you ever hear about a rock motor or a KZ, or I guess the British would call it KZ, those are the motors that are designed for karts. The Honda motor, on the other hand, is designed for a dirt bike. You're seeing some 3-wide action heading down into turn number 12. Holy cow, that is 3 classes converging onto one another. But the old motors that they used to run in shifter karts back in the days were just dirt bike motors that people put on go-kart chassis. And really, the old school nature of shifter kart racing could really be put on full display with the kart that I used to drive. Got out of the kart in June of last year, messed up my back pretty badly. I was like, hey, I got 8 championships, I don't need to do this stuff anymore. That motor was a 1999 motor. That motor was 5 years old, well, was and still is and likely will be for as long as time exists, 5 years older than myself. So that motor was ancient in terms of the people I was racing against, and the gearbox on that thing was such a titanic penis in the anus. Trying to go through gears, it was such a tricky car to try and manage. There would be certain times where I'd pull a gear, I'd get like first and a half, first and 3/4. It never felt like you'd go from first, second, third, fourth, fifth. Sometimes I would go into a corner, heavy braking, downshift what feels like 14 times, and I would come out of the corner and the thing would just fall flat on its face because I was like accidentally in 5th or something like that. Occasionally changing the transmission fluid in the process was always a fun thing because it looked more like metallic paint than transmission fluid. But some very odd things coming out in terms of the gearbox discussion during this broadcast. We may want to get back on the topic of the racing and talk about this fight going on with Julian Becerra in that Simatech Sensations number 20 car. Getting a move done on the 51 car with a sideways snap hang through turn number 13. Looks like no harm, no foul for Saul Sanchez Flores in that number 51 car. Just outside of a little bit of lost time and 1 lost position.
Yeah, well, we saw the 51 who was briefly in a podium running spot, who unfortunately had a bit of a poor pit stop, and they've fallen right back down the order to about 5th, which still was a pretty good position to be in at this stage in the race, but definitely would, of course, rather be on the podium than where they are now. We also saw a few minutes ago that we were watching the battle for 3rd in LMG23 between Tri-State Sim Racing and Work Sim Racing as well. The BMW and the Mustang still going at it for the last spot on the LMGT3 podium to have a good end to the season. We are also with the number 20, who's just gotten ahead of the number 51, who we were watching just a few seconds ago, and just clawing their way through some LMP3 traffic. And I don't think we'll be getting some pit stops anytime soon. I think the next, oh dear, that's very deep for the number 51 at the same corner.
Well held.
Yeah, well, very well held considering it's the LMP2 car. I can imagine traction control kicking in there to save him from spinning around. But yeah, that's the same corner he made the mistake on last lap, and has lost even more time to the number 20. And well, like we said, still kept it on, so still can go, but that, you know, those tyres are taking a beating over these last few laps, so probably needs to take a lap or two just to cool them back down again and get back in the groove of things, and he should be good to go. But back on the topic of just our own cars, something that I quite like about my own car is it's basically my age. I think it was registered in April of 2004, so it's about 6 months older than I am, and I'm very tempted to get a private plate put on it, which I don't know yet. I mean, private plates in this country, I don't know how they are in America. Hello. Back on to the more important things, the battle for P3 in LMGT3 that we were watching a few minutes ago. The Tri-State racing car BMW has just gone for a spin. It looks to be all by himself. And yes, it was. Was there any contact with anyone else? He has to be really careful rejoining. And yes, he rejoined perfectly fine, but has lost out to P3. And there's also a huge chunk of time as well. 5 seconds to the Work Sim racing car. And that is really, really unfortunate there. It was going quite well on this stint, but just a small little mistake and lost out big.
Yeah, so that's a tough low mistake to have. That's the thing with this racetrack. A small low mistake can result in a big off-track excursion. The good thing about this racetrack, though, Grade 1 FIA certified, of course. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to host Formula 1 back in 2020 and 2021. So you got some expansive runoff area, got those gravel traps, which, unless you're running in an LMP3 car at Spa and it happens to flip you when you're missing your rear wing and go through a corner at full speed anyways, you're going to be all right. You're going to come to a quick and abrupt halt, but unless you go into that barreling at like 14 times the speed of sound, I think you'll be ready to go and rejoin the racetrack if you do have a little bit of an off-track encounter of some kind. Getting back on the subject and talking about personal cars and all that stuff. So, Aaron, you said it was registered in April, so that would be about 6 months older than you, if my memory serves me correctly. So well, that would be
about 8 months ish.
8 months, okay. So I'm gonna do the math in my head. That's probably why this room is starting to fill with smoke. That'd be December of 2004. Or would that be merging into 05? Or am I just stupid?
No, yeah. You're right. It is December of 2004, and it's just an 04 plate. I think in this country they change the years of the plates in March, I believe. Again, I don't know how it works in America. I've no idea how the number plate situation works over there, because you guys have different things for different states, and it just gets confusing. But
we got ours printed at prisons as well, so.
Oh yeah, well then there you go. As there's the 51 coming in for another pit stop. But there's something I found out as well about my car is it was registered in Glasgow, which for those of you who aren't blessed with the knowledge of geography, is in Scotland. I'm not in Scotland. I am in fact in the south of England. So I don't know how it's made its gradual way down the country, but it has. I really want to meet the original owner of my car, the Scotsman who decided in 2004, I'm going to buy a BMW Z4. And I just want to meet him and just ask just what was going through his head. I don't know. I love my car very, very much, but I think at the time it was a bit of a bold choice, admittedly, as that's the 52 going for a spin down there at turn 5. Their race has not exactly gone to plan, unfortunately, as the 51 finally finishes their pit stops. They seem to have quite lengthy pit stops. Not just the LMP2s, but the number 51 specifically seems to take quite a while in the pit lane. But we have a driver ready for an interview, and Ron, if you want to take this one again, you can, as I frantically try to find out who Chris is driving for. You probably know this better than I do.
Chris, I believe, unless I'm very much mistaken. Yep, there we go, number 21 car, and he is also a series admin as well, so we will mind our P's and Q's when we drag him into the commentary booth. We'll have to bring back the discussion about cars a little bit later on this broadcast. But Chris is now joining us in the commentary booth. Welcome here to the commentary booth, Chris. Nice to have a chat with you in the midst of this race. Looked like a pretty rough start for you drivers in the LMP3 field. That looked quite hectic at the very beginning. A scrappy race for a lot of you guys. Your team currently running 4th at the moment in class. So talk us through what has seemed to be a very hectic and a bit of an attrition-packed show here at Portimao.
Hey guys, yep, I figured I would come in and say hello to you guys in the final race of the year. Yeah, that was definitely not how we wanted to finish off the season in the number 21 LMP3. It actually was working out okay for us for the first corner. But unfortunately, when we came up around turn 2, looked like one of the LMP2s made contact with one or two of the LMP3s in front of us. And I mean, the way it was shaping out, it looked like we were going to be ending up P2, maybe even P1 after all that mess. But unfortunately, it looks like the number 47 spun in front of us due to contact, and I wasn't able to avoid him in time. I'm really kicking myself because it's easy to second guess as a driver, and I really felt like I should have been able to avoid it. But it really just just messed up our race right there from the beginning, and it's too bad because our pace is decent. I think we have the pace for a podium for sure. P3, maybe P2. I think the number 25 car, they have really good pace today, and I think it would have been tough to challenge them. But yeah, so right now we're just trying to salvage what we can with the race. Currently P4, but that's basically due to attrition of some of the other cars. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe if we can crack into the podium somehow. Either way.
It certainly can rule that out. These races can be quite hectic at times, and we still have a lot of time left to go in this race. And you know, speaking of times, I was looking through the lap times with that Tri-State Racing number 21 car. You set the fastest lap of the race in that car thus far at a 1:39.805, so I feel like it would be pretty fitting to ask you this question and kind of have you talk us through the challenges of driving this LMP3 race car. Just based off my personal experience on iRacing, it's not the easiest car to drive in the world. I think there may have just been an LMP3 competitor that just went off right behind y'all, as I saw that in the back of our camera shot here on Apex here today. But can you talk us through the challenges of what it's like running an LMP3 car around a racetrack, which is as challenging as this one is?
Just in general, it can be an unforgiving car that once you go over the edge of adhesion, so to speak, it's difficult to get it back. So once you cross that edge, it's gone. And that, unfortunately, was very embarrassing. It happened to me in qualifying on cold tires, coming onto the final corner, and just lost it. So I ended up just pulling off to the side and letting everyone go. But yeah, around this track, obviously, you have a lot of undulations as well. So it's exciting to drive, but also provides challenges as far as your references for corners, and you really just have to have a good groove, a good muscle memory that you form with repetition with the different laps here, because a lot of these corners, especially I think the corner is called Portimao, but the northernmost part of the track where you're cresting the hill and that long right-hander, you're blind for the entry and for much of the corner. I find that if you go off too wide, you can really unsettle the car. So this car itself has a lot of challenges, no matter where you drive it, and then this track provides some unique challenges as well. But it's really fun to drive, and I can see why it's on the ELMS calendar, and therefore it's why it's on our calendar. But yeah, overall, I mean, it's been an enjoyable day so far to drive the car. It's been a pleasure to work your way through traffic. But it just seems like a couple of times this year I'd been in a car where we had good pace, but unfortunately we're just several laps down due to an incident. It just would be nice to actually be competing for the top places one of these days. So maybe next year.
And maybe next year and maybe next season, we'll just have to wait and see how things are going to shake out in terms of that. But despite the fact it may not be the best race for you behind the wheel in terms of the trouble that you ran into at the very early stages, it's been a very good season all throughout. We've had a fantastic slot of races. We've had some pretty good action as well. We've also had some pretty good participation. It has dropped off a teeny tiny bit towards the end of the season, but that should be expected considering a lot of these teams mainly interested in racing for a championship may decide to dip out when it comes time for the fact that they can't really win a championship with some of the competitors a little bit higher in front of them. So I want to ask you, considering you are one of the series admins here from the European Sports Car Championship, just talk us through what it's been like behind the scenes. You've done a lot of work to make these broadcasts possible here at Apex Racing TV. I want to thank you for making that happen. It's been an absolute pleasure being a part of these broadcasts. But I want to just ask you about the state of the series, how this season has gone, and what's going to be on the cards for 2025.
Yeah, well, thank you for asking. I'm really just thrilled at where we are right now, coming from really nothing 6 months ago or so. This series was formed over the course of a couple of months of planning, but we knew that the philosophy, the overriding philosophy behind it, was that we wanted something to be based off of a real-world racing series and have rules that are very similar to that series. So ELMS is what we do, and some of the things that we really wanted to implement are things like the driver categorization rules, so bronze drivers, silver, gold, platinum, and having the appropriate drive times for those different driver categories. It's something that I think makes the race more interesting. It's one of the big draws of endurance sports car racing in general. And I think it's rare to find that in an online competitive setting. I mean, I think you have a lot of leagues out there that are very, they're very much dominated by drivers on the upper end of the echelon, esports, 6,000, 7,000, 8,000 iRating, and their entire lineup is comprised of drivers like that. And that's something that's not very accessible for the vast majority of sim racers. But the vast majority of sim racers, I think, also would enjoy having a structured league like this. So I think this is kind of, my idea behind it is that this is where those worlds kind of meet, where you have the fastest of the drivers having to fill out a driver lineup with a bronze or a silver driver. And some of our regulations are going to change next year in order to capture some of the more competitive drivers and teams. And one of the things that we're doing to that end is going to be adjusting the iRating requirements for the league. It's not yet finalized yet, so I don't want to give any details out yet, but that's something that's going to change. And then also we're going to make sure that we avoid just conflicts with a lot of the major events that are already more established in iRacing. But yeah, next year we do plan on running another ESCC season, and in the coming days or weeks we'll be releasing a schedule and rule updates to follow with that.
I'm certainly going to be keeping my eyes on that, paying close attention to the ERC, I nearly said ESR, my apologies there, the ESCC Discord server, seeming like the abbreviation's a little bit of a mouthful for me during this broadcast. But Chris, really happy to be a part of this series ever since it was first broadcasted here on Apex Racing TV back in June. This season has been absolutely phenomenal cover, and seeing the stuff that you got going on in terms of the wide variety of drivers, the wide variety of locations that these drivers are racing from, lots running in Europe, stateside running in Canada, some countries down South America, lots of racers in Europe as well. It's just been a beautiful, it's been nice just seeing this sort of community build up, especially as you said, considering that a couple of months ago, really it just came from like small little bit of plasma more than anything else.
Yeah.
Just that happened, and that's blossomed into this series, and really looking forward to how the future looks here. So, Chris, I'm sure you're going to be looking forward to how the rest of this race goes, with about an hour and 15 seconds left on the clock. My apologies. And before we let you go and get back to the racing and adminning duties, is there anyone you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
Well, you know, really, I just have to thank all the competitors that have contributed to filling out the grid this year and just taking a chance on this series. And we hope that we see a lot of them back next year. And of course, I have to thank a lot of, or really the entirety of our admin team for all the work that they do. It's a tremendous amount of work to put on these events. And additionally, the stewards, we have a rotating stewarding staff from race to race, and these guys work very, very hard to do something that is really a thankless job. I mean, these guys are just staring at replays and spreadsheets the entire race and really don't even get to enjoy watching the race or competing at all. So really just a lot of thanks to go around. You're right, this is really just there's been global participation here with drivers from all around the world. We hope to see more of that next year. And just one final plug, if anyone that's watching out there and they're interested in at least getting the news updates, rules updates, and finding out when the signups will begin for 2025, just feel free to hop onto our Discord server. Probably the easiest way to find us, you can go on Instagram and look for our Instagram page, and that will have a link to our Discord. But you can go to ESCC_official, so ESCC_official on Instagram, and you'll find a link there to the Discord, and then you'll be all set.
Alrighty, there you go, man. Very professional plugs. I appreciate and I respect that as well. So, Chris, thank you for joining us in the commentary booth. Well done on just an overall fantastic season, which is still yet to draw to a complete close. Will be coming to a close in a tick over an hour's time. But thanks for joining us, man, in the commentary booth. And excited to have a chat with you wherever it is in the not-too-distant future, man. Thanks for joining us.
Absolutely, guys. Thank you. And yeah, it looks like we have a pretty tight championship battle in our hands, so I'm excited to see what happens.
That we certainly do. Gonna be going through that between now and the end of this broadcast, and I'm sure you're going to be keeping your eyes on that as well with the other prizes on offer. As we see a nice slide and off-track excursion for Rafael Patel in the Delta V racing car, leading in the LMP3 class. He's still leading by a lap, so really no harm, no foul in terms of that. As we see NOP and Rising Panel Racing coming into the pits from the LMP2 lead, so I think that that interview that we just had with Chris timed out beautifully, as it seems like the LMP2s are coming down into the pits as a warning for the number 30 car. Am I reading that correctly? Frivolous report? Car number 30? Is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, I can see that as well. I'm not seeing any penalty this time, so I think it is a genuine warning. I don't know what that would be for the number 30. I'm not quite sure when that would have happened or what a frivolous report is. I don't know. Yeah, I mean,
very interesting terminology. I mean,
yeah.
Race control can have a very tough job for sure. So I guess on top of the iRacing replays and the spreadsheets, they may also have the thesaurus up as well to get frivolous reports. I feel like I've heard that terminology exactly on like a local FM radio station. So I gotta say, race control, if you're listening to this, we're just goofing around. There's probably a very good reason for that. I've used some very odd phrases whenever I've been writing up incident reports for some of the race stewarding that I do personally, but frivolous report, I just find that to be a little bit funny. The phraseology on is what's getting me. I think it's the first time I've ever seen frivolous used in a context like that.
Yeah, I mean, then again, a lot of race stewards kind of... I mean, I think most race stewards that I've been involved with are guilty of doing this, but they tend to use big words kind of on purpose. I don't know if you will agree with me on this, Ron, but I've definitely known some race stewards in my time who kind of, try and over-explain certain things or certain penalties with these big boy words, and it does obviously make it sound more professional and all that, but sometimes to the average Joe like you and me, it can just sound a little bit silly. But I mean, whatever a frivolous report is, the number 30 has gotten a warning for it, as the number 41 Delta racing car comes into the pit lane as well. And this is kind of, I think, the second to last pit stop we're going to see for the LMP2s. Only one more to go after this, and then they should be good to go all the way until the end. And we should definitely have some close racing at least some point soon, as the NOP 89 car is very much catching the Tri-State Racing number 12 machine for the lead of the LMP2 category. And the 89 has really done a good job after they got their penalty, and has just really got their head down, put the laps on, and just concentrated, been a bit patient, and well, they're gonna very much reap the rewards very, very soon. But it's one thing to catch up, it's another to overtake, and we have seen that overtaking around this track is not easy at all, as the number 12 there looks a little bit sketchy. I don't know if anyone else noticed, but just on entry there to turn 11, it looked a little bit sideways. So maybe towards the end, a bit deep and understeer mid-corner there. So not handling exactly how he'd want that LMP2 to be handling. And the NOP car has caught a few tenths in those last few corners. So honestly, within the next 5-ish minutes, maybe a bit more than that, 5-10 minutes, this gap could really start to close very, very quick.
I gotta say, what we're seeing right now is Bart Matai back in that Tri-State Racing number 12 car, He was the driver that took it from Michael Simpson earlier on in the race, drove it from about lap 26 all the way through until lap 51, so put in a small little stint there, then gave the car back to Michael Simpson, who's now giving the car back to Bart Matai. So seeing an interesting strategy when it comes to these driver swaps, doing one like every other stop, I would probably say, is what they are doing at this point. It may not be every other stop even, it may actually be every single stop they're doing a driver swap. So this is an interesting call from the Tri-State Racing number 12 team. It kind of has its pros and cons in a way, because you have a driver who can't really get into too much of a groove and stay there for terribly long, which could be part of the reason why Bart Matai is struggling for grip as much as he is in that number 12 Tri-State Racing car. But you also lend yourself to having some drivers who may be a little bit more well-rested, being able to take a break and not being in the sim rig for about 2 hours, where the anxiety of the race slowly chugging along, this general pressure that you may be feeling throughout that, and also just feeling burnt out about being in a race car for 2 hours straight. So there are pros and cons to this strategy that Tri-State Racing and the number 12 team are taking with their drivers in this final race of the season. I'm curious if it's going to work out, though, because NOP kind of doing what they have done in the past. Michael Sundstrom was behind the wheel of that car, then kind of yielded the controls. I believe, I'm trying to see if he's back behind the wheel of that race car or not. Trying to look through to see if he is. Yes, he is. So Michael Sundstrom back behind the wheel of the nearly on pace number 89 car, and these two drivers battling for that championship win, running first and second, separated by 3 seconds. You got their drivers behind the wheel. Michael Sundstrom, I would probably assume that he's going to be in this car throughout the rest of the race, so this may be the final driver swap that this team has to do, considering the absolute behemoth of a stint from Olivier Vagiscu. He got in the car around lap 53 and got out of it on lap 104. After a whole lot of laps behind the wheel of that race car, he's yielded it back to Michael Sundstrom, so I'm curious as to whether or not they will have to do another driver swap as a drive-through penalty for car number 87, avoidable contact. That is the LMP2 contender, running last of the LMP2 runners, I believe. There it is in 12th, 9 laps down, so really no harm, no foul outside the car. That was the victim of that avoidable contact. That team, you could call it the filled-in snake pit at the zoo, because that team, throughout a vast majority of the 3 hours nearly of racing action we've had thus far, they have not had a pit to hiss in, currently running in 12th. Not been a good race for them at all, as we see a spin for the W2E Pro GP team in that LMP3 category. They have gone off the circuit, and Aaron, let's figure out what went wrong here.
Well, it looks to me the classic case of just giving it a bootful mid-corner, and got a big whack there from the number 3 BMW there, who is currently running in 4th in the LMGT3 category, and he's gone into the pits as well. That's really unfortunate for the Tri-State Racing team. Absolutely innocent bystander in all of that, bit deep into there, and then I guess admittedly a bit of a slow reaction time there from Jesse, but I mean, even still, LMP3 in the middle of a track, and when you're in a big and chunky BMW M4, yeah, there's not much margin for error.
Looking back now at this fight, you can see...
I just saw that.
Yes. Okay, there we go. Okay, full transparency, folks. I just went to take a brief trip to the restroom, and we have a small little chat there. So my internet's playing foul yet again, I guess. Internet's strong enough for my voice to not sound like an absolute robot fest, but seemingly stumped by a quick little message there, so my apologies about that. Aaron, looking at this W2E Pro GP car, being driven at the moment by Paolo Vinicius, I believe would be the correct pronunciation of that last name. I'm the American Hick on this broadcast, so I can never be too sure. Running second at the moment, 1 lap down still in that LMP3 class, as it has been throughout a vast majority of the season. Still the most spread out 1 lap between those competitors. looking at a driver down pit lane. That's a Tri-State Racing number 3 BMW in the pits in the LMGT3 class. They're running 4th at the moment in that class. And I gotta say, the presumptive championship winners, the Red Stacker Part of course, the number 73 team, they're leading this race 46 seconds over VR Racing in P2. So that is it's another dominant drive from this team. Yes, there was a little bit of chicanery in terms of that Title Motorsports number 91 car and whatever befell them as a result of that. But either way, I have a feeling this may have been the 73's race to lose when everything is said and done. They have shown this race after race thus far this season, having the ability to just hunker down, lock in, and then just drive away with these races like it's going out of style. Certainly had a very worthy adversary in the form of that number 91 team. However, I feel like things have kind of fallen apart for them, so to speak, as we take a look at a spin for the 5 car being driven by Mix Bonito right now in the Focus Racing 5 LMP3 car. That is a spin heading through turn number 5, so very fitting that the 5 car goes around in 5. Doesn't have to do a 5-point turn to get back rolling, just a quick little flick spin, and they're back up and rolling. Running in the final LMP3 position, and if they, I mean, unless they spin like every single corner for every single lap for the final hour of this race, looks like they're probably going to hold on to that P3 spot, considering Tri-State Racing is about 4 laps back. But Mix Bonito right now in that car, that 5 Focus Racing car, has been the center of attention throughout a vast majority of this race, for both good and bad reasons. They were dicey and they were battling hard earlier on, but they had a few spins, overheated those tires, and things have kind of fallen apart for that team, but still running in 3rd as their rivals running 2nd. That's the fight in that LMP3 class between the W2 ePro GP team and the Focus Racing 5. W2 coming in for their possibly final pit stop in this race, so let's see how it goes.
Well, they're going to have a long old pit stop due to the unfortunate damage that they got with the contact with the number 3. As they are still in the pits as well. They've been in the pits for nearly 4 minutes, and their race, when they were fighting for P3, they're now all the way down in P5, and if they're not careful, it will get worse. We'll keep an eye on how long the W2 ePro GP's pit stop is. It will probably be actually, it wasn't too long, so either they've refused to repair the car, which, I mean, to be fair, they've already lost the place to P2, so they may as well repair the car if they chose not to. It's a fairly standard stop time, so yeah, I think whatever damage that they do have to that car, they've clearly thought we're fine with it. It's not affecting the driver of the car too much, so we'll carry on. And they've come back out in P3, and yeah, like you were talking about, the number 5 has had a bit of an iffy race, quite a few mistakes, few spins here and there, but they're running P2, and that's just what you get if sometimes you might be struggling, you might be slow, you might make a few mistakes, but as long as you don't get any penalties, as long as you don't have a huge crash, and get yourself, minutes worth of repairs, you'll still get a good finish. I mean, the LMP3 field today has been quite messy, I think we can all agree, but they're still running P2 in a very, very strong spot. And I think even if they had done no spins at all this race and run perfectly, they'd probably still be in P2. I think the number 25 has had a nearly flawless race. I've only seen one mistake from them so far. I think it was about 10 or 15 minutes ago. They went a bit wide, had a bit of a half spin. I think it was at turn 11. But the Delta V Racing car has been near perfect today.
Another thing to mention in terms of that team leading it in the LMP3 class, they had that major off-track excursion at the very beginning of the race. Nearly rolled it. There was an LMP2 car to the side of them as they were side-by-side on lap 1, hang through turn number 2, hit that killer curb, kind of picked it up on 2 wheels, and then began floating it around as we're seeing the W2 ePro GP team come back into the pits. So this is not going to be a drive-through. This will be another run into pit lane. Looks like he was able to hit his marks there. I was about to say with that lockup, he may have just overshot it. So Christian Piera in that car, not sure why he's decided to come back into the pits yet again. Maybe to repair that damage, possibly to repair that damage. There you can see him stopped right now. No fast repairs in this series. A friendly reminder to anyone just tuning into the stream. So not sure why they've decided to come into the pits yet again. They did the driver swap last time by. But now they're, I guess, repairing the damage. That or they're taking a lunch break. Not sure what's going on there. A driver swap with VR Racing. They're going to lose P2 in that LMGT3 category to another Mustang, the Work Sim Racing number 16 Mustang. Has VR Racing got a penalty?
No, not VR Racing. The W2 ePro car. It says they have a black...
so that's...
Well, it's gone now, but they've just served a black flag, so... They got a stop-and-go penalty for something, and I imagine probably when they came into the pits, probably a speeding penalty, I think. That's the only thing. Or pit exit, either one.
And the pit exit penalties can definitely ring really, really hard. You can see there is the pit exit. Hit that line, and sometimes these drivers, especially when you're coming out oh so close with the cars around you, may want to merge back onto track a little bit earlier than you really should. On the subject of LMP3 runners, the Focus Racing number 5 car has now come into the pits, so that's a run through the pits for the Focus Racing car. Not sure why that is the case. Maybe just a scheduled stop, maybe a penalty as well. There's Mix Benitez still behind the wheel of that car, running second at the moment in LMP3. LMP3, it's been an intriguing class to follow. There's been many incidents that those drivers have had to deal with, but it's fairly spread out as a Focus Racing 5 exits the pits. Here's the Delta V Racing number 25 car now coming into pit lane from the lead in the class. They're ahead by about a lap, nearly ahead by 2 laps for that matter. So Rafael Patel looks like he's going to cede control of that race car to Arlene Berry to end this race with less than an hour to go. Looks like they're on track for a pretty dominant victory, unless they get struck by a falling anvil, which, you know, considering I just said, I may have just jinxed them. So Delta V, I apologize in advance.
Yeah, it's always good to get the apologies out the way, as we've commentate cursed almost everyone today, and I don't know quite how we've managed to do that, but honestly, this job just it makes me confused at the powers of cursing. Sometimes I genuinely didn't think it was possible until I did.
Commentators cursing, for that matter.
But it's so real. It's unbelievably real. I don't think people actually understand to the extent of how real commentator cursing is, because it's almost like fate. You start talking good about someone, and literally the next second they crash or spin or whatever. It's just I can't explain it. And before commentator, yeah, that was quite close, but the number 12 just managed to get past. But I genuinely can't explain it. You just have to be a commentator to know that was very close for the number 6 trying to get past the 30 there. That was very close, and close again heading into the middle part of the lap. They're very close, banging doors, and I can't imagine that would have done either of them any good. The number 30 not pleased at all with the 6. They've just got to keep their heads now. Let's not get aggressive with one another and end up taking each other out, but I think that little incident was happening a few corners before we caught up with it. There's clearly some hostilities between those two, not happy with one another. And it looked like the number 30 was being a bit aggressive, admittedly, but he was the one unhappy with whatever the number 6 did. I'm not quite sure, but I mean, they're okay now, and the number 6 is romping away off into the distance, but I think the Delta Racing car will have something to say about that.
Yeah, I can imagine they definitely will. At this point in the race, these drivers slowly seeing that checkered flag near. Less than an hour left to go in this 4-hour-long race, and these drivers going to break their elbows out a little bit, start to get a bit more aggressive, and try and push their cars to the absolute limit of adhesion until the tires start to pop in these cars. Thankfully, I haven't had that happen thus far. I have a feeling we may not have it happen between now and the end of this race. Usually the fuel's going to run out first, but these drivers are pushing it, and one team that's certainly needing to push it is Bart Matai behind the wheel of that Tri-State Racing number 12 car. The pole currently leading this race is a 3-second gap between themselves and NOP, and that is a battle for the championship. As it stands at the moment, Tri-State Racing entering this race with a 7-point lead. Winning this race over NOP would give them the championship here for the 2024 European Sports Car Championship season in the LMP2 category. However, if you put the shoe on the other foot and Matai in that Tri-State Racing car drops down to second and NOP moves up into the lead, that would be very good news for NOP, because that would be a 7-point swing in the favor of Nearly On Pace Racing and that number 89 team. And as a result of that, they would be tied, and in the event of a tiebreaker, whoever has the most amount of wins, I believe, would become the champion, and in that case, it would be NOP. So at this point in time, it's going to be close between these two drivers, between these two teams as well. Think about it like this, Aaron. It is a 4-hour-long race, and we're setting ourselves up for a very close fight. I mean, hell, 3 hours and 8 coming up to 3 hours and 9 minutes into this 4-hour-long race. The fact the front two overall are covered by 3.2 seconds really shows you how topsy-turvy, up and down, and really competitive multi-class sports car racing can be. You gotta think of it in the grand totality of this season. Entering this race, we have had 20 hours of racing action here from the European Sports Car Championship. 5 4-hour-long races, and for it to all come down to the final hour, it could come down to the final lap if these two cars are close enough. Shows you how great sports car racing can be when you put some very talented racers behind the wheel and give them a boatload of tracks, which throw a lot of challenge their way, but also give them a nice amount of overtaking opportunities to boot.
Yeah, I do love a cheeky bit of endurance racing, and I think over the past few years, it's just gotten better and better. I think both IMSA and the World Endurance Championship and the European Le Mans Series, and so on, so forth. Feel free to name any others that I've missed out, but they've all just gotten better and better over the past few years. I think WEC is making some questionable choices, admittedly, now that a few cars have decided to pull out. I think most of us have probably heard that Lamborghini has decided, yeah, no, we're not doing this anymore, which, I mean, to be fair, I don't know if anyone has been watching the IMSA or the WEC season, but the way Lamborghini's handled everything has just been so weird. And it doesn't feel like they're putting their full effort into the GTP program, and it just leaves a sour taste in your mouth. I don't know. It's just very odd the way that they've been handling it, and unfortunately they've decided to pull out of WEC. I don't know if they've decided to pull out of IMSA, but the fact that even this year in IMSA they missed Daytona, why? it was such a confusing decision that I don't think anyone really understood, considering they decided to test and practice at Daytona, and they were actually one of the quickest cars, but just didn't race. And I don't know. Very strange decisions by the heads of Lamborghini, but I mean, I doubt any Lamborghini employees are probably watching this, so, I can slander them all I want, and they won't, I don't think they'll care. And even if they were watching this, I don't think they'll care, because they work for Lamborghini. They're in a much better position than I am, but it's just weird, and a bit of a shame. And I was kind of expecting, as well, the Lamborghini to get added to iRacing, purely because we have the IMSA officially licensed series. So yeah, I'm a bit shocked that the Ferrari's being added, but anyway, I'm yapping too much. I am excited about the Ferrari though. I think that'll be a great car to drive.
Oh, the Ferrari is going to be absolutely awesome. I have a feeling, though, Aaron, you may be a little bit biased, since I think you are slightly impartial to Ferraris themselves, but I gotta say, I'm with you. The fact that Lamborghini dropped out of GTP and LMDH competition before Peugeot honestly stuns me, but I think I will just leave it at that and bring up a point that was raised to us. We had a quick little chat with Chris Caddis, one of the series admins here from the European Sports Car Championship, not terribly long ago, and he let us know about a very important detail when it comes to that NOP number 89 car. They have the advantage of an added point given to them for grabbing the pole position from this race. So it's actually a 6-point championship gap between those two. Either way, it will still be a fight with NOP trying to get in front of Tri-State Racing. They got one more point in their back pocket, but Tri-State Racing right now is 2.2 seconds in their back pocket as it stands in this race. Coming up to 45 minutes left to go. Tri-State has the upper hand, but NOP may have the pace advantage. In terms of the lap times they have been setting, it has been pretty close as of late. Last time by, Bart Matai behind the wheel of that number 12 Tri-State racing car set a 1 minute 33.6 compared to Michael Sundstrom at 1 minute 33.5 according to my live timing screen. So pretty evenly matched are those two in terms of pace, but I think that Tri-State racing car is slowly but surely whittling away. Well, that NOP car is slowly but surely whittling away at that gap between themselves and Tri-State Racing. And also, it seems like every single time they run through lap traffic like that encounter with the number 11 Vision 1 Motorsports car that the 12 car just had to deal with hanging through the second to last corner of turn 14, and decreasing that gap even more. It's now 1.7 seconds between Tri-State and NOP. I don't know about you, Aaron, but I feel like the chances of Michael Sundstrom, the Swede behind the wheel of that number 89 car, this race may slowly but surely be getting back into their grasp.
Definitely looks like it's going that way, doesn't it? It's just been happening over these last few laps that the NOP car has just gotten their groove on, and this lap traffic, like you were talking about, has just been in the favour of the 89. And, well, I think, like I said earlier on, that we've got about one more round of pit stops to go before they can just sprint towards the finish. And that last pit stop could be a pivotal point in this race. I can't imagine that these two cars will driver swap. I'll be very, very surprised if they do. But who's it going to be? It's fastest lap at the moment for the NOP car, a 33.3. And they are really putting the hammer down. Won't be setting fastest laps on this lap though, due to the LMGT3 traffic for both the 89 and the 12. But he just needs to just gain those few extra tenths, get back into the slipstream of the cars ahead. And I think after we pass the 73 leader in LMGT3, I think we've got a bit of a gap in traffic so that these two can just set the paces, get their laps in, and yet a small gap in traffic before we start getting up to some P2s up in front, and then there's a LMP3 up ahead. So I'd say about a lap or two of free air for these guys. Never mind, there is an LMGT3 in front of them. And this is the problem with multi-class racing. Sometimes you think, oh, I've got a clean lap. No, there's another car. Never mind. And it all just goes, yeah, it all just goes wrong. But I think the 12 got away with that. The 89 going to have to be a bit careful here not to lose time. And you can hear him painfully lifting off to avoid losing as much time as he can behind this Mustang. And did lose about 2 tenths there. Now, I think they've got a gap in front of them. I on our track map on the right, I can't really see anyone that would be hindering these guys anytime soon. So, at least a lap or two of free air. And we'll see what the 89 can do with that clean air as the 52 is spun round down at turn 5.
Yeah, I don't believe that's the first time they've had a spin like that. I don't believe it will be the last either. That section is so tricky. Going downhill, trying to drop the anchors, you can occasionally have some stuff like that happen as the track falls away from you. Here is a replay of that moment with the 52. Heading through the braking zone now, clips that curb, and yeah, just loses it into the corner. A little bit of rear locking with the 52 Revolution E-Racing car. Sends them spun around. They're running 11th at the moment in LMP2, so really no harm, no foul. Did they just tow back to pit? I think they may have towed back to pit lane. So that's going to be a 5-minute penalty heading their way. So yeah, whoopsie indeed. That is the whoopsies to end all whoopsies for sure for them. I mean, it doesn't really hurt them too much. The next closest car behind them in LMP2 is so far back. At this point, they're probably driving around Monte Carlo. But looking at the front two, about a second and a half now between those drivers as we're seeing a spin for David Sorizzano in the Simatech Sensations number 20 car. He's gone off the circuit. That, I believe, is through turn number 13. And I gotta say, Aaron, this was a point I was going to raise about a half an hour ago. You could see the changing light here. We're racing into the evening here on iRacing. Current in-sim time, I'll try and find that right now, is about 6 o'clock as we see Sorizzano make a quick trip through the gravel trap. Gets it spun around, really no harm, no foul. but we're running into the sunset. The track temperatures are cooling as well. Towards the beginning, the track temperature was, what, about 86, if my memory serves me correctly? It's now down to 71, so the track temperature now is cooler than the ambient temperature was at the beginning of the race. That's a big thing when it comes to a series like this, where you're going to try and nail down a setup and try and figure out these cars, especially towards the end. If you're a driver that drove in the first hour, ceded controls of that car to your teammate for the next 2, and then you're getting back behind the wheel for the final hour, you're dealing with a completely set of circumstances, completely different set of circumstances, completely different characteristics for that race car. It's tough in a situation like this, and plus the vision is hard as well. You can see the headlights on these cars. A little bit of glare from the sun may come to bite these drivers in the eyeball, which sounds very uncomfortable to be sure. It looks like it's not hurting the front two as they're still chugging away, now separated by about a half a second, so this fight is really on here.
Yeah, they're extremely close, and they're almost that close to the point where traffic will start to affect them in similar ways, and they might start taking more risks than they probably should. And well, that's what I mean. The number 12 just sending it there on the number 5 BMW, and smartly the 5 just got out of the way, saw that one coming, and the 12 again going for a bit of a risky one. Up the inside goes the 2 of them, and this is what I mean. They start taking more risks with lap traffic, and as it gets a bit dicey when that starts to happen. We might end up going 3 wide, excuse me, at some point in the not too distant future, as a little bit wide for the number 12, but still managed to keep it on the track. And honestly, I'm jealous right now, because I mean, what you said it's about 6 o'clock in sim, and it's only just getting dark, and it's still relatively sunny. Well, here in the UK right now, it's 4:30, and it's practically already dark. Like, it genuinely, it's grey, it's miserable. I genuinely cannot see the sun anywhere. It's so sad that the sun has to set so early. And usually, I like winter. I like colder weather. I'm not that big a fan of the summer weather, because it just is too hot here in the UK, especially indoors. But I kind of wish we had a mix of both. You know, in the summer we get more sunlight, but have a bit of winter weather. I don't know how to explain it. I'm a bit, I guess in a way, but even sometimes in spring, the sun. I don't know if it's the same in America. Maybe, I don't know. I've never been, but it genuinely here it will get dark around this time, around like 4:30-ish o'clock, and we're not even at the latest points in the year for the least sunlight. I think that's in about a month's time. So the sun will start to get dark at like 3:30. So that's going to be fun. Vitamin D. What's that? Says a British person. Honestly, I think about half of the British population have a vitamin D deficiency purely for that reason. But well, these guys in Portugal right now don't have to worry about that, because it's like you said, 6 o'clock, and we've still got a nice sunset on the horizon, and I think we'll just finish before it gets dark. And the 89 on this lap got close briefly, but just in this last sector it does get a bit difficult to follow in these LMP2 cars if you do get a bit too close. But down this main straight, you can see the power of the slipstream. He gained about 2.5 tenths, 3 tenths there from the slipstream alone, and that could be very useful information for when the inevitable fighting begins between these two. And by the way, the number 41 LMP2 car just set the fastest lap of the race, a 33.28, so just a tiny bit quicker than the number 89, and he's setting some good lap times. I don't think it's going to matter in terms of position, as he is a long way off the number 20 in front, but hey ho, fastest lap's a fastest lap.
I'm sure they're not going to turn that down at all. This 41 Delta Racing team has been a really interesting case to follow all throughout this season. They've had some really good showings. I believe it was Imola where they were in really strong contention for that race. Actually, I believe it may have been Mugello. They've had multiple moments, I think, that they've been in contention for race victories throughout this season. Hasn't really gone their way, though. It's been a scrappy season, to be sure, for really most of the LMP2 field. I mean, we are yet to grab a multi-time winner thus far this season with 5 races on the board, and really the only teams that I think are going to be able to do that at this point in time are mainly the Tri-State Racing 12 and the NOP 89. That will be a race win to decide the championship as well, but Mateus Carvalho behind the wheel, the number 41 Delta Racing car, running in 5th as it stands at the moment, a minute and 9 seconds back of the leaders in the LMP2 category. So, getting back to what I was saying, it's been a scrappy season for them, to be sure, of yet to grab a victory. However, they have shown some pretty good pace, and certainly showing that at this point. But speaking of at this point, I think we're getting to the final round of pit stops, Aaron. Work Sim Racing in the number 6 and Delta Racing in the 30 have just come down pit lane. So this may be it. This may be what decides this race. Tri-State Racing and NOP are still covered by less than a second, and as we've seen thus far in this race across all 3 of the classes that we have, a run through pit lane, it can make or break your race. In the case of these 2, it can make or break your championship. So as they head through the middle sector, the NOP car closing in on the braking zone through into turn number 8, but Mark Matai feeling the pressure in that Tri-State Racing car. Imagine if you are Matai in that number 12 car. You inherited this car not from the start. You had to have a driver swap to get behind the wheel, and now pretty much the entire team's season and their hopes of winning a championship are rested firmly on your shoulders. At this point, though, we may see a driver swap go on again, because, I mean, they have continued this tradition. They have continued this strategy throughout this race. They're doing a driver swap every single time they run down pit lane. This may be the last time that we see Bart Matai behind the wheel of that Tri-State Racing car, yielding it back to Michael Simpson. Then we're going to have a Michael on Michael fight between Michael Simpson in the Tri-State Racing 12 and Michael Sundstrom in that NOP 89. Looks like they're going to stay out for another lap as Cemetech Sensations comes in, but look at this, the 89 trying to even look at a move into turn number 1. As much as Sundstrom is quick, he needs to be patient about this move. An inopportunistic and ill-advised overtake that could end in absolute disaster, and instead of having a scenario in which you're just barely losing out on the championship, you'd lose it in a heartbreaker. But the 12 got slowed behind lap traffic. This may be the opportunity that Michael Sundstrom needs. Side by side heading down the hill into turn number 5. It's a 12 car go prevails. The 89 going to get that move done. The 89 trying to get the switchback, trying to get a good run out of the corner. Going to be in the drift, trying to utilize as much as he can before he heads into the braking zone of turn number 8. Looks like the 12 car, the Tri-State Racing car being driven by Bart Matai, going to withstand that challenge from Michael Sundstrom in the NOP 89 for now. However, the fight is very much on between these 2, with the final pit stops looming.
Yeah, that's the thing we're all thinking about, isn't it? The pit stops, everything can happen out here on track. But as you get closer to those pit stops, I think the number 12 might get a bit desperate and just want to be ahead going into the pit lane, because track position in pit stops is worth about, I'd say, at least a second if you're running very, very close. It is that much important, and considering how close the pit stops have been, as in comes the number 12, this is going to be the make or break. No speeding penalties. They've got to be so careful, these 2. As, like you said, any tiny mistake from these guys, whether it produces a penalty or not, it will be game over. And you kind of get the feeling the pressure's on the number 12 here. And I'm not surprised that he's trying to choose to come in earlier. Maybe catch the 89 off guard, do the undercut, and maybe that will work. I'm not sure. The overcut usually is the way to go in iRacing, but he might as well give it a go. As, like you said, all of the Drivers' Championships over the last 6 races, it all rests on Bart's shoulders now, and I cannot imagine the amount of stress and pressure he's feeling.
Yeah, this is a pressure cooker scenario if ever I have seen one. NOP staying out for yet another lap. There's Bart Matai staying in that car. He is going to bring it home for not just this race, not just this season, but maybe even this championship as well. But this is going to be important for him. He needs to have a good ad lap, because considering how close those 2 cars were, this could make or break your season. You could see him dealing with some traffic, though. That's the 3, the Tri-State Racing car, not really working together are those two team cars. The sister LMGT3 contender of that LMP2 not really doing him any favors in the slightest, as we're seeing Michael Sundstrom deal with some lap traffic and staying out for another lap. So the leader of this race going to stay out yet again. I'm curious as to whether or not he's staying out for another lap because he's trying to eyeball a scenario in which he picks up a bonus point for leading the most amount of laps in a race. That NOP car spent a decent amount of time at the front, sets the fastest lap of the race in the process as well. So Michael Sundstrom really cooking with gas at this point, setting a 1-minute 33.10 last time by. So that is a stormer of a lap time from Michael Sundstrom. This is going to make or break that NOP team season, and he is wheeling that thing as best as he can. Tri-State, on the other hand, I'm curious how they're dealing with the currently 59 seconds back of NOP, and based off the amount of time that they spend down pit lane at about 1 minute and 11, that may be a good enough cushion. We'll just have to wait and see if Michael Sundstrom comes into the pits this time by. He's got clean air, and I'm curious if this is going to cause him to stay out yet again. He's got the clean air, not having to deal with any traffic, not having to deal with any sort of craziness around him. Sundstrom putting in some laps of his lifetime to try and get this championship for NOP.
Very much looks like it's swinging in the way of the NOP 89 car, doesn't it? And just waiting for those pit stops now. It's just waiting. It's nearly there. We're nearly getting to the point. I think he'll either come in this lap or the next. And it's just patiently waiting for the Swedish man to come in and serve his pit stop, staying out this lap. And perhaps the Tri-State Racing car was either a bit worse off on fuel, or perhaps just tried an undercut on purpose, which, again, like I said, in iRacing is not really something we're used to seeing, and not something I've really seen work unless the 89 will get awful lapped traffic. But I mean, he looks to only have an LMGT3 in his wake, as the 46 comes into the pits as well from second. I think he might just about come out ahead of the number 41, but the Delta Racing car still has to pit, so that doesn't matter too much, as Bart is setting some pretty... He's going okay on this lap. We'll see what it's like when he comes across the line compared to the NOP 89 car, and this will really give us a good outlook on what the gap is going to be like. And the difference was about half a tenth between those two, and in favour of the 89. So the NOP car is going quicker, but only by a little bit. And, you know, remember that the number 12, of course, is going to be heavier on fuel now. It's going to be pretty much nearly full to the tank. And it will have fresher tyres, but of course those tyres will be cold as heck. Is Michael going to come in this lap? Yes, he is. Be careful, Michael. Do not get a speeding penalty. And he was quite cautious that time round. And here we go. This is the moment we've all been waiting for. Crack your knuckles. Get ready. Is it going to be the 89 leading out of this pit lane?
That is the real question, Aaron. That 59-second gap between those two cars remaining about the same. I'm taking a look at the track map graphic that we have right now, trying to see where exactly that Tri-State Racing car is at the moment. That is the real question. That's what's going to make or break their season. There's Bart Matai in that Tri-State Racing car. He's running his way through turn number 12 into 13 right now. Sundstrom's still in the pits. Matai, who are following right now, had to deal with a lot of traffic. You can see a hornet's nest of fellow LMP2s, some LMP3s, and LMGT3 in the midst of that as well. That is not what he wanted to deal with at all. So that is not going to help out Bart Matai's chances. And there's Michael Sundstrom. He's out and away, about to hit that pit lane speed limit line now, and he is going to be bending the floor pan in that race car to try and gun in front of Tri-State Racing, and he does so successfully, leapfrogging in front of them in the process, building that gap now to about 3.5 seconds, around about 4 now. However, with some slightly colder tires, Michael Sundstrom, who's going to bring that car to the checkered flag, going to have a lot of trouble on his hands in the first sector of this outlap, but it looks like Michael Sundstrom getting the move done, putting on those fantastic laps at the end of that stint to be able to jump in front of Bart Matai, and that may end up being their season.
It very much could be. And, well, I did say I didn't think the undercut was going to work for the 12, and it hasn't, unfortunately. 3.5 seconds behind. And the NOP car did have a very, very quick pit stop. It was about 3 seconds quicker than the number 12, so maybe it all came down just to that pit stop itself and not actually the undercut. And that made all the difference. And that was a very, very quick pit stop. So perhaps Michael was just being better on fuel. Or maybe taking a bit more of a risk and fueling a bit less than the number 12. And maybe towards the end, it could get a bit dicey on fuel. But of course, we'll have to wait and see. If he keeps setting good laps, then probably not. And this race will most likely go in favour of the 89. But I have said that many, many times this race, and well, he'll just end up getting another penalty anyway for some mysterious incident later on. But that could potentially be it. It's very much seems like the NOP is the faster car when they're in clean air, so I think that might be it. I'm not sure, but still about 25 minutes to go.
Yeah, there's a lot that can happen between now and the checkered flag. And look at that, the 6th car, the Work Sim Racing car, back battling with NOP, albeit the Work Sim Racing team 1 lap down. Not exactly 1 lap down yet, but about to get put 1 lap down in that LMP2 class fight. They've had a scrappy day for sure. Samuel Miller behind the wheel of that race car. Spent a whole lot of time behind the wheel of that race car to be sure. Probably has well over 50 laps in that race car as it stands at the moment, with 130, turning on to the 131st lap for this team. It's been a scrappy day for a lot of drivers up and down the grid. The Rennsport report, of course, the number 43 car has now come into the pits from 9th place in the LMP2 category. So it looks like the final drivers who need to pit in that LMP2 class are going to be doing so either this lap or the one right after. Looking through the rest of the field, though, in some of the other classes that we have, LMP3, it's a slam dunk. Didn't have a championship fight heading into this race, and I think that is very much to the approval of Rising Panda Racing and the number 47 car, because they have had a truly torrid time of things in the LMP3 class here today. Got involved in an incident on lap 1 heading into turn number 3 right at the start of the race, and ever since then things have really gone backwards. They're currently 106 laps down. They aren't even in the race anymore. They retired as a result of a major collision heading over one of the crests, a throttle stick. As a result of that, they are done for it. So they're very happy about the fact that they have gone away with this season with the championship, because if they didn't seal the deal, I think they would have been in for a world of hurt. Right now is being dominated by Delta V Racing, or Lynn Barry behind the wheel, the number 25 car, on track to take a dominant victory. 1 lap in front of Focus Racing in P2. It was 1 lap in front of W2 ePro GP. They are the only drivers running anywhere near the leader in the LMP3 category, as Tri-State Racing running in 4th is 6 laps down in class. Curious if we may have a fight between the 21 and the number 98 between now and the end of this race. They're both on the same lap, but I'm not sure exactly where they are on the racetrack at this point in time. So I cannot say for sure as to whether or not we will see a fight in the LMP3 class between now and the end of this, but certainly the Delta V Racing team and the Frenchman behind the wheel have been certainly very happy with how things have gone for them in this race. They're the only ones that really haven't put a foot wrong, which is saying something, because they started this race off nearly flipping their car and going off the track. Nix Bonita in the 5, currently running 2nd in LMP2 and LMP3, my apologies, as we go back to a fight involving some LMP2 runners. Alice Delta Racing with the number 30 and Restec Reparta Corsa with the 43. Those 2 drivers battling for the final position inside the top 8. And also the final drivers running 1 lap down in that LMP2 class. Most of this field quite spread out coming to the end of this race, which should be expected considering we have had really no full course yellow intermissions in this race. Haven't had a lot at all throughout this race, and I think the last one we had was probably a couple of hours ago, if my memory serves me correct, Aaron. So pretty straightforward show for a lot of these drivers. I say straightforward relative, saying that I'm here in the commentary booth and those drivers are behind the wheel, dealing with a lot more than we are here in the broadcast side of things. In terms of the fact that we haven't had any full course yellow period, well, we have had a couple full course yellow periods, haven't had a safety car period to bunch this field back up. It's fairly straightforward, it must be said, Aaron.
Yeah, it's been quite a straightforward race throughout this near 4-hour endurance race, and we're slowly getting towards the latter end, and I think the drivers probably feeling quite relieved this race is nearly over and done with. It's been quite a struggle for most of this field, and you probably only pick out, you know, 1 or 2, or maybe even 3 or 4 cars that haven't really had too many issues. It would kind of be actually, I don't know, because kind of everyone has had at least 1 or 2 incidents. The 73 leader in LMGT3, you know, he had his own penalty, and also may or may not have taken out the 91 Porsche. iRacing's netcode works in mysterious ways. The LMP3 leader had a bit of a spin, I think, the last stint or the previous one, so his race hasn't been flawless, but nearly. I mean, leading by over a lap, I'd say that's damn good going. And the 89, of course, had his penalty. And yeah, it's just been a very difficult race for everyone here at Portimao. I mean, 4 hours is quite taxing. It's not an easy feat by any means, but yeah, it's just been a bit of a slug for everyone, and I think people would just be happy to get this one over and done with.
Yeah, I honestly gotta say, Aaron, I think you have a very good theory there. I think a lot of these drivers were kind of dreading this race because this track, you know, as we've seen with the amount of mistakes and the amount of incidents that we have seen, not a major amount of accidents, but just the simple spins and the simple off-track encounters shows you how challenging this racetrack is. It's only got 15 corners. I say only has 15 corners, but it feels like outside that start-finish straightaway and the run between turns 4 and 5, there's essentially no room to rest if you're any of the drivers in this series. And plus, pretty much every single corner is different than another one on the racetrack, so you're dealing with something every single corner. This track is really one where pinning a setup down to be good all round, it's like trying to, I don't even know the best way I can put it. It's like trying to catch like a Siamese cat doused in itching powder and then dumped into a bathtub full of coconut oil. It is so hard to try and pin down a good setup for these cars. I think that could be part of the reason why a lot of these racers have been dealing with so many off-track encounters, missteps, moments where they were battling hard and then all of a sudden they just lose it under braking. It's just been so hard for these drivers, and considering it's a newer track on the platform as well, I think that kind of adds to the issue.
Yeah, it is a difficult one, this. It's not an easy track by any means, and I think it's the fact that it's still relatively new to iRacing. It's still a learning curve for a lot of people, and you know, no matter what car category you're going in, it's just difficult. If you're in a GT3, a high downforce prototype, it is just a tricky track. I honestly think it is down to the undulation and the fact that it just up and down. The altitude difference here is one of the most intense I've ever seen at a track, because that was the 29 getting a bit of a nudge, I think, from the 41 car behind. Managed to get away with it, but bit of an awkward sequence there, trying to lap each other, and yeah, he's flashing him. He's not happy with that at all. But I don't think it made too much difference to the number 29, as he is quite a long way ahead of the number 16 now. As it's a shame that we didn't get to see more battling between those two Mustangs. It would have been really entertaining to see this go all the way until the end. But of course, things don't always work out that way. Well, considering the number 16 is still in P3, they've done a damn good job, considering that they've had a bit of a tricky last hour and a half. And I guess most of the LMGT3 field have had a bit of a tricky time as well. Definitely helped by the 91 having its big issues just a few pit stops ago. But as we settle down, as the sun sets across the land of Portugal in Portimao, we draw to the closing stages of this race, where people, maybe tiredness and fatigue might start to set in. And this is debatably one of the most difficult parts of the race, where you just have to keep concentrated, keep your car on the road, and you should make it to the end perfectly fine.
And these drivers are seeing that checkered flag come up in the not-too-distant future, and they're looking back on what has been a wide variety of emotions felt by a lot of drivers up and down this grid. Just about every single emotion that a driver can feel can really be encapsulated with some of the seasons that these drivers have had. Haven't really seen this, actually, we have seen their sister car, but haven't seen this actual car out there on the racetrack. One of the most interesting teams to follow all throughout the season was, without a question or shadow of a doubt, the number 22 ResTech Reparta Corsa LMP2 effort. The number 43, the sister car, is out there on the racetrack. The 22 probably had the most wild season out of anybody on this grid. They started the season off with a really good shot of winning it at Barcelona, and then things just kind of fell apart for them. So it's really tough to see a lot of drivers having some very up and down seasons. And one driver that's had a very up and down season is one running in the number 6 LMP2 car for Work Sim Racing. Started the season off with a victory at Barcelona in the LMGT3 category. He's now running in the Work Sim Racing LMP2, and he may end up switching his class allegiance for the 2025 season. Corbin Lenaway is waiting in the interview waiting area. So Aaron, would you like to have a chat with him?
I guess so. It's good to have a quick chat about how they've handled their race so far. Welcome to the commentator booth, Corbin. It's been a bit of a tricky race for you guys in the number 6. It's not gone bad. It definitely could have gone worse, but considering you guys were fighting for the lead at some point, must be a little bit frustrating.
Yeah, we had really good pace. Sam and I both felt pretty good, confident where we were at in the car. Just some unfortunate drive-throughs have really kept us from showing our true potential. But it wouldn't be Work Sim Racing without a little controversy. So, yeah, a little bit frustrated with the stewarding, but nonetheless, you know, those guys don't have an easy job, and not everybody's going to be happy with every decision. But yeah, I just figured I'd pop in, say thank you to you guys for a great broadcast all season, and yeah, we're going to try to bring it home strong.
Yeah, when you've had a bit of a difficult race, it's just best to just get your heads down and just get to the end. As yeah, you guys have shown some really, really good pace, and we've asked a couple of other people, is this Portimao track really this difficult? Because it does look like a bit of a slugfest out there.
Yeah, it's tricky in multiple ways. You know, it's hard on tires, especially in a GT3, but it's hard on tires in general. It's just a lot of elevation. You know, the car's never quite settled, so you just kind of have to deal with what you got most of the time here. Traffic's not easy unless you're lucky and you catch them down the straights, which most of the time that does not happen. But yeah, it's a great track, great technical track. I wish more people raced it on iRacing. It seems to be not very popular at the moment, but yeah, it's a tricky one, but nonetheless, it's a fun one, and I'm glad it's in the series.
Yeah, it's a kind of risk and reward track, isn't it? Where, you know, you do really have to put down the laps to get the most out of it. And, well, going into the next season then, we were just talking about it. Do you have any plans on changing classes, or, you know, what are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, all season long I've been kicking myself for not racing LMP2 from the start. So we will for sure be focusing on LMP2, hopefully with 2 cars. And 2 GT3s as well is kind of what I'm thinking moving forward. Obviously, I did most of my racing this season in the GT3, mistakenly in the Mustang. But yeah, we definitely plan to focus a lot more on LMP2 and maintain what we have in GT3 as well. These guys do a great job, and definitely see us back for next season.
Yeah, picking the Mustang is yeah, not my first choice. Not second or third, or I mean,
right.
If the Mustang was the only choice, I still wouldn't pick it. It's yeah, an interesting car to say
Typical
the
British
least.
bias.
To be fair, though, to be fair, I picked the car before it was even released. I had a feeling that you know, new car, okay, it's gonna be super OP, and it was actually the exact opposite. So here we are.
Yeah, that's one of the rare times that's happened in iRacing, and in real life it's also been terrible, so don't feel too bad. But one last question before you let you go. What's been your favourite race from the season, or like your biggest moment?
Obviously the win in Barcelona meant a lot. You know, these ResTech guys are no joke, and to put a win on the board, at least one race this season, was a pretty proud moment for us. Track-wise, though, I got to give it to Spa. I drove the best that day that I've driven all season. Just such a good track, such a staple in the sports car scene. So definitely love me some Spa. But yeah, all the tracks have been great. Magny-Cours surprised me as well, especially in the wet. But yeah, Spa has got to take the top spot.
Yeah, especially with the new scan, it's been a very, very big favourite of a lot of people on iRacing, at least for this season. Well, thank you for coming and having a quick chat with us, Corbin. And before you let you go, anyone you want to give a shout out to, or any final words for the last part of this season?
Yeah, I just wanted to say thank you to all the drivers on Work Sim Racing that stepped up to the plate. It was kind of a erratic driver lineup throughout the season. You know, Brandon Mosby, Dino Vela, Liam Kilton's been the anchor for the number 16 Mustang. Marius for stepping in today for his first race in the series as well, and Sam Miller is my duo for the day. Shout out to all those guys, all the preparation. I know it's not easy to squeak the time in to everyone's busy schedules, but yeah, big thanks to those guys.
Well, I'm sure they very much appreciate the kind words. And, well, once again, Corbin, thank you so much for having a chat with us, and good luck for the number 6 for the final 10 minutes.
Thank you, guys. Have a good one.
And that right there was Corbin Lenaway, part of that Work Sim Racing team, which, despite the fact they haven't grabbed a whole lot of victories this season, have been incredibly exciting to follow. And always nice to have a chat with him as well. So, Aaron, as you alluded to in that interview with Corbin, we have about 10 minutes left to go from not just this race, but from this season as well. We'll run through all the classes right now. In the LMP2s, NOP has been able to withstand the fight from Tri-State Racing. They jumped in front of them as a result of some clever pitch strategies, and as a result of that, they are now leading this race by 4.9 seconds. Really, you could just call it 5, and right as I say that, clicks on over to 5, as we see another spin for the MV SkinLab DS racing car. They're running well farther back in the LMP2 class, so really no harm, no foul. Themselves and the Revolution E-Racing team, which we saw have a spin in turn number 5 earlier on in the race. Just want to wrap a quick little bow around that. There was an immediate disconnect following that spin, so Alt F4. That was probably what happened there. Sorry, I had to clear my throat a little bit there. But in the LMP2 class, NOP on track for not just a win, but a championship as well. It was going to be 7 points between those two cars coming into this race. You can make that 6 after NOP grabbed the pole and ate a teeny little nibble out of that gap between themselves and Tri-State Racing. But they've put together an expertly crafted drive, as has Tri-State Racing as well. That number 12 team, they have not been a slouch all season long. They have been fast, they have been consistent, and as I said in my open, kind of talking about the consistency that that team has had, they scored one victory earlier on in the season at Magny-Cours, albeit under slightly odd circumstances following a like 45 seconds worth of penalties for the number 22 ResTech Reparta Corsa team that ended up dropping them down to P2 and giving Tri-State the victory. They've still been militarily consistent. An average finish of 2.6 is nothing to scoff at all. So Tri-State Racing, even if they don't win this championship, they don't have anything to hang their heads low on because they have been fast all throughout this season. Speaking of fast, Mateus Carvalho in that Delta Racing number 41 car trying to get move done on the Simatech Sensation 20 side by side into turn number 1. They're still going to be side by side on corner exit, heading down, braking into turn number 3. The 41 car got that inside line, the 20 got the slingshot move around the outside, back on the inside into turn 4. Looks like that 20 going to withstand the challenge for now, but the 41 has a good run. They're still going to be side by side, heading down the hill into the hairpin of turn number 5 for one of the last times in this race. Julian Bissauer kicked this season off with a victory at Barcelona. He wants to end it with a top 5 run, but looks like It's not going to be 4th place as Delta Racing gets that move done. That was a pretty hard-fought fight throughout the first sector, and they managed to get through it clean. Getting back on subject and talking about that fight between Tri-State Racing and NOP, they have been the apex predators of this series in an LMP2 class, which has been about as hard to pin the tail on as pinning the tail on a donkey on the other side of the equator. It is a fight that has seen those two rise above the rest. They have put together a strong showing in not just this race, but this whole season as well. There's a very good reason why they're the two involved in the championship fight, and there's a very good reason why NOP looks like they are going to be the ones prevailing in that championship fight if they could just hold on to the lead in the final 7 minutes of this race. But credit due to the both of them. They have put on a brilliant drive all season long. LMP3, still a story of dominance. Delta V Racing now leading over Focus Racing 2 laps. You can see he just got the move done, that being Arlen Barry, to get that move done on, I believe, Mix Benito still behind the wheel of that Focus Racing number 5 LMP3 car. 2 laps now separating it. That's an absolutely dominant drive from Delta V in an LMP3 race, which has been really one of attrition more than anything else. We've seen a lot of cars go off the circuit, lots of drivers running into some difficulties, but it looks like Delta V Racing are going to be the ones that prevail in the final race of this season. The LMP3 championship was decided coming into this. Rising Panda Racing with the number 47 car running 7th at this point, having a really rough show here at Portimao. They are the champions no matter what. LMGT3, on the other hand, it was close to being decided, but it wasn't actually fully decided, with the Red Tech Report, of course, the number 73 car entering this race with a 20-point lead in the championship over Work Sim Racing, who entered this race in 2nd. Now it's looking like it's going to come up good for Andre Miato behind the wheel of the number 73 Restec Repart, of course, a Mercedes. They've been wheeling that Mercedes to absolute perfection. Our Apex Racing TV colleague, our Apex colleague in general, Mr. Jamie Fluke, who joined me in the commentary booth earlier on this season, noted how impressive it was wheeling that Mercedes as quickly as they have. That 73 team has been dominant. They've scored 3 victories thus far. Gonna try and make it a 4th if they can hold on to the lead between now and the end of this. But, I mean, it's a couple of feet separating the 73 from the VR Racing team in 2nd. They're coming to lap the VR Racing number 29, so I feel like the 73 team is feeling a bit more relaxed about how things are going to shake out in the final 5-ish minutes of this 4-hour-long race. Aaron, it's been a race where we haven't seen the balls-to-the-wall, flat-out racing that we have seen thus far in the past. More of a strategic and conservative style of racing at this track, and driving now essentially under the lights as these headlights are coming on these race cars and the sun is dipping below the horizon. It's been a strategic style of racing that we haven't seen thus far, with some attrition towards the very beginning. It's been a pretty smooth day of racing action, though. What do you think?
Well, it's been anything but smooth for about half of the field, to be honest. They've all really, really struggled to get to grips with this track. And I don't blame them. I would struggle here as well. It does not look easy at all. And I very much applaud all of these drivers for giving this track a go for 4 hours. And most of them getting to the end. So they should all be very, very proud of themselves to just get to the end, get to the checkered flag and say, I did 4 hours at Portimao, which not that many people can say that they can do. But of course, to all of our race leaders in each category, they have just been a cut above the rest. And you could just say that for literally every single one. I mean, the 73, again, had a penalty and is still managing to lap 2nd place. Delta V Racing 2 laps ahead of 2nd place. They had 1 spin this entire race, and it was like a half spin, and that was it. They've been perfect otherwise. And the 89 had his drive-through penalty, and they still managed to catch back up to the front and get back into the lead, and they're pulling away as well. It's nearly 5 seconds now from the number 12, and like you said, they'll very much feel deserving of that championship, as long as there isn't any post-race penalties or anything to go along with it. But it's looking very, very likely for the 89 to take that championship away from the number 12. And yeah, to all of our leaders in every category, they have just been they've outclassed every single other one.
And I think what we're seeing right now in the final 3 minutes of this race, Aaron, is really, it's a pretty strong simile for the way this entire season has gone. LMP3 is a story of dominance. Yes, it isn't that Rising Panel Racing number 47 team who were dominant all throughout the season, taking 4 victories and the season championship, but it's a story of dominance in the LMP3 class. LMGT3, it's another story of dominance as Rennsport Reparta Corsa, despite the fact they didn't seal the deal in the championship, one race early at Mugello about a month ago. They were still incredible to follow all throughout this season, wheeling that Mercedes around the racetrack like it's going out of style. They've been a brilliant team to follow throughout this season. But while it's laps separating the drivers in the LMP3 class and the LMGT3 class, LMP2, it's an entirely different story. The top 5 still on the lead lap, and some of the drivers that aren't on the lead lap, really, it's been incidents earlier on in the race that have really wreaked havoc to their chances. Mainly the number 6 Work Sim Racing team, who are currently running fittingly in P6, heading into the final laps of this race. They're the first team that's 1 lap down, and I have a feeling that if their penalties didn't hit them as hard as they did, they may have been the ones taking the victory from this race. And playing spoiler in that championship fight, that was what I had in my mind coming into this race, but as it turns out, that is not going to be the case. But we are on the final lap. The white flag is in the air for these drivers, and for Michael Sundstrom behind the wheel of that NOP number 89 car, it has been a hard-fought season for sure. They started the season off not in amazing fashion, but still in pretty alright fashion, if I do say so myself. They have grabbed a victory thus far this season. No competitor in the LMP2 category has grabbed more than 1 race win thus far. NOP team is no exception. The Tri-State Racing team is no exception. The fact that they were in championship contention really just shows that outside that 1 win, they were usually consistent. Finishing on the podium was oh so important to these drivers throughout this season, and it's what gave us this close championship fight as a number 20 Simatech Sensations car spins off the circuit. Possible contact with themselves and the BMW that I believe may have been the Delta Racing 31 that they made contact with a couple of moments ago, setting that car around. But Michael Sundstrom, we're following him now, heading his way in through turn number 13 for the final time in this 4-hour-long race. His headlights are on, but the party is about to be on for NOP, nearly on pace. They call themselves nearly on pace, but they have set the pace all throughout this season. They scored 1 victory earlier on at Imola, and here at Portimao, they're going to make it 2. Michael Sundstrom, with a brilliantly executed drive, is going to cross the line to become your European Sports Car Championship LMP2 champion for the 2024 season, winning the race, his 2nd win on the season. 4.7 seconds between themselves and Tri-State Racing, who, despite the fact they don't grab the win and they don't grab the championship, they should still be celebrating with a very well executed drive all throughout the season, and a P2 result in the championship may not have been what they wanted, but it was still a valiant effort from them. Delta V Racing, though, they are going to be ecstatic. Orlin Barry behind the wheel of that Delta V Racing number 25 car. They're victorious in the LMP3 category, 2 laps in front of Focus Racing in the number 5 effort, and in the LMGT3, Rennsport Reparta Corsa and Andre Miato behind the wheel, the number 73 Mercedes crosses the line to become your LMGT3 champion here from the European Sports Car Championship. A brilliant season from them, 4 victories on the board. It was just flawless, for lack of a better term. But NOP, they steal the show. We were thinking heading into this 4-hour-long race, Aaron, that NOP and Tri-State, that battle of titans to win that LMP2 championship, was going to be the one that we had to keep our eyes on. The LMP2 class has been so hard to try and predict, but these drivers have been battling as hard as they have all throughout the season. The season that started all the way back on June 22nd has now officially come to a close, and driving alongside Bart Matai in that number 12 car, you may be a little bit upset about how things work out. It may not have been the win, it may not have been the championship, but Bart Matai should not be hanging his head low, because he had to withstand a whole lot of pressure all throughout that race. His team put their season on his shoulders. He ends up 2nd in the race, he ends up 2nd in the championship, but Bart Matai really had the odds stacked against him, against Michael Sundstrom, who, with his 2nd victory, puts NOP ahead in not only the championship, but the race wins column as well. NOP, just with a brilliantly executed drive right when they need it to become our champions. Beautiful stuff from 4 hours of racing action, but NOP, probably the most impressive.
Yeah, definitely would say that they have been... They just looked quicker than anyone else in the LMP2s today. And, like I mentioned, of course, they had that penalty and they still managed to win by nearly 5 seconds over Tri-State Racing. And, well, yeah, the other two leaders in their respective categories, Delta V Racing and ResTech Reparto Corsa, they just blitzed the rest of their competitors out of the water. No hope for anyone else. And, yeah, maybe the 73 and the 91 could have gone a bit closer, but a bit of a shame we didn't get to see that. And, well, who knows? We might have been able to see some more racing up at the front of the LMP2s with the number 6 having some penalties as well in the middle part of this race. But, yeah, 24 hours worth of racing over the course of 6 months, which, you could either do that all in one singular day and just have it be one event, or just stretch it over the course of a season. And I think that probably is more suitable for the average Joe, as I don't think most people just have the time to whip out a 24-hour race in the middle of a week. But yeah, been a very, very long 6 months over the course of this season, and NOP should very, very much feel very happy with that win.
Oh, they are going to be ecstatic. NOP is ecstatic. There we go. Second tries the charm. NOP grabs their second victory of the season here at Portimao. They're victorious. Tri-State Racing isn't. They lose out on the championship. They lose out on this race, but they still give it their all. That was a hard-fought fight for both of those teams. But in the end, NOP just ends up walking away with the win and with the season championship as well. Rising Panda Racing going to round out your LMP2 podium in third. Then we have Delta Racing finishing in fourth. Simatech Sensations finishing this season in fifth after they kicked the season off with a victory, so falling back a little bit throughout the season, but still a very hard-fought show for them. What is it with the hard-fought? I tried to say... why is the word escaping me now? Why can I not speak at this point? This is unbelievable that we're seeing here after unbelievable racing all throughout the season. The unbelievable failing of my mind after 4.5 hours on the air. I've been up since 2 o'clock in the morning. I've been up for 8 hours as my excuse, and I'm sick. Actually, no, 10 hours. Man, even my math skills are failing me. Work Sim Racing going to finish right behind in 6th. World of Sim Racing team going to finish in P7. ResTech Reparto Corsa going to finish in 8th. Delta Racing going to finish in 9th in the number 30 car. Vision 1 Motorsports with a very scrappy show here at Portimao, going to round out your LMP2 top 10. And running at the rest of the finishers that we have in the LMP2 class, only 2 more. MV Skin Lab DS Racing had a really scrappy show, started off the race in the barrier. They end up finishing it 11 laps down. Why can I not even say barrier during this broadcast? Good lord. Revolution E Racing going to finish in 12th, rounding out our results in LMP2. And Aaron, considering the fact that my hooked on phonics lessons are clearly not sticking, I'll let you handle the results in LMP3.
Probably not a bad decision. It's going to be Delta V Racing who ended up winning that one in LMP3. Very, very dominant drive over a relatively small car field. In second, it was Focus Racing, who just had a bit of a difficult race, but still managed to finish in second regardless. And then, even I'm struggling here. In third, it's the W2 ePro GP car, then the Tri-State Sim Racing team in fourth, Dynaco Racing team in fifth, SC Competition by TSR in sixth, and then Rising Panda Racing 116 lap downs in seventh place. And then we can also go through the LMGT3 field as well, as they had a relatively small field today as well as the RedTech Reparto Corsa car. Once again, another dominant drive from them, and very, very impressive. Like Ron mentioned, in a Mercedes, that car should not be anywhere near the front, and they've managed to get the most out of it. Very, very impressive from those two across the all 6 races of this season. And then it was VR Racing in second place, Work Sim Racing in third after a bit of a difficult race, but still managed to grab a podium. In fourth, it was Delta Racing, fifth, Tri-State Racing, sixth, Delta Racing, the number 4 car, and then in the last 58 laps down was the Tidal Motorsports car, who could have won this race, but I mean, due to reasons that even I'm still trying to figure out, they had huge amounts of damage coming into the pit lane.
Yeah, so those are our results here from Portimao. A hard-fought day of racing action to be sure, but an exciting one all throughout. And before we wrap things up on not just this race broadcast, but this entire season as well from the European Sports Car Championship here in 2024, we got some drivers waiting in the interview waiting area, and I think we are going to try our best to make our way from the ground up. I see Andre Miato, one of the drivers involved in that championship winning number 73 race tech report, of course, the team joining us in the interview waiting area. I'll bring him in, have a quick little chat with Andre Miato, who is now joining us in the commentary booth. Now, Andre, it was a beautiful season for that team. The number 73 car is the championship winning car when everything is said and done. So talk us through not just this race here at Portimao, but the whole season as well.
Hi guys, thanks for having me in this interview. The season I think has gone pretty good, apart from I think 2 races, in which the first at Barcelona, in which we had 2 contacts with 6 minutes of damage. So it was really difficult to recovery after the damage. So, but we did. I think we finished P4. So I think the first race was good. Then 3 wins in a row, I think. Yes. The previous the last race was in Mugello, and we didn't have so much luck, so we didn't have the result we want. But I think the season went pretty much good for us, and especially for our car, the 73, but also with a sister car. I don't remember the number, but I think they did a good job. Unfortunately, they couldn't have the possibility to race today, but yeah, the season was really good. I have to thanks everyone, my teammates, everyone in the team, which give us help to work the car, and yeah, that's all I think.
Alrighty, well, you already got the other question out of the way that I was going to ask you at the end of this interview, asking if there's anyone who want to give it a thanks to or shout out. A true professional there, Andre Miato, giving her thanks and shout outs out of the way as quickly as you possibly could. But still, man, speaking of quickly, you were driving that thing as quickly as you possibly could all throughout this season, and you come out of it with a championship. So congratulations on a well-executed drive, and not just this race, but the whole season, man. Congratulations on the championship, and excited to see you wherever it is in the not-too-distant future, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, guys, and have a good day, have a good evening, and see you later.
You as well, Andre. Thank you for joining us. That right there was Andre Miato, who ends up being the champion in the LMGT3 category. We got some more drivers waiting in the interview waiting area, trying to figure out who some of these drivers are. I believe that's Fabian Schmidberger, I believe, is waiting in the commentary booth. Not exactly sure what team he was a part of all throughout this race. I'm trying to do some investigative journalism right now to see exactly what team he was a part of. So I will stall at the moment and start singing a small little
I was going to say, we can look at Sandstrom.
Alrighty, I think, well, I'll give you the honors, Aaron, of interviewing our LMP2 champion, that being Michael Sundstrom.
Well, yeah, we have got your eventual LMP2 champion here, Michael Sundstrom, and just wow. I mean, that is an absolutely immaculate drive from yourself and your teammate. It was just immaculate. It wasn't easy by any means. And surely you guys must be over the moon to end up with a championship at the end.
Oh, thank you very much. Yes, we are definitely. You say it's immaculate, but I would have rather skipped that DT. made things a bit too exciting, I think.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Is the fact that you guys, it wasn't easy. With the difficult in traffic and the drive-through, everything was trying to just swing you out the way and bat you back, but you still managed to set some good laps. And do you think that the pit stops played a pivotal point, because that's when you managed to get the lead ahead of the number 12?
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we felt like we had the pace, at least in clean air, but in traffic, and then we were kind of stuck behind Tri-State. We were on 19x. I think they were as well. It was super. I didn't want to make any mistakes. Fabs, our race engineer, made that magic happen. I have no idea. I didn't pay attention to anything. I just tried to drive. But that definitely helped us. It was big to get those extra laps when they pitted a bit earlier than us in the last stint. And those clean laps I had at the end of my stint was, I think, pretty important.
Yeah, definitely. It was just such a topsy-turvy race, and this is a question that I've asked to a few people as well. Just how difficult is this Portimao circuit? Because it does just look like an absolute slugfest, not just in these LMP2 cars, but just across the entire field. Did you guys struggle with it as well, or did you find it a little bit easier?
No, we struggled a lot. The struggles began with the setup. We were way off until a couple of days ago, and then we find some things. Saw this super. This works a lot better when we find some pace. Also, another shout out to Seb, our setup guru. He was super vital this week. And then when you get into the race, I thought it would be easier to overtake people in this track than it was, like other LMP2 cars. But there's not a lot of opportunities to do so. And then, lastly, the traffic was the difference in speed in some places on the track is so huge that it catches you out a few times until you're used to it. So it's way trickier than I thought it would be, but it's also a very fun track to drive, I have to say.
Yeah, it's a very fun and rewarding track when you get it right, but that's the difficult bit, getting it right. It is oh so tricky around here. But speaking of some of the tracks, and I'll ask you just one more question before we let you go, is just what was your favourite moment from this whole season that you ended up winning?
I mean, I think this race has to take the cake. I think there was a lot that happened in this race. At one point, when Oliver was driving, I had to call his wife to tighten some bolt on his pedals that came loose while he was driving. Yeah, it's mental. I would have to pick this race. There's no competition, I don't think.
Well, yeah, that definitely does sound a little bit sketchy, but the fact you guys even still managed to get the win, even with all those difficulties, just makes it even better. Well, thank you very much for coming and having a chat with us, Michael. It's been a pleasure to talk to you, and I can imagine you're going to go celebrate that victory in many, many different ways. But yeah, congratulations and go enjoy it.
Thank you very much.
And as a true professional does, I drag myself out of the commentary booth. That right there was Michael Sundstrom, the champion in the LMP2 category. I'd really like to have a chat with that guy that we saw levitating over the pit building a couple of moments ago. That was some very odd, bizarre things going on. Some very odd, bizarre things going on all throughout the entirety of today's action. I'm curious, do we possibly have time for one more interview? Currently, I believe we do, so I'm kind of split as to whether or not we should have a chat with the strategist at NOP making a championship possible, or whether we should have a chat with Ricardo or Curie. I believe, I think I'm going to pick the, I think we'll, trying to split which one we could do. Ricardo is part of W2 ePro GP in that LMP3 category, so I think we will bring him in here to have a quick little chat with an LMP3 racer after 4 hours of racing action. Ricardo, Welcome here into the commentary booth here at Apex Racing TV. That LMP3 fight all throughout this race looked like a battle of attrition, so talk us through it from your perspective.
Well, first of all, thank you very much to give a chance to talk with you. It's an honor to represent the W2 esports GP, our team from Brazil, and representing Paulo, Christian, and also Rafael in this journey of 4 hours. Our race was like in first 2 hours and 50 minutes was kind of perfect. No mistakes, good racecraft. But Paulo did a little mistake in the I believe 4 laps before he entered in the pit stops. He lost the car in turn 12 and then have a T collision with a GT3. Totally our fault in this case, and the car after that had no maximum speed in the main straight. Christian entered in the last stint, but the car was not the same after this hit, and it's our third place in the championship. We started in the middle of the championship, and we liked a lot here. Okay, we are all 4, the 3 drivers and me, are all excited to be here. We enjoyed a lot our experience here and I hope to be here next season. And it's a good result for us, considering that we have almost no training this last week because of our schedule.
Well, you brought up a very good point that I was going to mention about the fact that you drivers behind the wheel of that W2 ePro GP team only joined this series at Spa a couple of months ago. So kind of a small little a half season, shall we say, for you drivers. But in that half season, I gotta say, y'all were quite impressive, showing a lot of pace. So what are the thoughts heading into the 2025 season for the European Sports Car Championship? You guys must be very confident.
Oh. To be honest, it's really a good pace. Some unfortunate things happen to have a better result, but third place for us is it's excellent. We are very happy with this. And for next season, I think the W2 is planning to have 1 car in the 3 categories: 1 for GT3, 1 for LMP3, and 1 for LMP2. But for now, just this experience to understand the league, feel the league, the environment there, and preparing for our next season, it's more important for us to understand our level, considering a world-like championship. And for us, it was really excellent to be here. Our result, it was, I say it's better than expected, but not so much better than we expected. So it's was really good, but I think we have some points to be better next year, and not. And this experience, of course, will be viral, special for next season to be better, and maybe so hoping to fight for the championship. Why not? Dreaming about, right?
I mean, a championship is certainly not out of the picture for you guys next season, and judging based off the comment you made about the fact that you're going to have a car in all 3 of the classes, I gotta imagine the chances of that are going to be pretty high, and considering the pace that y'all showed, certainly wouldn't rule it out in the slightest come time for the 2025 European Sports Car Championship. But Ricardo, nice to have a chat with you before we wrap up this final broadcast of the season, and before we let you go and celebrate what was a very good season, good half season for the team. Is there anyone you want to give a thanks to or shout out?
Yes, I have. First of all, thank you for the ESCC to receive us in this experience. And thank you for you from the booth to have a chance to talk with you. I'm really glad and honored to be here representing the team and talk to you. And a little bit about our sponsors and partners, okay? Our sponsors, Dragon Brazil is a main sponsor, Real Drive Tech, and Sensa VR Simulators. And for our supporters, Hop Produções from Rafael Pereira, the driver, Arcuri Construia, my consulting, and Automata Advogados, our lawyer, also driver in the team, okay? Thank you so much for this opportunity to talk with you and to be here this season, and hope we'll be better next. Thank you all very much. Have a nice day and see you all.
Well, take care, man, as well. Thank you for the kind words, and thank you for being a bundle of energy here during this interview. Ricardo, well done on a fantastic season for you, team, and excited to have a chat with you wherever it is in the not-too-distant future, man. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you, and greetings from Brazil for you too, you all.
Alrighty, sounds good, man. Greetings from Philadelphia right back there, Ricardo. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, thank you.
And that was Ricardo Arcuri from the W2 ePro GP team. That has to have been the most bubbly I've ever had an interview in my entire time broadcasting here on Apex Racing TV. Always nice to have a chat with that to wrap up a brilliant season of racing action here, Aaron. Despite the fact that the racing was a bit more strategic than we have seen in the past, that was still a really good show, and that LMP2 fight was absolutely brilliant to follow over the past 4.5 hours. So final thoughts before we wrap things up here from the final broadcast of this season.
I'm going to go eat dinner. I'm hungry, my back hurts, I'm thirsty, I'm tired. Yeah, I'm just very glad that this very, very long and grueling race, not just for myself but for these drivers as well, it was not easy out there, and you know, I was just sitting in a chair watching it, let alone driving this for 4 hours. But thank you, Samuli. I've just seen the comment you put in Race Chat 1. Yeah, he was a massive bundle of energy, and I'm surprised after this long of a race he still had the energy, by the sounds of it, to fight a bear. So fair play to Ricardo. He's a lot more energetic than I am, but yeah, it's been a pleasure being here, but yeah, I'm struggling for words.
I mean, there's only so many things you can say over the course of a 4.5 hour long broadcast. And I gotta say, Ricardo, I believe he is a team manager for W2 ePro GP, so that could be the reason why he wasn't as whooped as some of the drivers were after 4 hours out there on the racetrack. But overall, 4 hours that were incredibly exciting. 6 4-hour long races, 24 hours of racing action that we just had here from the 2024 season of the European Sports Car Championship. I've been with all of these broadcasts all season long, and through the thick and the thin, through some very odd moments and some very odd comments that have come out of my mouth, it has been an honor and a privilege being a part of this series. And fingers crossed that the 2025 season is even more exciting than this, because this set a pretty high bar. And I'm sure just based off the chat we had with Chris earlier on in this broadcast, I'm sure 2025 is going to have a lot on the cards for the European Sports Car Championship. A season in the LMP2 category, which is won by NOP and the number 89 team. In the LMP3, Rising Panda Racing are victorious in that class. And in the LMGT3s, it's a number 73 ResTech Reparta Corsa team who squeaks away with the championship. Some beautiful racing, some exciting racing, some awesome races to be a part of. It has been a privilege being a part of these broadcasts and this season as well. But for the final time here from the 2024 European Sports Car Championship, that will just about do it. So for myself, Ron Mullins, Aaron Smith, joining me in the commentary booth, Samuli Kumo, working all the cameras with us in the virtual production hauler, and all the people involved in the European Sports Car Championship, the drivers, the fans, and all of the admins that make these broadcasts and this series possible, I say thank you all so very, very much for watching, not just this broadcast, but all the broadcasts we've had all season long here from 2024 for the European Sports Car Championship, and we hope to see you all wherever it is in the not-too-distant future.